lobby, they actively promoted it and pushed it on people that somehow I had disrespected the Bible. I know exactly what I said to that young man. I said the answer to every question you'll ever have is in that book. And then I pointed to the book of Proverbs, which he was reading. I said particularly that one, which is a book of wisdom. And then for them to take a video and to transcribe words on it that are the complete opposite of what I said, it's incredibly disturbing. I mean, you guys have to be seeing this now. It's every single day something comes out of the Cruz campaign that's deceptive and untrue, and in this case goes after my faith. So I understand, I guess, one of their spokesperson apologized, and I well accept his apology, but this is a pattern now, and I think we're now at a point where we start asking about accountability. You talk about the VA, where people who aren't doing their job need to be fired. Well, who's going to be fired when Ted Cruz is president? Because this campaign now has repeatedly done things that they have to apologize for, and no one's ever held accountable. Who's going to be held accountable for making up this video? Who was held accountable for lying about Ben Carson? Who was held accountable for the robocalls, and who was held accountable for the commercials on television that they had to pull down? So again, I think it's a very disturbing pattern of deceptive campaigns and flat out just lying to voters.
Are you actually saying someone should be fired in the Cruz campaign?
I'm saying someone, at some point there has to be some level of accountability. Otherwise, you're running an operation where you're sending the message to the people that work for you, go out and do anything you want, and if you get caught, we'll just apologize, but we'll keep doing it. I mean, that seems to what's happened here.
A super PAC backing you issued a new ad today that called Trump unreliable and erratic. Do you agree with that? Do you think that that's a concern if he were to become president?
I'm not going to comment. I haven't seen the video, and obviously I don't coordinate with them. Suffice it to say that I think I'm a better choice for president. And I have said that when it comes to issues of national security, you know, Donald has yet to prove that he has an in-depth understanding or the judgment to make good decisions about that. That could change. You know, we're in a campaign, and maybe in the next week or 15 days, he'll show some, you know, level of higher interest and understanding of these difficult issues. He's certainly smart enough to do that, but he hasn't done it to this point. But I haven't seen the ads, so.
Senator, you're traveling today to Elko. There's a bunch of legal brothels in Elko. Curious if you
we won't be visiting them. Yeah.
I was curious if you think that prostitution should be illegal, or whether it's an issue that should be left to the states and legalized like it is in Nevada.
I'm anti-prostitution. I mean, and I don't think it should. Well, obviously, I don't know the. You know,
Nevada have the right to have it be legal.
Well, I don't think it should be. I'm not talking about federalizing that issue. I want to shrink the government, not grow it. Suffice it to say, I wish Nevada would make it illegal, but that's their decision to make. I don't agree with it. My understanding is it's the only county in America where it is legal. I think prostitution victimizes the people who are participating in it, in essence, the prostitute themselves. That's my opinion, but I'm not calling for it to be a federal offense. We need to shrink the reach of the federal government, not expand it. I think you can be against something and still say, but I don't want the federal government involved in federalizing something.
Right, thank you.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Good answer.
That was a tough one.
Nice job, Reed.
Okay, folks, our plan. Let's turn out the door, please, Warren.
So careful this
With you.
Everybody wants to do something. The people have the skills to actually do something about it, okay? Number one, every single returning combat veteran ought to have access to whatever medical facility they want to go to. No ifs, ands, or buts, okay? Secondly, see, if you drive a truck from Kandahar to Kabul, Afghanistan, in my state, as it should be across this country, you come home, you want to drive a truck, you have to go get a CDL, go test for a commercial driver's license. Forget it, we're going to give you one, and we're going to put a gold star on it, and we're doing it. And by the way, if you're an EMT in the military, you can be an EMT right here in Virginia. You can go get a training. Are you kidding me? It's an insult to the veteran. And if you do technical things in the military, we're going to give you college credit. To the college or the university, we're going to give it to you. Let me also tell you, the head of the VA is a good man. He graduated from West Point. People don't know this. He was the head of Procter & Gamble, a tiny little organization that some of you may have heard of. The fact is that I've become convinced that people go in to change the bureaucracy, and the bureaucracy changes them. this whole operation has to be restructured to make it smaller, more flexible, more responsive, and hold people accountable for their job inside the VA, okay? So it's going to look completely different. And we've got to have somebody run it who's got credibility. Somebody who really people would say, yeah, that's a person that's going to fix that place. Now, let me say one other thing. We're working on this, and we're going to have big changes. This should happen all over the country. Look, when I talk about Ohio, it's the 7th largest state. What you do there, you can do anywhere in the country. What we know is if you go in the military and you come home, okay, you're coming home, you want to take 30 or 60 days to readjust. But we want to know you're coming home, and we want to put you in touch with the service organizations who can be in touch with those folks that are looking to hire employees. Most states have a mismatch between the number of jobs. There's so many job openings and nobody to fill them. Do you know who the golden employees are in America? The veterans. They've got leadership skills, they're drug-free, they know how to maneuver, and they're flexible. So let me suggest to you, the Pentagon's got to do a better job of connecting your return date and your skills with jobs that are available, because there should be no single veteran who is ever homeless or unemployed in the United States of America, okay? I'll try to go, where am I going to go next? Where am I going to go next? I'm going to go, look, we got that young man back there. I'm going to go to this fellow right here. That's right, you. Come on down. If you draw the right number, we've got a new car for you right outside.
Wonderful. Governor, I also am from Ohio, originally from Cleveland. I live here in Virginia now. But what I wanted to ask you is, my family has owned a manufacturing business in Ohio for 100 years.
Still have it?
Yes, we do.
Thank goodness.
And
okay.
it's successful. But what I wanted to let you know is, it originally was excellent because it used immigrant workers from Eastern Europe. Today, we're also still producing excellent products, but we're using immigrant workers from Central America, South America, and Africa. So, to me, the thing that Trump brings up, getting rid of all the immigrants, is crazy.
Getting rid of all the immigrants. We got rid of all the immigrants,
I'd be halt.
Yeah, well, I mean, if we got rid of all the immigrants, yeah, I'd be running for, president of Croatia. I mean, come on. Look, we're a country of immigrants. Does people know that? I mean, we have so many people. There has been a history of this country in some quarters getting very ugly and anti-immigrant throughout our history. Okay? You see, the fact is that we obviously want to have an orderly society. At night, we lock the doors in our house, right? Because we don't want people just walking in our homes. The country has a right to lock its doors, but that doesn't mean that you don't let people in an orderly way. When I lock my doors, I open it up when I see somebody I want to have come in my house. The same way a country can open its doors or its borders when it sees somebody that wants to come in that's useful and good and positive. And so I do think we need to finish the border. We started this in 1986 under President Reagan. We never finished the border. You know why I think we didn't? Money. I think it was an economic battle. I think unions didn't want to deal with it, and I think businesses were able to get cheap labor. That's what I think. I may be wrong, but that's my impression. So I do think we need to finish the border, and then once it's finished, if you come in, you got to go back. We can't keep doing this. But then once it's done, we can have a guest worker program, right? People want to come in and work. We know who they are. They get to go home, in and out, instead of having to hide here, just keep working here. And for the 11.5 million who are already here, if they have not committed a crime, I'd make them pay a fine or some back taxes, and I'd give them a path to legalization and not to citizenship, because most of them are already integrated in our society. And the idea we're going to pick them up and ship them out and deport them and leave their kids on the stoop in front of their house is nuts. I'm not going to do that. I was on television yesterday. And they asked me, the CBS actually asked me, Are you for preventing all Muslims from coming to America? What if you live in England for 50 years and you happen to be a Muslim? What are we supposed to keep you out because of your religion? Folks, you better realize what's going on now. I mean, come on, that's not who we are. We're a happy, unifying country that believes in human rights and believes in the decency of individuals. Of course, we're not going to let anybody in here that's got evil intent. It is right to take a pause on the Syrian refugees. We don't know who they are. Until the FBI director says we know who they are, we take a pause. But overall, to have a religious test, and you know what? I'm not going to change my position on that to get your vote, because I'm running a happy campaign, and I'm not, okay? Right here, ma'am, right here. You. Yeah, you. Come on down here. You look, yeah. No.
Thank you very much. I have a 22-year-old son who has intellectual disabilities, and he's autistic. He's a happy, fabulous kid. You can't tell really by looking at him. He's aging out of the public school system at the end of his free and appropriate public education, and we're starting the transition period to work. But Jack wants a life of his own, and that costs money. In Fairfax County, where we are today, 90% of the adults on the urgent waiting list for intellectual disabilities waivers through Medicaid aren't funded. 90%. My son will probably never be funded. And in order for me to get him out of my basement, which is the most restrictive environment for him, it's going to take all of my family's resources. Now, I know a lot of other parents in this situation who are not blessed with moderate resources. What can you do? What can we as a country do to make sure these special people get lives of their own that are fulfilling in what way it is for them? We got to take care of them.
Now let me explain. What is your name? I keep referring to you because what is your name? Susan. Come here. Come on up here if you can. Did you see what the emotion of her talking about her son and how's he going to have a decent life and where's he going to live and what's going to happen when mom and dad get old? You see, when you hear these things, you can't put your head in the sand. You can't put your head in the sand. You have to figure out a way to fix it. And that doesn't mean we need to fix it by somehow blowing up our finances. It doesn't mean we need to fix it by being in a position of where we have to raise everybody's taxes. Let me explain to you. Let me give me that thing you got in your hand there. Okay, you can go ahead. You can go ahead back. You see this thing? I met a guy many years ago who said, John, at some point we will be the constantly connected consumer. And think about this. My mother told me about 40 years ago, she said, Johnny, you better have to look good when you make a phone call because when you talk to people on the phone, they're going to see you. I was like, come on, Mom. When I was in Florida 10 or 11 years, my kids were 10 or 11, and they looked, they said, Daddy, what is that box over there? I'm like, what box? I said, oh, yeah, that's where Superman used to change his clothes, and we used to actually make phone calls by putting coins in the box. They're like, no way, no way. Transportation. You know, now you can get a ride from Central Park to the foot of Manhattan at $5. They're now writing about flying cars. Since I saw Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, I always believed in flying cars, okay? What's the point? The point is everything is changing except for government. You know why? Because we got all these insiders that tell you, no, you cannot do it. That doesn't work. Don't you understand, Congressman? Don't you understand, Senator? That doesn't work. Get back into your box over there. We have to Uberize the United States government and the government at every level. We need to Uberize it. I get more phones that way, but I want to go back to her question. You see, in Ohio, when I was running the nursing home lobby, which gets some of the highest reimbursements and basically didn't provide the resources for mom and dad to stay in their own home, spent millions of dollars to defeat me, and then when I won, they spent $1 million, said I was going to throw grandma out in the street. Well, we beat the nursing home lobby. And now moms and dads can stay in their own home rather than being put at a nursing home at a significantly less cost. We went from a growth of 2.5% to 2.5% without cutting one benefit or knocking one person off the rolls, because we made it work like a business does. You see, our biggest increase in our state budget, the last budget, was for the developmentally disabled. The biggest percentage increase. Now, here's the thing. We're running a $2 billion surplus. I've cut taxes by $5 billion, more than any governor in America, including killing the death tax so people can pass their small businesses on to their kids. And now that we've killed the death tax, we're working on killing death. We haven't made a lot of progress on that yet. But you see, you have to re-engineer the government to create priorities, to balance your budget, to get economic growth, because I've got to tell you, if you do not have economic growth, nothing else works. If you don't create a job environment, and it's not that hard to do, simple regulations, reducing taxes, and having some fiscal responsibility. And then when you get the economy rising, there's so much more you can do. It's like a mom and a dad who suddenly get pay raises. Now the kids can have more. This is not complicated. So you know what I say to this lady? We got to reduce those waiting periods. We have to make sure that we don't treat the developmentally disabled. Let me tell you the way it works in politics today. You know what kind of a lobby the developmentally disabled have? Zero. Zero. Somebody has to stand up for them. And let me tell you, the ones who are autistic, we'll tell you what we're doing, and this is on all of us. You have a business, you can bring some developmentally disabled into your business. I mean, let me just tell you, we have our hospital system. They're hiring the developmentally disabled. Walmart, Meijer, grocery stores, your company. They're not going to be CEO. No one expects them to be CEO, but they don't have to sit in some sheltered workshop being just pushed to the side. That is not right in our country. So, it's all about priorities. You know, in the federal government, we don't need to hire any more federal workers. You leave, we're not replacing you. We have the lowest number of state employees in 30 years. See, what's so hard for people with me is you can't figure out where I'm going. I mean, you can't figure out what I'm saying. Well, how can this guy be for a strong defense, yet he goes and he's a procurement reformer? How can this guy want a balanced budget, yet make sure there's enough resources to help those who find ourselves living in the shadows? I mean, how is it possible that he wants to be strong on defense, but he won't call names to Putin because he might have to sit across the table from him? You see, how is that? Who is this guy? I'll tell you who I am. I operate, you know, there's an establishment lane, an anti-establishment lane. I'm in the John Kasich lane, okay? Figure it out, okay? Take one more. Okay, I guess I got to go somewhere. I don't know where I'm going, but I know I'm going somewhere. I'm going to go way back here, ma'am, standing on the chair. Yeah, it's you. There's nobody behind you standing on a chair, okay?
It's dumb. Great to be here. My husband and I are small business owners, and we have multiple stores, each under their own LLC. We also have 4 kids. So we've got too many touch points to the IRS, so our life sucks. So tell us how you feel about the IRS.
Oh, I just love it, you know. I mean, come on.
I mean, there's
Look, I got to tell you something. I think that the IRS has also discredited itself. Now, look, I can tell you, I can come in here and say, we're going to have, but believe me, trust me, we're going to have a 10% flat tax and we're going to have no IRS. How many people in this room believe that's going to happen? No, Ray, tell me, how many of you think Of course that's not going to happen. If we started America all over again, we could have a flat tax, but that's not where we are today. Now, the problem with the IRS, here's the real thing that worries us. You know April 15th is coming, okay? And you fill out your taxes. And deep inside of all of us, we want to make sure we did it right, because we don't want them thinking we cheated. We lied, we stole, right? I mean, there's always a little bit of fear in there. Look, they work for us. We don't work for them, okay? And we have to have, look, I'm for, on the individual side, 28, 25, and 10, with the capital gains at 15. I'm also for your business being able to write off investment in plant and equipment in the first year. This is about cutting taxes, economic growth, and simplifying the system. But see, I was in South Carolina and somebody said, are you going to go around and fire a bunch of people? If you try to run an organization beating them with a stick and threatening them, you know, it's like that old sign, the beatings will continue until the morale improves, right? Remember that? What we have to do to get started is to have leaders in these organizations who really want to build morale inside so people will do their job and show respect. You're a small business person. You are helping families. You are not to be beaten down. You are to be honored as a small business person because you're the ones creating all the darn jobs in America, right? It's not the big boys, it's you. Now, simplify the system and put somebody in charge of that system who has instant credibility and give them the tools they want. See, I have a cabinet too. I have, 50,000 state employees. It's not simple running that many. And you know what? We try to teach them that everybody working there is a servant. And secondly, we're all working together to make sure that we make it easy for the creation of jobs. That's what we tell them. If you're not into the business of helping us to create jobs, you need to go get another job. And we need to lift our employees and encourage them to be responsible. And if they do not do their job, sometimes we got to let them go. And there's no thrill in that. I mean, it's easy to bang on it, but you know what? We want to make sure that people can rise and we can have good morale. Now, let me finish by telling you this. I want to ship welfare, education, infrastructure, job training, all those programs to the states. I want the states to be empowered. Now, why do I believe that? Because I think you need to break these things down into smaller laboratories. Now, here's the challenge, though. When it comes down to the states, what are you going to do? You know, you want to fix education? The problem with education right now, fundamentally, is not the federal government. The problem with education right now, the boards of education. I mean, we're not training people for the jobs of today and the jobs of tomorrow. We have an inflexible education system that was created, how long, Tom? 150 years ago? Why don't we start getting people excited about learning? Why don't we let them get out into the workplace and understand why reading, writing, arithmetic, and computing really matters? Why don't we say that we got to get the vocational education down at a lower level? But that's up to you. What are you waiting on me for? And I'm going to tell you here, we're at a great school. These great schools have got to get their costs under control, because if they are not under control in the future, people aren't going to go here. But that's up to you. So, let me just finish by saying I think we have an election coming up here soon. It's about a week from today or the week from tomorrow. If you don't like me, don't tell anybody, okay? But if you do, I want to take this all the way across the country and all the way into the White House. And in the first 100 days, not only will we get the taxes and the regulations and the budget in the right place and fix the border and save Social Security and visit people around the world to let them know that America's back, but I'm also going to collect the phone numbers of the mothers and fathers who have kids in Congress, and I'm going to call Mom on her birthday, and she's going to call her kid who's in Congress and say, don't you mess with the President of the United States. I like him. And then after 100 days, I'm going to give you a report on where we are, And if we aren't where we want to go, I don't know how long it takes to walk from here to Washington, but we will walk. And I will walk with you, because we will make this country even better than it's ever been, and with the vision and the hope, with you and all of us up here fixing this, and you driving the reform and the spirit in the community, we will make the 21st century the best century that America has ever been for our children and grandchildren. Thank you all very much.
All right, everyone, we are going to cut out of this John Kasich event. Looks like it's just wrapped up. President Obama speaking to the Governors Association, I believe the National Governors Association. Obama speaking to those in attendance and answering questions momentarily. Let's go live now to that event.
Ladies and gentlemen, to introduce the President and Vice President, I want to call up to the microphone your chairman, who has been just a pleasure to work with. Governor Herbert has been engaged from the moment he took the gavel, has represented each and every one of you at each and every meeting that we have had to be able to carry the message of governors and the issues that you deal with at the state level. So let me call the chairman of the NGA up to the microphone, Governor Herbert of Utah. Governor.
Well, thank you, Jerry, and welcome, everybody. It's an honor to be with you here today. And I can tell you, as I've been thinking about the convention conference here this weekend, I think it's been very well attended, and we've had a really robust discussion. The highlight is always as we have the opportunity to come and visit with the President and the Vice President and have this kind of question and answer opportunity. We appreciate them hosting us. And, I've been here now 7 times. I know that doesn't compare much to Terry Branstad's 21 times, but I do feel like it's a little bit of a veteran experience for me. And, I was talking to Secretary of Interior Sally Jewell about the nostalgia that comes as we kind of get to the end of your term and think, what have we accomplished, and yet what have we got yet still to do? And I think that's what we're about here today as we gather together and say, what can we do as we accelerate and lengthen our stride in our service to our respective states and the people of America. So again, we thank you for your service. I'm pleased to be associated with you. I learn from you all the time, and makes me a better governor of Utah. And I do come to appreciate that we have a lot more in common as Republicans, Democrats, Independents, than we have differences. We need to emphasize the similarities. And in my own state, 80% of the legislation that's passed by Republicans and Democrats in Utah is passed unanimously. I think that's something we ought to always emphasize, is the similarities and how we can get things done working together. With that, let me take the opportunity to introduce people who need no introduction, the Vice President and the President. The Vice President's certainly been a friend. We're looking forward to hosting him in Utah this coming week as he comes and is going to be talking about the moonshot of cancer and what can we do to find a cure for cancer, something that we all know about and has touched our families and our friends. And the opportunity for him to engage with the Huntsman Cancer Institute in Utah and see what the private sector is doing and what we can do better working together to see if we can't rid ourselves of this scourge that impacts us in such a negative way. A senator since his 30s, 36 years is a senator, and of course the Vice President now doing a lot of the heavy lifting in behalf of this administration. So we're honored to have Vice President Joe Biden with us. And then the President, who we had the great opportunity last night to associate with in the dinner last night, has broken barriers for this country. Again, as I mentioned in our toast last night, the realization and resolution of our founding fathers that all men are created equal, and we see the diversification that has come in our country, and we appreciate the opportunity to be with the President and for his service and dedication. And he and the First Lady is good examples to us all of good family values and what we can do and what we can become in this country if we'd apply ourselves. So with that, let's welcome the Vice President, Joe Biden, and the President of the United States, Barack Obama.
Thank
you, everybody. Thank you. Everybody, please have a seat. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please have a seat, everybody. It is wonderful to see all of you. I hope you had just the right amount of fun last night and not too much fun. You know, it's hard to believe that that was the final dinner Michelle and I get to host for you. Like me, some of you might be in the final year of your last term, working as hard as you can to get as much done as possible for the folks that you represent. Fixing roads, educating our children, helping people retrain, appointing judges, the usual stuff. Those of you who've been in office for a while have also witnessed all the progress that we have made together, and it has been a partnership. The millions of new jobs created, millions of people newly covered with health insurance, the new energy projects that are popping up all across every state that's represented here. I do want to comment, before I take questions, on the issue of security for the American people. Whatever our party, we all raise our hand and take an oath and assume the solemn responsibility to protect our citizens, and that is a mission that should unite us all as Americans. Today, we're focused on three threats in particular. First and foremost is terrorism. The attacks in Garland, Texas, in Chattanooga, in San Bernardino were attacks in good and decent communities, but they were also attacks on our entire country. As Americans, we are united in support of the men and women in uniform from every state who lead the coalition we've built with the mission to destroy ISIL. We're working with other nations to prevent terrorists from entering the United States. We're unwavering in our efforts to prevent attacks here at home, and that's where the partnership with your states come in. This is a shared mission. We have to stay vigilant. Across the country, we've got more than 100 joint terrorism task forces, federal, state, local experts working together to disrupt threats. And at the state level, your fusion cells are pushing information out to law enforcement. We also need to make sure our extraordinary law enforcement professionals and first responders have the equipment and the resources that they need. And we've got to stay united as one American family, working with communities to help prevent loved ones from becoming radicalized and rejecting any politics that tries to divide the American people on the basis of faith. So this is something that, this is a shared project. It's not something that we do together. And one of the genuine areas of progress that I've seen since I came into office, and it was started in the previous administration, and this was one of the findings of 9/11, was breaking down some of the silos between federal, state, and local law enforcement when it comes to countering terrorism. We've made progress on that, but that's where state and local partners are absolutely critical. This is not something that the federal government can do alone, particularly because many of the attacks may end up being lone wolf attacks rather than those imported from the outside. The attack in San Bernardino killed 14 of our fellow Americans, and here's a hard truth. We probably lost even more Americans than that to guns this weekend alone. On Saturday, another one of our communities was terrorized by gun violence. As many of you read, 6 people were gunned down in a rampage in Kalamazoo, Michigan. Before I joined all of you, I called the mayor, the sheriff, and the police chief there and told them that they would have whatever federal support they needed in their investigation. Their local officials and first responders, by the way, did an outstanding job in apprehending the individual very quickly. But you got families who are shattered today. Earlier this year, I took some steps that will make it harder for dangerous people like this individual to buy a gun, but clearly we're going to need to do more if we're going to keep innocent Americans safe. And I've got to assume that all of you are just as tired as I am of seeing this stuff happen in your states. So that's an area where we also need to partner and think about what we can do in a common sense way, in a bipartisan way, without some of the ideological rhetoric that so often surrounds that issue. A second area of threats that we're focused on is cyber threats. The technology that connects us like never before also allows our adversaries to do us harm. Hackers and nations have targeted our military, our corporations, the federal government, and state governments. They're a threat to our national security. They're also a threat to our economic leadership. They're a threat to our critical infrastructure. They're a threat to the privacy and public safety of the American people. This is a complex challenge, and we're not going to be able to meet it alone. We've made a lot of progress these past 7 years, including sharing more information with industry and with your states. But all of us are still vulnerable. So this is why earlier this month I launched the Cybersecurity National Action Plan and proposed significant funding to push our cybersecurity efforts in a more aggressive direction. We're going to start a major overhaul of federal computer systems. I want to do more with your states, including sharing more information about threats, improving our joint response capabilities. We have initiated a joint bipartisan commission made up of one of my national security advisors, former national security advisors, Tom Donilon, but joined with the former CEO of IBM so that they can work together to help provide us a sense of direction both at the federal and state levels as well as the private sector in terms of how we move forward on this. We're going to want your input, and I think that we probably have some good ideas about where your vulnerabilities are in terms of your state databases and what you're doing there. So that's an area where I think we can profitably work together. Finally, we all have to remain vigilant when it comes to the spread of disease. Since late last year, my administration has been focused on the threat of Zika. So far, while there's no evidence of Zika transmission from mosquitoes here in the continental United States, there are confirmed cases in Puerto Rico. And as leaders, it's important that we convey very basic facts, including the fact that Zika is not like Ebola. Ebola was primarily spread from human to human. Based on what we know right now, Zika spreads predominantly through the bite of a certain kind of mosquito that's limited to certain parts of the country. Symptoms are generally very mild. Most folks don't even realize that they have it, but as all of you have read, the possible connection between Zika, birth defects, and other serious health problems means that we've got to take precautions, particularly with respect to women who are pregnant or are trying to get pregnant. So we're going to be fighting this disease at every level with every tool at our disposal. I've called on Congress to approve about $1.9 billion in emergency funding for our efforts at home and abroad, including research into better diagnostic tools, new vaccines, improved methods of mosquito control, and support for Puerto Rico and territories where there are confirmed cases. And we're going to be launching an aggressive coordinated campaign with the NGA to stop Zika at the source and keep Americans healthy. I hope each of you join us, especially if you're in some of the southern states where the risk of transmission may be higher. So fighting terrorism and gun violence, combating cyber attacks and cyber threats, guarding against the outbreak of disease, these are some areas where there shouldn't be any dispute. We've got to be working together to keep our country safe and strong. And I look forward to the partnership with the NGA and each and every one of you in all of these areas. I should point out that one of the things I'm proudest of over the course of the last 7 years is that the federal coordination with state and local governments with respect to disaster response, I think has been extraordinary. I'm really proud of the work that Craig Fugate and FEMA has done. I think that that kind of model of partnership across many of these threats is exactly what's needed to give the American people the confidence that their government's on their side when they need it most. All right? So with that, I'm going to take some questions, and I'm going to start with your chairman. Governor Herbert. You can use the microphone. There you go.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. We, again, are appreciative of your willingness to let us come in and talk with you and the Vice President about issues that are near and dear to us as governors and near and dear to us as an association with the NGA. I'm struck by the ability we've had to have cordial relationships with your cabinet, and I want to compliment your people there. In fact, one of them talked about the importance of communication and used the term cooperative federalism as really a way for us to get things done better in a collaborative fashion between the states and the federal government. I'll just mention one that comes to my mind, and that's working with your Department of Interior, Sally Jewell, as Secretary. During the federal shutdown, we were able to work together, communicate, and collaborate, and open up the 5 national parks in Utah to the benefit of the people of Utah and Americans and people, really world travelers overall. So again, an effort of communication and cooperation, which I think is a great success. I do hearken back to a failure, maybe an epic failure of lack of communication on a previous administration where a national monument was designated in Utah, larger than the state of Delaware, 2.5 times larger than Rhode Island. Still, the Vice President made a little.
Where's Jack?
Yeah. At any rate, the problem was that Governor Mike Leavitt then found out about that designation by reading the Washington Post. That was the other side of the coin of not good communication. I expect all governors have got successes and probably where we could do better. And so my question to you, Mr. President, really is in the effort of the National Governors Association. What can we do as an NGA, as states, to communicate better with the federal government? And what can the federal government do better to communicate with the states so that we have this spirit of cooperation? And really this should go post us. We'll all ride off in the sunset sometime, but it'd be nice if we had some kind of institutional process to make sure that we work together in a collaborative fashion, communicate better, and have better outcomes on behalf of the American people.
Good. Well, first of all, I think the NGA generally has been a terrific partner for us. I hope you feel the same way. My instructions to my cabinet, to my secretaries, have always been that we have certain laws, statutes, mandates that we have to abide by. We have certain policies that we care deeply about. But my instructions to them have been, you check with the governors and the localities that are being impacted, and if they have ideas about how to achieve the mission in a more flexible, sensible way, and we've got that flexibility, we should exercise it. And that's been my consistent message, and I think many of you have benefited from those kinds of interactions. What I do is Gary, throw the question back at you, not for today, but maybe one of the projects that we can do jointly together, is sort of do an inventory of what's worked and what hasn't institutionally in terms of communication. Where have there areas where governors have been concerned that they haven't gotten the heads up fast enough? Where are the areas where communications has been strong? And let's see if we can improve that communication. But my overall impression has been communication with the cabinet secretaries has been good. I think that our Intergovernmental Affairs Office has tried to be very active. There may be some additional things that we could do to improve that, and I'd be happy to hear ideas from your side about what could be done. I will tell you that probably where there's the biggest gap in communications has to do with our interactions with governors versus our interactions with your congressional delegations. That's where oftentimes things diverge. So we'll have a conversation with the governors, and they'll identify a priority. We work out some approach to get something done, and then it turns out that the congressional delegations have an entirely different idea. And the biggest example would be on transportation, for example, where Anthony Fox probably traveled to every single one of your states, talked, and before that, Ray LaHood, talked about things that needed to get done. Everybody was excited about getting them done, but we just couldn't get Congress to move. And so one of the things that I think would be interesting as we explore better communications is how do we maybe create a triangle where we have some interaction with states, a state's governors and its congressional delegation at the same time. Now, sometimes that's difficult because there are different parties, maybe different political agendas. Sometimes, though, there may be commonality, and it's just a matter of closing the loop so that congressional staff know what the governor's staff is saying, know what our staff is saying. So,
why don't you just assign the Congress?
Just assign the Congress to them generally. Well, they've got their own legislatures. I know that they enjoy those interactions tremendously. Next, Terry McAuliffe. Where's Terry? Here he is.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me first, great night last night. Thank you on behalf of all the governors. Shaka Khan. I've been listening to her for 40 years.
That was Michelle, basically, that put that together. I tried to take credit last night, and nobody believed me, and rightly so.
But let me just say that we just finished, Mr. President, 4 great days of the Governors Association with the great leadership of Gary. But Gary and I met with your team, Jerry, about 6 weeks ago, and Valerie, we laid out what we needed. Your administration gave us everything we needed. We had the secure briefing at the FBI. So let me just say this has been a great meeting. On behalf of all the governors here, let's give a round of applause to the administration and the great work that they did. And thank you very much. We're here from 50 states, different political parties. We all have different interests in our states, but one issue that brings a lot of us together is the issue of trade. It is a global economy that we have today. Many of us do international trade trips. I've done 13 in my first 2 years. I just got back from the Middle East and from Cuba. 95% of the world's customers live outside of America. 81% of the growth in the next 5 years will occur outside America. Trade is critical to grow our economies. So, Mr. President, could you give us an update on the trade policy, where the legislation is, and most importantly, what can we do to help you push trade with the Congress? Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that question, Terry. And Governor Herbert and I were talking about this a little bit yesterday. When I visited Utah, you told me how much of Utah's economy depends on exports and international trade. And that's true for so many of us. Now, maybe the way to answer this is to give sort of a broad overview of how I think the politics have shaped the narrative around trade, and then let me give you some of the facts and what's going on with TPP. Over our lifetimes, and certainly accelerated over the last 25, 30 years, this has become a global economy and not a national economy. The global supply chain, distribution, the fact that a company can set up house anywhere where there's an internet service, the fact that these big cargo containers can ship things more efficiently than ever before, the logistical hubs and speed with which they can move goods and services around the world, all of this has created a global marketplace. The good news is that we are best positioned to take advantage of this global marketplace than anybody else. We've got the best cards. We've got the best businesses. We've got the best technology, the best innovation. We've got the best workers. We are a free market, dynamic economy like nobody else. The challenge is that there have been disruptions as a consequence of that global trade. There's no doubt about it. And in every one of your states, there have been times where somebody has been affected. And not all the trade deals in the past were designed just to look out for workers. There were times where it was good for consumers. It was good for the businesses that may have found lower wages. But it wasn't always good for those communities that had big plants, particularly in manufacturing, that got shipped overseas. And that's made people suspicious about trade. and understandably so. You know, on the one hand, people benefit from low prices and low inflation, and the degree to which globalization has given people access to more products at lower prices than ever before. That's something that people maybe take for granted, but what they see very directly oftentimes around trade is this plant closed. You used to be able to walk in, even without a college education, get a job. If you worked hard, you'd have a middle-class life and benefits and health care and could take care of your family, and now those jobs have contracted. So that's the prism through which a lot of folks have been looking at trade. And I understand and I'm sympathetic, because I've seen this in my own home state, of why people are suspicious. But if you look at what's happened over the last 7 years since I came into office, first of all, exports drove the early part of this recovery. That was true in every state and in almost every sector. If you're an agricultural state, the ag community was making out great for the vast majority of this administration because of exports. Second thing that happened was we actually rebuilt manufacturing and started bringing manufacturing jobs back here, because what folks started to figure out was U.S. Workers have become so competitive, and we remain such a significant marketplace, and our energy costs here are low, that it makes sense oftentimes to locate here, even if you're paying a higher wage, because net, it's going to be more profitable. So we have created more manufacturing jobs than at any time since the 1990s, despite an open trade regime. And it is because of my confidence in our ability to compete and the fact that we have no choice but to compete that we said, where's the next big market where folks are selling us goods, but we're not able to sell them goods? And we looked at the Asia-Pacific region that is the fastest growing, most dynamic, youngest population in the world, and where invariably economic activity is going to be driving much of the world economy for decades to come. And our concern there was that China was the 800-pound gorilla, and if we allowed them to set trade rules out there, American businesses and American workers were going to be cut out. And if we got in there and we set the terms of trade, making sure that there were high labor standards, making sure that there were high environmental standards, making sure that intellectual property was protected, making sure that the things that we do well were protected, and that those countries that are selling to us right now but are keeping our goods out lowered those barriers. If we did all those things, then it would be an improvement for American businesses and American workers, and we would know that we would be able to compete in those areas for years to come. So we got TPP done. Mr. Michael Froman is here. He can, if he hasn't already, he will brief you on every paragraph, every comma, every T that's crossed and I that's dotted on the agreement. But the bottom line is this. It is, I believe, indisputable that once we have TPP in place, we, American companies, American workers, will be better off than the existing trade regime that we have right now. I mean, I'll just give you a very simple example. Right now, there are 18,000 tariffs, taxes essentially, on American goods and services that would all be eliminated. So if you got a rancher in Colorado, they can sell beef to Japan in ways that they cannot do right now, and that is a huge market for them. If you are interested in selling cars in Southeast Asia, right now, oftentimes they're going to slap a 70% tax on the value of the car, which means you're not competitive. We're going to bring those down. Nobody has described for me, none of the critics of this trade deal have described for me how we're better off with the current status quo, where those folks are all keeping tariffs high, than we would be with TPP. What they argue against is old trade deals, and I keep on explaining to them, look, I can't do anything about what may have happened 40, 30 years ago, but I can do something about what's going on right now. And by the way, because Mexico and Canada are signatories to this deal, it actually does strengthen labor and environmental protections within NAFTA, which previously had been one of the main complaints of critics. Now, having said all that, the emotions around trade are still strong. Labor unions, and I am a big labor guy, you know, they're not happy with me on this. They disagree with me because they have memories of this weakening the manufacturing base in America. And no matter how much I indicate that the facts show this will improve the position of American workers and we will slowly raise labor standards overseas as a consequence, they're adamant in their opposition. Which means that we have, in order to get this passed through Congress, have to depend on a set of strong pro-trade Democrats who recognize the importance of trade to their economies and their membership, their constituencies, and Republicans who historically at least have been in favor of the free market and in favor of trade. I am cautiously optimistic that we can still get it done. Leader McConnell and Speaker Ryan both have been supportive of this trade deal. They've had some concerns along the margins of the trade deal. You know, I'll just give you one example. With respect to tobacco, we said very explicitly in this trade deal that any country that regulates tobacco is not somehow violating trade agreements. As long as it's done fairly, as long as they're not discriminating against American tobacco companies versus their own or those of other countries, but as a public health matter, they can regulate tobacco. That raises some sensitivities in Kentucky. So, you know, there are those kinds of issues, but overall they have been supportive. The presidential campaigns have created some noise within and roiled things a little bit within the Republican Party as well as the Democratic Party around this issue. I think we should just have a good, solid, healthy debate about it. We're going to sign to enter this agreement, present it formally with some sort of implementation documents to Congress at some point this year, and my hope is that we can get votes. What Congress can do, or what all of you can do to help, is to talk to your congressional delegations and let them know this is really important. It is inconceivable if, for example, you are in California, that you don't want a Trans-Pacific partnership that ensures the gateway for commerce in the Pacific is open to California businesses and workers for decades to come. It's inconceivable that you'd be opposed to that. I mean, we've got longshoremen in California who are opposed to that. I said, where do you think your jobs come from? It's from moving stuff off those containers onto trucks and rail to fan out all across the country. This creates jobs for you. But that gives you some sense of some of the emotions that I think are sometimes blocking this up. All of you, though, can really lift up the benefits for your states and talk to your congressional delegations directly. Talk to your businesses, by the way, because they'll tell you how important this is to them. All right. Who else we got? Yep, go ahead.
Mr. President, Matt Mead from Wyoming. A great celebration is going on this year. It's the 100th anniversary of the National Park Service. And as the state with the first national park, we're very proud. This a great opportunity for the country to celebrate parks and what they bring not only to our nation, but to our world.
You got some pretty nice ones.
Well, you could even say the best if you really want to do it.
I wasn't going to go there, but they're really nice. I got to admit.
Just interested in accuracy, Mr. President. But anyway, Mr. President, thank you for last night. We all enjoyed that. So I'm chair of the Natural Resources Committee for the National Governors Association, and we had a good meeting this week. There was discussion, and certainly we don't all agree as governors in terms of sort of and national energy policy and where we should go. As you know, we are a big mineral state in Wyoming, and there's other mineral states here as well. And I know you've addressed climate change, and we may have different points of view on that. But it does seem, from my perspective, that if the concern is fossil fuels, we have to continue to invest in R&D to say, listen, it's real. I mean, coal produces 40% electricity in this country. If that's the concern, let's work to clean it up. We appreciate the work of the Secretary of Energy in doing that. We now see, though, a 5% reduction in R&D in terms of where that may go. And at least from our standpoint, we're investing in R&D in our state on how to make improvements in coal and other energy resources. And so I think from the national government's perspective, what is the long-term view in how we make things better where we have areas of concerns? Thank you, Mr. President.
Sure. Well, I appreciate the constructive conversations that have taken place between the NGA and the energy-producing states. Number one, climate change is real. The science is clear. We can debate how we approach the problem, but we can't debate the science. I just have to be very clear about that. At least, you know, the analogy that I've used is that if you went to a doctor and he said, you've got a disease, and you said you want a second opinion, the second doctor said you had the disease, you went to 100 doctors and 99 of them said you had the disease, at a certain point you'd say, I got to do something about this. And that essentially is the situation with respect to climate change. 99% of scientists are saying this is a really serious problem, not a sort of kind of maybe off in the distant future problem. This is a problem that is going to get worse in the lifetime of our children and our grandchildren, and there is such a thing as being too late on this. Because if you start getting into a feedback loop where fundamental weather patterns and ocean temperatures are changing, we can't reverse it. And the effects will be profound. So that's point number one. Point number two is, in order to grow the economy, we've got to have energy. And economic growth remains a top priority for Democrats and Republicans alike, and every governor and every president, whoever takes my place, they're going to want to grow the economy. And by the way, that's true internationally. In fact, there are countries like India where it's even more desperate. They don't have electricity. They've got to produce electricity in order to develop, and if we aren't giving them options, if the only message we have for them is stay poor, we're not going to solve the problem. So this is not an either-or issue. We've got to grow the economy, which means we've got to produce energy, and we've got to deal with climate change. The good news is that technology and research and development are accelerating rapidly, and because of the Paris Agreement that we struck, you are going to see more investment from the private sector, not just from governmental sectors, and that is going to accelerate progress even more. You take an example like solar. When I came into office, we set goals that we thought were really ambitious. And the amount of solar energy that is being produced now and the unit costs dropping faster than any of us imagined means that we could be on a path where a huge portion of our energy needs can readily be provided through renewable energy, clean energy, much faster than any of us would have anticipated even a few years earlier. Now, with respect to those states that continue to have a significant traditional fossil fuel extractive set of industries, number one, we have not discouraged, we've encouraged production. Throughout my presidency, oil and gas production have gone up significantly. We have put ourselves in a position because of new technologies to produce more than ever before, and that's changed the geopolitical landscape. We have, Sally Jewell, I think, has been, and prior to her, Ken Salazar, have tried to be very flexible in thinking about how do we continue to meet our energy needs. We haven't shut down energy production outside of very sensitive areas that are of significant concern. The main shift that's taken place is because U.S. production's been so high, prices have plummeted, and that's changed the equation for private sector companies. That's a global price issue. And the second thing that's changed, frankly, is natural gas started supplanting coal because it became so cheap, and that hurt coal industries. Now, having said that, I continue to believe that there are areas of research and development that have to be done because we are going to continue to use fossil fuels for our lifetime. Those aren't going to immediately go away. And certainly they will be used in other countries. And if we can figure out how to make those cleaner, that helps all of us. I want India and China to know how to use clean coal because they're going to be building coal plants anyway. And if we've got technology that can help make sure that it's not emitting huge amounts of carbon, all the better. So historically, since I've come into office, we have invested in technologies to capture carbon from coal-fired plants. The technologies are there. The problem is that they're just really expensive right now. And so given relative prices to natural gas and other options, they haven't been deployed. We are going to continue to invest in trying to bring those costs down. But frankly, in this marketplace, it may be a while before it is economical for anybody to imagine wanting to use that. Ironically, what would actually accelerate clean coal technology, so-called clean coal technology, would be the work that we did in Paris to restrict the amount of carbon that's being produced. That means that it starts becoming more expensive to generate carbon, and there's greater incentive then for private sector dollars as well as public money to go into research and how do we capture coal. Similarly, when it comes to oil and gas, a lot of methane is generated from the extraction of oil and gas, and we want to invest in research that helps us figure out how to reduce the methane that also causes climate change. So my goal is to increase overall research and development dollars in the energy sector. We underinvest as a nation relative to, for example, our expenditures on healthcare research. I'm all for that. We've got our cancer moonshot, and we're significantly increasing our investment in medical research. But we should be doing the exact same thing on energy. How it's allocated is something that probably I'll make sure that Ernie meets with your governors to talk about. But I want to be honest with you. If those states with extractive industries are not currently preparing for the fact that the energy mix is going to continue to change over time, you're probably doing a disservice to your constituencies. And what we should be doing at the federal government level is helping maximize your production, minimizing your pollution, but also preparing you for the fact that 20, 30 years from now, there's going to be a higher mix of clean energy and a lower mix of traditional fossil fuels. That is almost inevitable. Even if there's somebody in this seat, in this White House, who disagrees with me on all this stuff, it's still going to happen, just because of the trend lines internationally. And we should prepare ourselves for that. All right? Yeah. Mark.
Mr. President, I've had the chance to speak with you before about the impact of China's dumping on Minnesota's iron ore, and thank you again for sending your chief of staff up to meet there. As I've talked with other governors here this weekend, the impact of the China's exports and dumping have been affecting a lot of other industries too, and I'm wondering if it's, given your emphasis on free trade, and you're right about that. If there's also a way that you can be more aggressive about preventing China from doing what it's doing.
Well, first of all, the good news is we've been more aggressive than previous administrations when it comes to bringing enforcement actions, and this is an area where even the steel workers, as much as they may object to TPP, would acknowledge we've done a lot on this front. The other piece of good news is that we actually had a companion bill to our Trade Promotion Authority that just passed the House and the Senate, and that I'm getting prepared to sign, that will give us additional tools for enforcement. More resources, more personnel, allows us to take more aggressive actions. So you're going to see firm, tough enforcement of our existing trade laws. What is important is that we don't get confused by thinking that we should close off trade as an enforcement tool, because that is not possible. What is possible is making sure that everybody's playing on a level playing field and that people are operating fairly. And frankly, I don't think it's any secret that China in the past has not always operated fairly. They are now in a process where they're trying to transition their economic model. They recognize that they can't forever sustain an export-driven growth model, but it's going to take some time, and it's tempting for them to solve short-term problems by just dumping a bunch of state-subsidized goods into the U.S. market. And we've been very clear with them about the fact that that's not going to work. We're going to put in place tools to make sure it doesn't work. This is similar to the issue of currency manipulation. In the past, there has been currency manipulation by the Chinese. Right now, frankly, their interventions to prop up their currency rather than to devalue it, because a lot of people have been nervous about the Chinese economy. But we've said to them, you've got to have an orderly, market-based currency system that's not designed to advantage your companies over ours. And we are consistently pushing them very hard on that, and we've got some new tools to make progress on that, thanks to the bill that was just passed. Yeah. Governor Hogan.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, as your next-door neighbor in Maryland, thank you again for the hospitality. Absolutely. And on a personal note, I want to thank you for you personally reaching out when I was going through my cancer battle. It meant an awful lot to me. I'm the chairman of the Economic Development and Commerce Committee for the NGA, and we had a terrific meeting on Saturday. I unfortunately was not in attendance because we had a funeral for one of our fallen law enforcement officers that killed in the line of duty, but Governor Tomlin from West Virginia did a terrific job running the meeting. He's the vice chair. There was a lot of terrific discussions that came out of that, a lot of agreement between the governors, a lot of bipartisan cooperation, and people focused on a number of important issues. One of them was regulatory reform, something that we're doing in Maryland and finding a lot of bipartisan support on. I think there are Democratic and Republican governors who believe that this is important to help us grow businesses and grow jobs.
Right.
And I believe it's something that you feel is important, and I remember last year when we had our meeting, you talked about that as well. So my question for you is, would you be willing to commit to have the administration work with the RGA, with a task force, on taking a look at this regulatory review at the federal, state, and local level?
Absolutely, although I think you said RGA, and I'm assuming you meant NGA.
Whoa,
but I'll work.
I was talking about bipartisanship and then said RGA. That was a big mistake. It was the NGA.
You just cut out your Democratic brethren here. No, just a quick word about regulation, and this, I think, reiterates something that I've said in the past. There are some regulations we have put forward that some of you don't like. More commonly, there are regulations that we are obliged to enforce. They didn't just pop out of our heads, but we have to enforce them, and you don't like them. There's some regulations I don't like that I think are hugely inefficient, or were well-intended but proved not to work well, or just the economy's changed. I mean, my favorite example was there were a bunch of rules around rail, right, or trucks, where they didn't account for the fact that there's GPS now. And so what I have done is assigned my cabinet and the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, to work vigorously not only to scrub new regulations we may be proposing, but to look back and see what are the old ones on the books that don't make sense anymore. Now, the good news is we've made some progress. We don't get a lot of credit for that because it's sort of the dog that doesn't bark. If we get rid of wasteful regulations, we don't get a lot of applause for it. But we have eliminated tons of paperwork. We have eliminated tons of forms that have to be filled out. We have streamlined a whole lot of processes, and we're interested in doing more. And this is an area during the next year where we've got room to do more because we don't need Congress on a lot of this stuff to do it. So I am very much in favor of the NGA. Give us a list of those regulatory actions or constraints that you find most troublesome, most illogical, most frustrating. And I can't guarantee you that we will be able to eliminate all those regulations. Some of them may be statutory, we got no choice, even though we agree with you. Some of them, we may just not agree with you. I mean, there are going to be some environmental regulations where, some governors think this is inconvenient, it's impeding development, and we're going to say, well, this is protecting children's health, for example. And so there are going to be some areas of disagreement. My suspicion is there are going to be some areas where we really welcome your advice, and we'll do everything we can to see if we can strike some of these ineffective regulations off the books before we get out of here. So I'm very eager to work on you on this. And by the way, if any of you doubt my claim that we have actually eliminated a whole bunch of regulations, we can give you a whole manual. Sean Donovan knows because I've charged him with this, and prior to that, Mr. Froman and others, and Sylvia, before she was HHS Secretary, they've all been working on this. They know how important I think this is. I do not believe in regulation for regulation's sake, contrary to rumor. This idea that somehow I get a kick out of big government, it's just not the case. The truth of the matter is, if something's working without us being involved, we got more than enough to do without getting involved in it. We really do. It's not like I'm waking up every morning thinking, how can I add more work for me? I don't think that way. So if there's something that we can stop doing or do smarter, do better, we're happy to do it. But a lot of times when folks say this is a bad regulation that's burdening government and not helping anybody, they're just looking at one side of the equation, and when you actually subject it to the cost-benefit analysis, it turns out that it's saving a lot of lives, it's keeping a lot of people out of the hospital, it's making a big difference. I should mention, by the way, when I was coming up back in the 80s, when I was a law student, cost-benefit analysis was considered a really radical conservative idea. And this administration has been more vigorous in applying cost-benefit analysis than any prior administration, including the one that just preceded me. I mean, we have been very stringent and very tight, and our numbers all check out when it comes to the costs and the benefits that we apply to these tests. Even on some of the big regulations you hear about that you don't like, they're not issued unless we think that the benefits substantially outweigh the costs. And we have the numbers to prove it. So for those of you who think that I'm just a big government crazy liberal, you know, we're actually, we've crunched some numbers around here. We take it very seriously. Yeah. Okay.
Mr. President, thank you. I'm always amazed to be in these sessions where you spend so much time with us, and your next answer is even more brilliant than the last. So thank you so much for being such a great
He's
president.
a Democrat, as
you
you
can't
can
get over it. A Republican just said that to me.
Yeah.
Hey, we spoke on Friday a little bit about the opiate crisis. I want to give you both an update and ask you a question. I think that we are probably united and making real progress across America, governors, Congress folks, certainly you and your administration, in helping us to fight this battle. And as someone who was on the front lines of this pretty early, you know, I think much like your frustration with the gun challenges, where you're constantly consoling moms and dads and parents, we had at our Health and Welfare Committee, which is chaired by Governor Baker and Governor Hassan, we heard from another mom who lost her son. There was someone there who told me that they had, in their state, one of our governors had a family lose their son and their daughter. So I think what we're all trying to do, and frankly, Director of the FBI, Loretta Lynch, is a huge partner to us in this, is do criminal justice reform, start treating this as a disease and not a crime, get treatment built out as fast as we can, and get Narcan out as fast as we can so we stop losing lives unnecessarily. Those are the three things I think that we all are doing in some way. I mentioned on Friday, if one of my challenges, and I think other governors are finding this, is as you build out treatment, particularly in rural America, we can't get enough docs who are able to meet the demand of our waiting lists. So if we could get physician assistants, nurse practitioners to be able to prescribe the recovery drugs, we'd all be better off. I mean, as you probably know, they can now pass this stuff out. They can, you know, prescribe OxyContin. Then we don't let them prescribe the stuff that gets you off the OxyContin. But the most important one, and I just want to give you an update, our committee voted unanimously to adopt protocols on prescribing practices for OxyContin and other painkillers. And I'm just curious, you know, we can do that as governors. It takes time. Doesn't apply to all 50 states. When you look at the numbers on this stuff, it's just staggering. Now, I know you know this, but in 2010, we prescribed enough OxyContin to keep every adult in America high for a month. In 2012, we prescribed enough OxyContin to give 250 million doses, to give every adult American their own personal bottle. And I guess I'm asking you if by rule or with putting pressure on FDA, you might consider a national approach which simply says, you know, for minor procedures, we're going to limit this to 10 pills, and after that, you got to come back for more, because there is a direct correlation between the lives we're losing. The kids are the biggest victims of this. I've got my agency of Human Services struggling to come up with enough foster kids as we put more and more kids into custody because their parents do horrid things to them when they're under the influence of this stuff. It is such an epidemic, you know, and if this was, we're losing 130 people a day. If this was, imagine that we were losing 130 people a day in America to terrorism. I mean, you know, we've got to come up with a more rational approach to prescribing prescription drugs. To be candid, the docs, the AMA, are resistant to listening to politicians like us talking about how many pills to prescribe. But is there something you could do on a national level that would help us get out of this tragic mess?
Okay. Well, first of all, I appreciate the work that Governor Baker and Governor Hassan and you and others are doing on this. As all of you know, I went down to West Virginia and had an entire hearing on this. And yeah, the stories you hear are heartbreaking. And what was striking was the number of high-ranking elected officials in the state whose own families had been affected directly by this. And so the good news is that there is strong bipartisan support to address this issue. I would be remiss if I didn't also say the good news is that the broader society is recognizing the importance of taking a public health approach as well as a criminalization approach when it comes to drug addiction and abuse generally. Because I think when it was isolated to certain low-income communities or minority communities, the tendency was jail was a sufficient deterrent or approach. And as it has affected a broader and broader cross-section of America, people start realizing, you know, this is a complicated problem. There has to be a law enforcement element, but there also has to be a public health element to it. I want to thank Sylvia Burwell's been at the front lines of this at HHS, also, by the way, a native West Virginian, so she's seen her own community affected by this. Loretta Lynch has been hugely active in thinking about how does the criminal element of this fit with the public health process. I want to recognize Tom Vilsack as well, though, one of your own as a former governor, who's been outstanding in chairing our rural council. And just 2 weeks ago, Tom convened a meeting in which we said, how do we get all hands on deck, all the agencies to focus on this in a comprehensive way? And my hope is that they've started to share with you and your committee what it is that we're looking at. I think there's going to be a lot of overlap. My suspicion is we're going to be seeing the same things. A couple of points I just want to make very quickly. Number one, the most striking statistic that came out of that meeting, and I wasn't in the entire meeting, was that in 85% of rural counties in America, there is insufficient or none or no drug treatment or mental health treatment available. So part of what's happening here, we talked about this at an earlier meeting, Peter. You know, you've got somebody who works on a farm, gets injured. They don't even have a doctor close by. It takes them 2 hours to drive, and finally the pain gets so bad they head out there. They get to the doctor. They don't necessarily have health insurance, although they should at this point, depending on what state they're living in. Just a small comment on the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid expansion. But if they don't have health insurance, they drive out and the doc says, well, you know what, you need an operation, you need rotator cuff surgery, you need this, you need that. Doc, I can't afford that. Can you just give me something to kill the pain? They get a bottle, they drive off, they get hooked on it, and then it turns out that it's a lot cheaper to refill the prescription with heroin on the street than it is to try to manage getting more of these pills. And then folks are off to the races. And what we've seen is that those who are marketing heroin are now tracking where which communities are most vulnerable. So what we have to do, I think, is to make a big push for additional treatment and mental health services in rural communities generally, make a big push for public health and prevention in communities generally, and then have a very specific approach to working with the docs, the hospitals, the providers, so that they are not overprescribing. And that can be done at a national level, but it is most profitably done, I think, if we have bipartisan support from the governors, so that by the time it gets to the national level, there's consensus and there's not a lot of politics involved in it. But I guess my point, the reason I raised the general issues of public health is that if we go to the doctors right now and say don't overprescribe, without providing some mechanisms for people in these communities to deal with the pain that they have or the issues that they have, then we're not going to solve the problem, because the pain's real. The mental illness is real. In some cases, addiction's already there. In some cases, these are underserved communities when it comes to the number of doctors and nurses and practitioners. I agree with you, by the way, that we should be pushing the doctors. This is true for our healthcare system generally. Advanced practice nurses and physician's assistants can do more than they currently are allowed to do. And that could save the whole system money, but it could also prevent some of the overprescribing that is currently taking place. But we're looking at a comprehensive approach. What I'd suggest, Cynthia, have you guys already met with the governor's task force on this? Yeah, but we're all over this, and we appreciate your interest. This is an area where I can get agreement from Bernie Sanders and Mitch McConnell. That doesn't happen that often, but this is one, and it indicates the severity of the issue. All right.
As a non-Democrat, I can't be quite as gratuitous, but I do appreciate the graciousness, the generosity of your time, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Quick question, something that affects each of us as governors individually is debt. It's crippling to some of us, less so to others. Curious as to your thoughts on the debt of this nation and the lack of any political discourse on either side of the aisle in any of the debates on this issue, and what in the next 10 months your administration can do to draw attention to this, to address it, to change, start to change the course of direction that is currently underway.
Well, we're going to be releasing a budget, so that will be a significant topic of conversation. Maybe I'll just break it out into its component parts. Obviously, the federal government, unlike state governments, does not have in the Constitution that at the end of each year it has to balance its budget. I know that there are those in this room who would probably be for the federal government having a balanced budget amendment. I would not be one of those because in modern economic history, what is clear is that there has to be some flexibility for the federal government, the sovereign nation, to issue debt in order to deal with recession, national emergencies, and so on. What is also true is the way that the federal government keeps the books is different than an ordinary business. A lot of times people will use a family or a business as an example, but just to take one instance, the federal government doesn't have a separate accounting for capital expenditures, which would then depreciate, and so you'd have a whole nother way of doing bookkeeping. There you go. That happens to me all the time. So the analogy is not exactly the same as the federal government versus state governments or businesses or families. Now, having said that, the good news is that since I came into office, we've reduced the deficit by 2/3. That is a combination of the recovery, which brought in more tax revenue, raising taxes on the top 2%, which everybody claimed was going to be a jobs killer, but we've now had 14 million jobs created or more, essentially over the last 6 years. And we've made some cuts in spending. And all of that has led to a 2/3 reduction. And that, our budget will reflect, we will sustain, more or less, in the out years over the next decade. The real problem that we have when it comes to debt is very simple. It is that our population's getting older, and we use a lot of health care. And health care, we spend more for less, frankly, than most other advanced nations, partly because we do a lot of emergency room care, Some of it is because we overprescribe, we overtest. Some of it is we drive innovation and technology, and people always want the best stuff, but that costs money. Some of it is because the accident of how our healthcare system evolved means that we got private sector involvement, and they've got to make a profit, and they've got overhead and so forth. So there are a whole bunch of reasons, but essentially we spend about 6 to 8% more than our wealthy nation counterparts per capita on healthcare. That delta, that difference, is our debt. And that is the reason why, since I came into office, I was interested in reforming healthcare. It was not just the compassion I felt for people personally being impacted, getting sick and losing their home, or not being able to get care for their kids, or having to go to the emergency room because of routine issues that should have been dealt with by a primary care physician. It also had to do with the fact that this system is hugely inefficient, and if we don't make it more efficient, then we're not going to solve our debt problem. So what you'll see reflected, I think, in the budget that I present is we have stabilized what we're adding to it each year in terms of discretionary spending, taxes, revenue, income. But what we're going to have to tackle long term is healthcare spending. And if we don't do that, then we can cut food stamps, and we can cut WIC programs, and we can cut education programs, and you can cut out Head Start. You can cut out every single discretionary program that Democrats support and a lot of governors, Republican governors support, but sometimes members of Congress say are wastes or big government or what have you. You can get rid of all that discretionary spending. It won't matter, because the big ticket item is Medicare, Medicaid, and in the private sector, the big ticket item, that's where the inflation is on the healthcare side. So, so my hope is that we get into a serious conversation. Maybe it'll have to happen once I'm gone, because the Affordable Care Act and the debate around healthcare has gotten so politicized, so toxic, that we can't have a sensible conversation about it, despite the fact that I implemented a measure that was passed by a Republican governor, but that's a whole other question. And we've embraced cost-saving measures that used to be championed by Republicans, and then suddenly now this is some Obama scheme or plot. But maybe once I'm gone, we can go back to have a sensible conversation between Democrats and Republicans about how we should incentivize greater efficiency, better outcomes, higher quality for lower cost in our healthcare system. And if we do that, that's going to make the biggest difference. The single biggest thing that we were able to do to bring down any additions to the debt since I've been in office was, over the last 3 to 4 years, we've kept healthcare inflation at its lowest rate in 50 years, since the Affordable Care Act passed. And because of that, the Medicare Trust Fund, we essentially saved well over $100 billion. I think it was about 160, and counting, just by making healthcare more efficient. And by the way, people got just as good or better care. This wasn't done through rationing. It wasn't done through us cutting people out of the program. It just had to do with better delivery. That's part of the reason, by the way, why I think that Medicaid expansion, where it has been implemented, is smart. It is going to prevent you from having bigger problems down the road that your states are going to have to pay for. I don't expect any of you to agree with me right now, but if you just look at where it's been implemented effectively, it's going to save you money over the long term. It's been done really well in Kentucky, but that's a whole other question. I got time for one more question or two? I'm going to make it two. Jack.
Mr. President, thank you. On a topic that I know is of significant interest to you, and the Attorney General talked to us earlier about criminal justice reform. You know, most of our conversation here is always about policy, but I do have one specific thought regarding your convening power, which I have seen play out incredibly well when it comes to some health care issues as well as some college access issues. We all know that one of the most important predictors regarding whether the 97% of the people who are in our prisons, when they come out, whether or not they're going to be on a decent path, is whether or not they can get a job. And so there's a lot of great work going on around the country, both Democratic and Republican governors alike. The beauty of this is it really is a bipartisan issue. But in addition to all the great policy work that's being done, one of the most important things, I think, is getting employers to the table. And this is an issue, as I was speaking with Valerie last night, an issue I was invited a couple months ago to New Orleans by the Koch brothers to speak at a conference on criminal justice reform. Never really expected to be invited by the Koch brothers to speak at something, but really doing some terrific work. But I do think there really is an opportunity to get employers across the country to the table to recognize the importance of this issue, the fact that a lot of these folks can actually do a good job. And I think if we can move the needle not only on all the policy work, but on also getting employers to take a chance on some folks, a lot of them really very low-risk ex-offenders, we can really make a difference. We can keep them out of prison and contributing, because I think we all recognize that, you know, there's just no way we as a country, we as any community can be successful when we have so many able-bodied, able-minded people who are staying on the fringes. And we have lots of populations in that category, but I think the ex-offenders is one specifically where the White House's convening authority could make a huge difference.
Good. Well, I appreciate that, Jack. Let me compliment a number of governors around this table who've initiated their own reforms at the state level. Part of the reason why we have confidence that we can do crime smarter, keep crime rates low, reduce long-term sentences for nonviolent offenders is because there are a lot of states that already showed the way, including some very conservative states. I mean, this is an area where, for example, Texas did some really smart stuff, and it's worked. And so I would urge all of you to take a look at what's been done at the state level, as well as some of the data and reports that we're generating as we push for federal criminal justice reform. But to your specific point, I was up in Newark to highlight best practices. And there was a federal judge there, relatively young woman, district court judge, who had partnered with the local community, the U.S. attorney there. They'd gotten a little bit of money out of a tiny little program that we're trying to expand within the Justice Department to make reentry work. And there was a young man who was there, who was 37 years old, had spent 10 years in prison, had gotten in trouble before that, then finally got nabbed for a serious, though nonviolent, drug offense, went to jail for 10 years, and he described what it was like. He had decided he was going to turn his life around. And he gets out, and by lying on his resume, he gets a job at a Burger King. And he's dropped off in the same neighborhood that had produced him and had gotten him into this trouble. And so he's standing there, 27-year-old or 30-year-old man, you know, wearing the Jack in the Box, I think it was Jack in the Box outfit. And, you know, his old gangbanger friends are coming up and saying, man, you know, you're wearing the same shoes you went into jail with. And, you know, are you sure you want to keep on doing this for minimum wage? And he described the temptations that were involved. He didn't have permanent housing. He didn't have money for a car. He didn't have new clothes. He had no idea how to write a resume, but he wanted to do the right thing. And this program, the federal judge dug into her own pocket. In some cases, the probation officers were this great team, incredible, really humane, caring folks, helped him get into a community college, helped him study to become an EMT, and by the time I met him, he's like a 37-year-old man who is working for the state as an EMT, paying taxes, law-abiding, mentoring younger people. And the amount of money that was spent to save this young man was a fraction of what it cost to incarcerate him. And the likelihood of recidivism has dropped precipitously as a consequence of him having a whole new identity. So what that tells me is that we can be really smart about this, and I'm very proud that there's been bipartisan support around this. I do think that there's a convergence of liberals, conservatives, evangelicals who have terrific prison missions and believe in redemption, libertarians who are concerned about the growth of prison populations, the fiscal conservatives who are concerned about how much all this stuff costs, and it's all coming together. So, but the last point I'll make about this is the role of employers. There was, at this same roundtable, this young man who had had a family business for years. And for years they had hired ex-offenders, very quietly, not as a systematic thing. It was a produce and meat wholesaler. And they'd hire guys in. And so this kid, who's now running the company, this young man who had inherited the company, he described how when he was growing up, there'd always be some big guys around that he just took for granted, and turned out that his dad had hired them as ex-offenders. And he described how important it was to understand the mentality of somebody who has never had an opportunity to work before in a regular setting. Simple things like the employer has to understand that they may not smile right off the bat, because where they've just come from, if you smile, you don't know what might happen to you. And so there's a whole adjustment process in terms of letting your guard down. Talking about how the employer has to make an investment and say, look, you need the right kind of shoes, and you need the right clothes for the cooler. And we're going to take this out of your check, but if you're here for 6 months, we'll pay for it. Just all the steps that are taken. And when an employer ends up being committed like that, what they've discovered is that they will not have a more loyal employee who will go to bat for them, work harder, be more productive, because they've been given a second chance. And so us getting sort of a critical mass of employers who are willing to give that second chance, I think it has to be part of this whole process. All right, last question. Go ahead. My host for my outstanding Alaska trip. Those of you who have not gone to Alaska, I strongly recommend you go, because it was gorgeous up there. Now, I did go during the summer. I don't know what it's like during the winter.
No, it's even
it's
nicer
a little cold,
in the winter.
isn't it?
It's even nicer in the winter.
That's what I hear.
I just want to quickly thank you and your administration for what you've done in Alaska. I've been governor for 1 year. Every cabinet member here I have met with so many times, some more than they wanted to. They've been to Alaska. Secretary Manish, we had lunch in Bethel last week and went out to the village of Oscarville. Mr. President, Alaska was so excited about your unprecedented trip. We get a lot of visits with people that are refueling, and you did refuel, but you stayed there and came back. That was your destination. What you did with rural Alaska, we've never seen before. You brought a hope and an excitement there and I'm saying I'm nonpartisan. I can do this. I mean, I'm the only nonpartisan governor in the nation, so I don't have to worry about if I'm picking sides on one or the other. You are as well. Okay. But my question is, I'm going to continue to work with your administration, because the doors are always open. We don't always agree. We have a problem. I inherited a similar situation. I've got a deficit that is huge, a $4 billion deficit with a $5.6 billion budget. We got problems. We have an oil pipeline that's empty. I need to fill it up. There's a lot of oil up there, and we're going to get it safely. And thank you for some of your positions you've taken. But we need to put oil in that pipeline. We need access to 1% of our national park to be able to do that. So I'm going to continue to work with your administration on Medicaid expansion and put Yet I accepted it unilaterally after the legislature didn't approve or didn't vote. 10,000 more people have health care, and one law firm has more work because they sued me as a result of that. But that's okay. That's another story. But thank you very much for what you've done. Thank you.
I appreciate that, and I mean what I say. The Bill's hospitality up in Alaska was extraordinary. It fills up your soul being up there. Just the landscape and the expanse, the sheer scale of everything is remarkable, and the people could not have been more gracious and wonderful. This goes back to the issue we had talked about earlier in terms of energy. We have encouraged exploration in some areas. There's some areas that are just real sensitive. And one of the ironies when you're up in Alaska, and I mean this sincerely, it shows you that everybody can be two minds about this. I'd have some people say, in the same breath, protect this beauty and scenic areas and make sure that nobody's polluting it. And then, oh, and by the way, let's get going on some oil drilling at the same time. And our goal has been to try to balance those equities and to make sure that economic development's taking place in Alaska, that folks are being well served, but that we're also preserving the very thing that makes that place so unique and people care about it so deeply. I appreciate what you said, though, Bill. We are always going to work with all of you, and we will put all our cards on the table. My instructions to my cabinet are listen. If you can find a way to make something work, make it work. If you can't, at least explain why it is you can't. Make sure that it's not just because that's how we've always done things. I don't care how we've always done it in the past. If we can do it smarter this time, let's do it smarter this time. As a consequence, we've made significant progress with many of you on a number of issues. We can make even more over the next year. Since this will be the last meeting in which I'm addressing all of you, I just want to thank all of you for your service. Part of the reason we invited the cameras here, usually when I have Q&A with anybody, we try to restrict the press just so that people feel open and don't feel like if they ask a question that they have to be guarded about it. But the truth is, after so many years interacting with you, every time we've had a conversation, it's been constructive and useful. And I thought it'd actually be useful for the American people to see that, the folks in charge aren't always just posturing. They're actually trying to get some work done. You guys are a good model of that. And my hope is that that seeps into the broader political debates and conversations that we have. The benefit of being a chief executive, being a governor, is that you can make as many political arguments as you want, but if the stuff doesn't work, people are going to notice. And all of you have taken that to heart, so we appreciate your sacrifice, we appreciate your family's sacrifice, and we look forward to making continued progress in the months to come. And for those of you who are not term limited, good luck. All right.
All right, everyone, that was a wrap on that event featuring President Obama. We'll be right back with more news now, and Mike Pace will be joining you in just a couple minutes.
Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. It is around 11:02. Hope everyone is just having a fantastic day. I'm Mike Page. I'm just getting going here. Happy to be here with you as you see these temperatures for our 10-day Foxcast looking absolutely beautiful. We will take it. Then I want to show you what the stocks are doing right now. Up 200 points. Up a percentage point. That's good news for people with their 401ks. And hello, everybody. Welcome. My name is Mike Page. Happy to be here with you on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Wow, what a Saturday it was. Donald Trump taking South Carolina with a high percentage points to back him up. And then Jeb Bush, we saw this coming for some time. It was the campaign that just really never came together for him. Well, he suspended his campaign there on Saturday. Hard to believe, right? Hard to believe when he had so much money backing him from those super PACs and he wasn't able to do anything with it. You know, that just goes to show you, everybody. It doesn't matter if your brother was president. It doesn't matter if your father was president. If you don't have the charisma or the strength of character that you have to deal with to become president, well, you never are going to become president. And you know what? He was never able to rebound from all the attacks from Trump. If you remember, early on, folks, Trump was going after him, saying he was low energy, and it stuck with him for his whole campaign. Now, before Trump said he was going to run, Jeb Bush, everybody pretty much thought, well, Jeb Bush is going to run away with this nomination. Even his own camp believed that so much that they, I think, became a little bit too cocky. And then when Trump was going to run, they laughed it off. They didn't even give Trump any time. They thought, well, this guy's going to explode and it's really not going to be an issue. So they didn't even worry about Trump. And then he became really high in the polls, and he never looked back, Donald Trump, and that's why he won South Carolina. On to Nevada. Tomorrow we will have full, extensive coverage tomorrow as we show you the Nevada caucuses happening tomorrow. We're going to break it down all for you. You know, this is another caucus like Iowa, so it's going to take a little bit more time than a regular poll like South Carolina election like that, a primary. So be with us all day tomorrow, fox10phoenix.com. We're going to be breaking it all down for you. I do want to show you now a Kasich Town Hall rally for just a little bit as we get going here.
Got a new budget chairman. It was the first time the Republicans had taken control of the House in 40 years. John Kasich gets named chairman of the Budget Committee. And one of my first votes that I cast as a member of the House was for a really tough budget. There were some tough cuts in the budget. There were some hard choices. But John was able to bring that Republican caucus together for a budget vote that actually led to a balanced budget. It was a tough vote, but we moved it through the House and then got it through the Senate. Of course, we couldn't get it signed right away with the president, but at least we had made an initial part at that. Well, John kept persisting. In the next Congress, he introduced a balanced budget as well. Once again, getting all of the Republican elements to agree to it. We had fewer votes at that point. I think we only had a 9 or 10 seat majority. We got the Republicans to agree to a balanced budget. We got the Senate on board, and then we labeled in with John Kasich leading us, negotiating with President Clinton in terms of what we were going to do to get a balanced budget. We got it passed. We got it signed into law. I was proud to be there at the signing for the balanced budget agreement there in the White House, along with John Kasich, right next to the president. And together, Republicans and Democrats together made some of the tough choices. It also cut some taxes, I might add, that led us to 4 straight years of balanced budgets, in fact, running surpluses, something we haven't seen since. So with that done, John Kasich feeling mission accomplished, he'd been in the House for 18 years. At that point, left Washington. He left it the same way I did, undefeated and unindicted. And went into the private sector. He had a gig on Fox News for a while. He went into a private business, and he was out there for almost a decade. The problem was, back in his home state in Ohio, things were coming apart. Unemployment was up. Hundreds of thousands of jobs had fled the state. People were leaving the state. Young people were leaving the state. The job opportunities weren't there.
All right, everybody, we are going to switch gears here and take you to a live event happening right now, White House briefing.
Actually, one of my first jobs in Washington, D.C. was actually as a spokesperson for Governor McAuliffe.
Kept him busy.
We had the opportunity to travel across the country a lot. I think when we went to a lot of our events, there weren't too many people that thought they were hearing from the future governor of Virginia. But to be fair, I think even fewer of them thought that you had brought the future White House press secretary with you. So
fair point.
But anyway, it's nice to see you today. I'm glad you're here. So we'll turn over to Governor Herbert first, then we'll go to Governor McAuliffe, and then we'll open up for your questions. Okay? Governor Herbert?
Well, thank you, Josh. We're honored to be here with you all today. And as the chair of the National Governors Association, we've just completed our winter conference, as we call it, here in Washington, D.C., and we had great participation from the governors, and I think you'll hear from the Vice Chair, Terry McAuliffe, that we've had a successful meeting now just completed with the President and the Vice President and Cabinet members, and had an opportunity to have dialogue that's important, I think, for us to be able to, as states and as governors, to move our respective states forward and help contribute to the discussion here of policy here in Washington, D.C., and to help America move forward. We've had an opportunity through the National Governors Association, as you know, as a bipartisan organization of states and of governors from Republican, Democrat, and we have one independent, maybe two independents, I think we found out today. And again, the opportunity to discuss significant issues, whether it's health care, whether it's homeland security, economic development, education, the federal-state partnership and relations that we hope to foster and even improve has been a hot topic of discussion at this gathering. We believe as states that we really are the laboratories of democracy, that we are in fact having innovation and creativity that's taking place and solving people's problems and thereby improving people's lives. And so we want to make sure that we foster, as a bipartisan organization, the opportunity to work in concert in a complementary fashion with our Congress and certainly with the White House. And that's been our efforts. And I just would like to highlight that as we are looking at states to see the successes that they are having. If you look at Mississippi, for example, is leading the way on criminal justice reform, doing some things to help with nonviolent offenders to address the underlying problems of their criminal behavior, which may be substance abuse, mental health problems, and addressing those to help eliminate some of the criminal behavior and help them transform and transition back into society. Alabama's recently had remarkable progress on health care reform, where they're rewarding providers for quality health outcomes instead of just a traditional fee-for-service. So we pay the doctors, but we want you to produce a better outcome for the same amount of money rather than constantly fee-for-service where it's repetitive and becomes more expensive. New York has partnered with the industry to provide college courses and immediate career opportunities. They've partnered with IBM, for example, to P-Tech School in Manhattan, where people go to school there for 5 or 6 years, graduate not only with a high school diploma, but with an associate degree, and then are given a job in the private sector. Again, their success ratio is great, and again, a new innovative way to help educate, particularly at-risk youth. Governor McAuliffe of the Commonwealth of Virginia, again, is doing some wonderfully good things on cybersecurity, kind of the new frontier that we as states are facing, as is the folks here in Washington, D.C. But as any good governor would, he's doing things that are important to his state, and he has more cybersecurity entrepreneurs and entities in Virginia than any place west or east, of the Rocky Mountains. And again, that legislation is helping to protect individual security and identity, as well as protecting the security. So again, a great example of innovation taking place. And let me just mention that last, my own home state of Utah. Again, we are leading out in many areas. Our economy is healthy, and 9 out of the last 12 months, our economy has led the nation based on the Department of Labor statistics of private growth creation in America today. It's not lost on me that why people call. That's the benefit of this organization, is we share best practices, we learn from each other. One of the calls I have received from many governors is, how were you able to thread the needle when it came to LGBT rights and religious freedom rights in a very red conservative state, a very religious state, and still be able to find resolution to that difficult issue? It was not easy, but we brought people together, and we were able to, in fact, have success in protecting LGBT rights, but also religious rights in the state of Utah. Which I'll just finish with that, saying if we can do that in Utah, we can do it across America. We can do it in the respective states, and we can hopefully have the states held up as examples of bipartisan collaboration effort, where we find common sense really is the key issue, and get some things done. And our initiative this year with Governor McAuliffe and I is to highlight the successes of the states. We'll have a compilation at our summer meetings in Iowa, where we'll in fact highlight 2 or 3 of the great successes of all the states and our 5 territories, and show to the American public that the states really are the laboratories of democracy. We're finding solutions to people's problems and improving people's lives. So we're honored to be with you today, and thank you very much for attending. Turn the time over to my Vice Chair, Terry McAuliffe.
Governor Herbert, thank you. It's an honor to be with you today. As you know, we just spent the last hour and a half with the President of the United States talking about the issues that are important to the governors. We all come from different backgrounds. We come from different political parties. But what unites us is we talked to the President about our issues of national security. How do we keep our respective states, make sure they're safe, keeping our communities safe, in addition, growing our economies. And that's something the President has been involved since day one, since he became President of the United States. In Virginia, our economy very strong today. I just announced 3,856,100 workers, more than any time in our history. We just announced the largest budget surplus in Virginia history. We're strong. We're working together. I do want to thank the administration. We had 4 great meetings here. We met with the team about 6 weeks ago to plan this meeting. I got to say on behalf of all the governors, thank the administration. They gave us at the FBI the other day a secure briefing, something we had not had before, on the issues of cybersecurity. We talked a lot with different administration officials about refugee settlement and other issues, and spent a tremendous amount of time on trade and those other issues. So it's been a very, very productive meeting, and I do want to thank the administration. All of us governors are working together. We have one common goal. How do we grow our economies? How do we keep our communities safe? That is not a partisan political issue. It's what we were elected to do as governors. We came to our respective jobs to get things done. That's what we're doing. We don't have a luxury of kicking the can down the road. We don't have filibusters and other things that may go on in Washington. We have to make decisions every single day. Governor Herbert and I have also met with the leadership of the House and the Senate to continually convey to them that inaction in Congress causes us tremendous problems. I do want to commend the Congress for pushing sequestration off for 2 years. I want to commend the Congress now for getting a bipartisan transportation so that we can now make decisions in our respective states going forward. But we have to work together. We are on a global economy, as I mentioned to the President today, and we need to continue to work on these trade projects to grow and increase our economic activity in our respective states. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Let's move it around here. Gregory, you want to kick us off?
Thanks, Governors. Governor McAuliffe, you just mentioned the refugee issue. That was a big issue for a lot of governors a few months ago. Has the communication improved? Are you satisfied with the vetting process? Are you satisfied with the information you're getting from DHS and from the White House?
Well, they sent 3 administration officials to meet with us the other day in a closed governors-only session. A lot of issues were raised. We're continuing to have the dialogue, and they promised they would get back to us with additional information as we go forward. Different states, and as Gary and I talked about, we at the NJ have to take a better responsibility as well. In Virginia, as you know, we're very happy with how we are dealing with this issue. Once a refugee arrives in the Commonwealth of Virginia, working through our state employee with the federal funds, we know who's in our state. But I think other states are confused about the process to go through. So I think NGA, working with the administration, we can get everybody in a place that satisfies everyone.
And let me just echo that if I could, because part of the challenge we face is making sure we have the appropriate information and have the appropriate policy in place. We understand that as governors, one of our first responsibilities is the public safety of the people within the states that we represent. So I appreciate the fact the administration has provided opportunities for us to access better information, to help answer some questions and maybe find solutions to some misunderstandings and apprehensions that are out there. We still have work to do. And so we have an opportunity, I think, to build upon what we learned this past weekend and resolve some of the questions and concerns we have when it comes to the public safety aspect.
Michelle.
On that same subject, the President mentioned gun control today in his remarks, and I mean, we're a day after another shooting rampage, something that's affected so many states. So how big a topic of that is that in the discussions? And do you think there's some appetite growing for change, and can we expect to see more among states in the next year?
Well, I can just speak to Virginia. As you probably have read, we, for the first time now in 23 years, just passed significant gun safety legislation. It was done in a bipartisan way. The two bills that were passed were two bills that I ran for governor on, making sure, number one, that we now have state police at every gun show in Virginia. Those that don't have a federal license, as you know, beforehand, were not allowed to do background checks. Now everybody will have access to a background check who wants to get one at a gun show. We have many gun shows in Virginia. In addition, we have protective orders in Virginia. Under current law, if you are under a protective order, you cannot purchase a gun or transport a gun. We have changed the law there because it doesn't make sense. You could go out and possess a gun. But if you can't buy one, you can't transport one, why should you possibly be able to possess one? We are changing that. It is now, will be, as soon as I sign the bill, it's now passed, it will be a Class 6 felony for you within 24 hours not to hand that weapon over. So we have made progress. This is bipartisan. Every state is different. It's unique in Virginia. As you know, we are the home of the NRA. But this was worked out in a bipartisan way. And when I made this announcement, I stood with Democrats and Republicans. And at the end of the day, I made the decision on this particular action. It keeps our communities safer. And I stood with the head of the state police, the head of our sheriffs and chiefs of police association, who stood with me to say the actions, Governor, that you are taking with the legislature is going to make Virginia safer. It is a key top issue for every governor in America.
Okay. April.
On the issue of criminal justice, you said in a briefing that Mississippi was a great example. What is the common thread among the states when it comes to criminal justice? And listening to what the President just said, it's a heart issue in a lot of ways, not just legislative. So how will states in the next year merge this before this President leaves office? And this is, I guess, is a legacy piece for him as well.
Well, from my perspective, states ought to be leading out. We ought not to be waiting for Washington, D.C. and Congress or the President to do things. We have our own unique situations as states. In Utah, and I think other states too, we mentioned Mississippi, we are leading out on criminal justice reform with the intent of understanding what is the underlying cause of the problem. What is causing the criminal element to occur and the crime to be a result. And we find that there's a lot of things that are underlying that. And some of it's been substance abuse, alcohol abuse, mental health problems. And so we are trying to address that by creating, as we've done in Utah, mental health courts and drug courts. We have a significant campaign for eliminating underage drinking. We find that if people don't start drinking until they're adults, chances are they will not be abusing alcohol when they're adults. We also have not only education, but opportunities for them to, in fact, have a learning and awareness of the health conditions. And so part of our curriculum in schools is part of this awareness for our young people so that they grow up with those good principles and values which will help lead to a productive life and get a good job. And so, again, I think all states are addressing this in their own unique way. I think it's top of mind for most of the states, and we see the Congress now following. So I think in a collaborative effort, we can, in fact, do better when it comes to, in fact, criminal justice reform and making lives better to eliminate the ounce of prevention worth the pound of cure approach that the states are taking.
In April, it's a good question, and I also want to address juvenile justice reform, something we're doing. I just put in my budget in Virginia. In Virginia today, we have two gigantic concrete structures
that should house mass murderers. Instead, they're housing 14, 15, and 16 years old. I've toured both facilities, proud to be the first governor to visit both facilities. We spend $186,000 on a juvenile who goes through the system. 80% of these juveniles are rearrested in 3 years. 80. You cannot tell me that this system is working. So I propose to shut those facilities down, to have smaller centers closer to the communities where we actually have workforce training inside so that when someone gets out, a juvenile, there's a skill there so they can move into the workforce, get them closer to their families. Because clearly, as a governor, to spend that money and have 80% rearrest in 3 years, the system does not work. And I've spoken to the Attorney General, and I do want to thank the President, who had the Attorney General address us before the President came in today, of how we could better collaborate.
Jeff.
Governor, the President, in his opening remarks to you, mentioned Zika and fighting disease. Are you concerned about the funding issue there? Did he talk at all about plans to get that funding through? And are you working at all as governors to press Congress to pass it?
Well, again, states ought not to be waiting for Congress to act. Sometimes that's a long wait. And we understand the budgetary concerns and where does the money come from. But at least in Utah, with our Department of Health, we understand the importance of the health, safety, and welfare of our population. So our Department of Health is already addressing the Zika issue and concern. What we'll be doing is probably appropriating money out of our own legislative session, if we can do that in complement with what comes out of Congress, the Department of Health. But our own health department, headed up by Dr. Joe Miner, will be out there making sure that we have awareness and we are there to provide help, as we've done with other of these kinds of issues that come from time to time. So as a state, and I think most states are saying, what can we do to get ready? We'll work with the Congress, but we cannot wait and hope that something happens there.
Are you frustrated about that?
No, I think that, again, what we've heard today, again, from Sylvia Burwell and Health and Human Services, that they are acutely aware of the problem and are trying to push information out to the states, which will help us in our own responsibilities. There's always a matter of resources and money, and so that'll be worked out, but I expect that we're going to be ready. Again, the concern is this summer. People are outdoors, and this certain type of mosquito, which seems to be centered in most of the southern part of our country. But again, states can't wait. We are a little more nimble, and we have a responsibility to be out there and protect the public safety and health.
Kathleen.
Governor Herbert, I wanted to ask you, the President made a joke, I think it was a joke as he opened his remarks, suggesting that the governors might be sort of sympathetic to his predicament on the Supreme Court nomination, that you too are responsible for nominating judges, maybe even in an election year. And I'm just wondering if you, what you think of that issue as an executive.
Well, I can tell you as an executive who's now appointed more than half of the judges in the state of Utah on the state bench, I understand how significantly important that responsibility is. At the state level, it's probably not talked about as much as it is on the federal level, but I've appointed of our 5 members of the Supreme Court, 3 of them. And so the vetting process, getting good people to apply and vet it appropriately and put good people, men and women, on the bench is a significantly important issue for governors. So we can relate to that. I think that was what he said. We can relate to the president a lot of things. You know, the executive branch of the states are very similar to the executive branch of the nation. We have frustration with our own legislative branch. He has frustration with his legislative branch. The challenge of getting things done, and how do you balance the budget and prioritize correctly. Those are concerns and situations that we can, in fact, relate to Democrats and Republicans alike. There's a process in place for the Supreme Court appointment, and I expect that process will go forward.
Angela.
Governor McAuliffe, you've been supportive of the President's trade agenda. You mentioned it here. A year ago, you singled out the tobacco carve-out as a problem in the Trans-Pacific Partnership. What's changed in your thinking in the past year on that, and how do you expect the governors to work with the administration the rest of this year to try to get that passed?
Well, I've always been supportive of the trade package. When it was unveiled, I went on a conference call with Ambassador Froman and Secretary Pritzker. But within any proposed legislation, there's going to be issues that we may have. We did have an issue with a Virginia-specific related company. We were not successful in negotiating what we wanted, but I have to look at the total package. I don't always get everything I want, but I've been very supportive on the trade package. I'm a governor. I have the deepest port on the entire East Coast. Right now, when the post-Panamax ships come through the Panama Canal in June, there's only one port they can come to. They can come to the port that we have in Norfolk. So trade is very important. I was probably the most traveled governor last year internationally. I go where the customers are. 95% of the world's customers live outside the United States of America. 81% of the economic growth over the next 5 years is projected to be outside the United States of America. We can't grow our economy unless we're doing trade and growing our international trade. And that's why I've been supportive of this. I've just been to China twice, Japan, Korea, 7 European nations. I just went to the Middle East. In January 2nd, I went to Cuba. Had some significant projects that we were able to announce in Cuba. That's how you grow your economy. And where I may have specific issues on parts of the legislation, but I got to look at it in totality, and I support it, and I've been very supportive of it.
Can I just add too that states really are at the forefront when it comes to economic development, and clearly as we are now find ourselves in a global marketplace, international trade is of significant importance to the states. And I'm in a state that has taken advantage of that opportunity. We've had international trade grow faster probably in Utah than any state in America over the last 5 or 6 years. We're uniquely suited for that. We speak 130 languages in Utah. So we're very bilingual and speak the world's languages. And again, we recognize, as Terry's mentioned, that 95% of the customers live outside the borders. Our own Senator Orrin Hatch has helped to lead the charge on this trade agreement. The devil's in the details. I expect that they'll work out some of those and resolve some of the differences and have compromise. But clearly we need to have international trade opportunities for us to have a healthy economy here at home.
Dave.
Governor Herbert, I wanted to hear your answer on the gun question. And did you agree with the president's call this morning for more legislation? And do you think there's consensus among Republican governors on that issue?
What I agree with is what Governor McAuliffe said, and that is it's a state issue. And the states have different perspectives. We have different cultures and different politics. We see in the West, a little bit different than some see it maybe in the East. But that being said, I certainly believe in background checks. We need to make sure that those people who probably are not fit to be carrying a gun or a weapon ought to be restricted, whether that's because of mental health concerns, background checks. We have a very significant concealed weapon permit process in the state of Utah, where those background checks can be received and done. We have reciprocity with about 31 other states with our concealed weapon permit that we have. So again, we want to make sure that the bad guys don't have access to guns, but the good guys do. And so it'll be different. It's something we've not addressed as an issue with the NGA. And something maybe we should address, but I think you'll find there's significant differences in the different states. We're a very strong Second Amendment supporter in Utah.
Yep.
Thanks, Josh. A question for both of the governors on infrastructure. We read the economic report today, and the advisors talked about the necessity for expanding infrastructure to put people to work in broad terms, but in particular men. The workforce participation for men has been on the decline for several decades. I'm curious if you feel like you're getting the support you need from the administration in terms of infrastructure expansion, and are you doing all you can do to enhance and expand your own infrastructure to put more people both in Utah and Virginia to work?
Well, in Virginia, I can tell you we're in a much better place today because we finally have a transportation bill that will take us forward for the next 5 years. I was very vocal, very critical of the Congress's inability to be able to pass that particular piece of legislation because it was crippling to us at the state level. You can't build roads, you can't plan for the future if you don't know funding is going to be there for successive years. Now we have that. Just in Virginia, for those that who live in Northern Virginia, we have just had another historic agreement for the first time in 30 years. We are widening lanes both inside and outside the Beltway. This has been a very tough issue for over 30 years. I negotiated out in a bipartisan way. We've just announced we're adding 8 lanes on 395 all the way up to the district line. 2 miles south, we're going to go on 95 to get around that problem we had at the Garrisonville exit. We're adding lanes on 64 from 295 in Richmond all the way to Hampton Road. So we are turbocharging our infrastructure. But it's a very good question. We are just nipping at really what needs to be a much bigger, broader, and we as a nation need to do so much more on infrastructure. Our roads, our rail, our electric utility, our electric grid in this country are in desperate shape. And we have bridges, thousands and thousands of bridges that are structurally deficient. So we're making progress with the money we have today, but we need to do a lot more in this nation. And Congress needs to move swifter on this to give us the tools to rebuild the aging infrastructure in this country if you want us to compete on a global economy in our ports.
Let me just echo a little bit of what Terry has said. You know, a good Republican, President Eisenhower in the 50s, had the wisdom of putting together the interstate program, which has allowed us to connect states and increase commerce opportunities and hence have a better economy because of that vision. The states are doing the same thing, or should be doing the same thing at their own local levels. And it's whether the chicken comes before the egg, I guess, on this thing. We've tried to reflect the demands of the marketplace. We don't build roads just because we think that's some kind of economic stimulus. We build roads because that's what's needed in the demands of the marketplace for commerce. And that's a wise investment of the taxpayers' dollars, because now you're getting a return that the marketplace wants. So we don't want to artificially stimulate by putting money there just to build a road for build a road's sake. It's a matter of what does the market demand need. We've met with our business community. I meet with our CEOs every quarter in different sectors of our economy. And one of the things that's become loud and clear in a very fast-growing state like Utah, which is about the 5th fastest-growing state in America, our infrastructure needs are becoming acute. So not only building capacity, but also maintaining what we already have in our roads and our bridges. And for Utah, another uniqueness is that we live in an arid state, so water is a big infrastructure need for us, too, to accommodate the demands of the marketplace. So states are all unique in what we do, and we need to find the infrastructure needs we have and be proactive in doing that. I'm a little reluctant to send all the money to Washington and then have it sent back to me. Sometimes we get too many strings attached to it when it comes back that way, as opposed to just keeping the money at home and doing what we need to do with our infrastructure needs on a local level.
We just mentioned sequestration for a second, too, because this has caused Virginia a lot of problems. And I do want to thank Congress. This was a piece of legislation that was so onerous that it would never pass. Well, guess what? It passed. And it has created such problems at the state level. I can tell you in Virginia, we are the #1 recipient of Department of Defense dollars of all 50 states. 27 military installations, the largest naval base in the world, the Pentagon, CAA, Quantico, Langley Air Force Base, Oceana, all in Virginia. And the indecision that went around that and Congress's inability for several years to figure out what they're going to do has been crippling to the Northern Virginia economy. I commend the Congress. They've pushed it off for 2 years. But you know as well as I do, the percent of the debt to GDP in 2 years, we are going to be right back in this situation. We have to begin to think long term. We need leadership decisions to grow our country so the economy can grow and everybody can benefit.
John Christopher.
Thank you. Hopefully, Governor, you'll find this a timely question. You have been the Democratic National Committee campaign chair. You were the chairman of the Democratic National Committee. You maintain a close relationship. I think you know where I'm going. You maintain
Not
a close,
sure. Yeah,
well,
let's see.
You maintain a close relationship with the Clintons.
Yeah.
You ran Hillary Clinton's campaign in 2008. If Secretary Clinton becomes the nominee of her party in Philadelphia, would you consider, if she asked, taking? See, now you know where it's coming. Would you consider, if asked, the spot of vice president?
Listen, I've been friends with the Clintons a long time. I love them dearly. Honestly, I have the greatest job in the United States. I am the governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia. So when you go all home tonight and you think about this, Patrick Henry, our first governor, give me liberty, give me death. Our second governor, Thomas Jefferson. And now, Terry McAuliffe. How could you honestly ever, and I have, as you know, 2 years to go. I'm just warming up. We've got our economy back. And let me say this, we have 2 very qualified United States senators who I think would be spectacular on the ticket. As you know, I've never worked for anyone in my life. I have been an entrepreneur my whole life. I love being governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia. I can help people.
Let me just add to that if I could.
Maybe
because
careful now.
You don't need my endorsement, I'm sure. It won't help you. But he is the governor of Virginia, which is a great position to be in. But he's going to be the chairman of the National Governors Association. Why would you want to take a step backward?
That's a good point. Very good. Thank you for that.
Are you emphatically saying no, Terry?
Mark, I'll give you the last one.
No, Terry, you're
How are you,
emphatically
Governor?
saying
Good,
no.
Mark. Good to see you again.
Good to see you. On a related question, has have you and your colleagues taken notice of how poorly governors have done in the campaign so far this year? There's only one governor left in the race, and governors and former governors have had to drop out. So what do you make of that?
Governor McAuliffe and I were not running, so
yeah, they would have changed it. You know, Mark, listen, every presidential season is different. I think this is a rather unique one, at least on the Republican side that we've seen. You have very qualified people. I always, I think being a governor is a great training ground to be president. You have to make executive decisions every single day. You cannot pass the buck every single day. Gary and I and the other governors, there's items on our desk. We got to make decisions that particular day. I think that is a great training ground. But, every election season has its own individual quirks and what comes up in it, and this one's a unique one.
And let me just say, too, I again, on the Republican side, it was going to be the year of the governors. We had so many that were running. And so it's a little bit of a surprise. Again,
They're almost all gone, though.
They almost are all gone. Governor Kasich is still hanging in there, and we'll see what happens. But again, I think Governor McAuliffe has said it right. Every election cycle has its own kind of flavor and uniqueness, and this has been unique. Certainly on the Republican side of what's taken place there. But I support governors. I think governors really do have the right training, and that's the American people historically have supported governors more often than anybody else either. And again, that training ground that you get as a state executive helps you transition to the Oval Office. So who knows what's going to happen to this? My crystal ball is as foggy as anybody else's.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Governor,
nice to see
do you have any comments on the
good to see you.
coal ash being
Thanks very
dumped
much.
into the
Nice to
James
see you.
River?
All right. So there's a little excitement to kick off the briefing today, huh? I'm sorry? Good. I thought that he answered the question pretty directly. Well, yeah. You had your chance. You asked about criminal justice reform. I'm sure it will. Other than that, I don't think I have anything at the top, so we can go straight to your questions. Kathleen, do you want to fire away first?
Sure. I wanted to start with the ceasefire in Syria. I'm wondering if the president has spoken with Vladimir Putin yet on that topic, and you have anything to read out.
Yes, President Obama did have an opportunity to telephone President Putin today. That call was placed at President Putin's request, and it was a call to discuss the ongoing conversations about arriving at an understanding around a cessation of hostilities in Syria. As announced in Munich a little over a week ago, this cessation of hostilities will apply to all parties in Syria except for ISIL, except for al-Nusra, and other terrorist groups that have been so designated by the UN Security Council. In the coming days, the United States and our ISSG partners on the ceasefire task force will undertake a series of steps to implement the cessation of hostilities by February 27th. And we recognize, I'm sure all of you do as well, that this is going to be difficult to implement. We know that there are a lot of obstacles, and there are sure to be some setbacks. After all, for years, we have been trying to reach a diplomatic resolution to the many problems that plague that nation that has broken apart. But this is a moment of opportunity, and it is the result of tenacious diplomacy on the part of Secretary Kerry, and we are going to continue to try to capitalize on this moment of opportunity, and we are hopeful that all of the other signatories to the document will do the same thing, and we'll proceed from there. Obviously, Secretary Kerry has put out a statement on this. I would anticipate we'll have a little bit more of a formal readout of the president's telephone call with President Putin later today. But that's the essence of the situation as it stands now.
Given how long you've been working on this, as you mentioned, the fact that the president's not coming out to formally announce that this deal is this major step, as you said, should we read that as skepticism or something?
Well, I think, let me make a couple of observations. The first is that this is a moment of opportunity, and it will require all of the parties who signed on to this document to follow through on the commitments that they've made. the whole world can see in writing what everyone has committed to. And it's time for the signatories to step up and for the bloodshed to come to an end. I would be quite surprised if this is if there aren't some bumps along the road as we try to implement this agreement. There are going to be some obstacles that we're going to have to work through. There will likely be setbacks. But this is a moment of opportunity, and we are hopeful that all of the parties will capitalize on it. After all, the stakes here are high. There are millions of innocent lives in Syria that have been negatively affected by the ongoing chaos inside of Syria. And this cessation of hostilities could provide an opportunity for a couple of things. The first is increasing the flow of badly needed humanitarian assistance in Syria. The cessation of hostilities is also envisioned as the first step in trying to, or I guess the next step in trying to advance the political track of the ongoing diplomatic discussions about bringing the kind of political change that's long overdue inside of Syria. So this is the next step in what has been a long-running process. It is a moment of opportunity, and it is a situation that the world will be watching most directly to evaluate whether or not those who have signed the agreement live up to the, or those who have signed the understanding live up to the commitments that they've made.
Okay, if I could just change topics. Briefly, the president, last we saw him, or on Friday, was carrying a big binder of names, apparently. I'm wondering if you have any update after this weekend of research into the nomination process. If you've reached out to any potential candidates, invited any to the White House.
I'm not aware of any presidential conversations with potential candidates. The president did complete some additional telephone calls with members of Congress, both Democrats and Republicans in the United States Senate, including some who serve on the Judiciary Committee. So that is, again, continued evidence that the president takes quite seriously the responsibility that he has to consult with Congress in this matter. The president also did spend some time, quite a bit of time this weekend, reviewing the materials that were compiled by his legal team. I don't have an update for you in terms of the president's initial impressions here, but it is an indication that this process has begun. I don't have details about individual telephone calls, but I could describe them to you as both Democrats and Republicans in the United States Senate, including some who serve on the Judiciary Committee. Okay? All right, Jeff.
Josh, China says that what it is doing in the South China Sea is just like what the United States has done with its military in Hawaii. Mm-hmm. What's the White House's response to that?
Our response to this is actually quite direct. There's no other country that has a claim on Hawaii. But yet when you consider the land features in the South China Sea, there are a variety of overlapping territorial claims that a variety of countries have made on those features. And I recognize that the Chinese government may have a disagreement about the claims that are made by other countries. That's all the more reason that we believe that all of the parties should resolve their differences of opinion about this matter in a way that doesn't provoke a military confrontation. That is why we have urged all parties who are claimants to these features.
All right, everybody, we're switching gears here. This is the Kalamazoo murder suspect now in court, happening right now. He was arrested early yesterday morning. All right, folks, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are waiting for a hearing right now on the Kalamazoo shooting suspect that is charged with 6 counts of murder. He terrorized Kalamazoo, Michigan, killing 6 people. He's charged with 6 counts of murder, 2 counts of assault with intent to commit murder, and 8 firearms charges. This shooting rampage all started on Saturday. His name is Jason Brian Dalton. He's 45 years old. Folks, the gunman shot 8 people in 3 different parts of the county on Saturday evening. That's what authorities say. Around 5:42, he shot a woman in front of her children in an apartment complex and continued to terrorize.
Check in with the court staff. No, I tried calling appeal to get over twice. I tried calling her. I didn't even make it to the courthouse, sir, but I did try calling appeal at the time.
Mr. Guest? And does he still have work on the council? All right, is there anything you would like to say to the court with regard to bonds? What happens to you between now and the probation violation hearing on March 2nd?
Just that I'm clean. I got my life in order, and let's wait and see what happens with us.
Well, are you currently employed? And where are you employed?
Superior Fleet Nono.
Are you working full-time, part-time?
Full-time, sir.
How long have you been employed there?
2 years. About 2.5 years.
All right, I'm going to set this matter at a $500 cash surety bond. You'll get a copy of the notice to appear for the probation violation hearing. And otherwise, the terms of your probation will remain in effect. All right, now I've got a new file here to arraign you on, Mr. Guest. Thank you. And this is State of Michigan versus Donald Guest, file 1604668ST. Matter scheduled for arraignment this afternoon.
We are
Guest is
awaiting
alleged
the
that
suspect.
On February 19, 2016, Kalamazoo Township, Kalamazoo County, State of Michigan, she did operate a motor vehicle without a valid license. If guilty of this offense, it's a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days in jail and a fine of up to $100. You're also charged with improper plates. That too is a misdemeanor. That is punishable by up to 90 days in jail and or up to a $100 fine. And you were issued a civil infraction ticket for no proof of insurance. And if responsible for that civil infraction, it is punishable under our published fee schedule by a fine and cost of $130. You understand the nature of the charges against you and the maximum possible penalty for each?
Yes.
You should have received an advice of rights form out there this afternoon. Were you able to read and understand your rights?
Yes.
Okay, understanding your rights, how do you wish to plead today? These are scheduled for a pretrial conference the same day as your probation violation. Would you like to plead not guilty, not responsible, and discuss this matter with your attorney at that date? See if you get a global resolution?
Yes.
All right, you'll enter your not guilty plea. With regard to bond in this matter, anything else you'd like to add?
No, sir.
All right, I will set this at a $500 PR bond. So you have a cash surety bond on the other matter. This one is a personal recognizance. We'll see you in court on March 2nd.
All right.
Good afternoon, sir. What is your name?
Cooley.
All right, Mr. Cooley. Court calls the case of State of Michigan versus Dustin Cooley, file 1604795SD. This matter is scheduled for arraignment this afternoon. It's alleged that on or about February 21st, 2016, in Kalamazoo County, Kalamazoo Township, State of Michigan, that you did commit the following offense, that you did operate a vehicle upon a highway, that being Lake Street, while under the influence of alcoholic liquor and or having an alcohol content of 0.08 grams or more per 210 liters of breath. Because of a prior conviction on or about April 14, 2014, in the 10th District Court, County, Michigan, the maximum possible penalty that you'd be facing upon conviction of this offense is a fine of between $200 and $1,000 and a jail sentence of between 5 days and 1 year in jail. You understand the nature of the charge against you and maximum possible penalty?
Yes.
You should have received an advice of rights form out there this afternoon. Were you able to read and understand your rights?
Yes.
Understanding your rights, how do you wish to plead today?
Not guilty.
Court will enter your not guilty plea. The matter will be scheduled for a pretrial. That's going to take place on March 1st, 2016, 9:30 a.m. For will appoint a court-appointed attorney for you at this time. With regard to bond, is there anything you would like to say? Set this matter at $1,000 PR bond, personal recognizance bond. Following conditions: it should not purchase, possess, or consume alcohol or products that contain alcohol. It should not use or possess any illegal controlled substances, and normally associate with those who do. I have you released to the Office of Community Corrections for supervision with an alcohol tether. So you're going to get a copy of the bond paperwork, your notice to appear, and you'll be released to the Office of Community Corrections. Okay? Good afternoon. What is your name?
Brandon Kelly, sir.
All right, Mr. Kelly, this matter is scheduled for an arraignment this afternoon. City of Kalamazoo versus Brandon Kelly, file 1604805OM. It's alleged that on or about February 19, 2016, in the City of Kalamazoo, Kalamazoo County, State of Michigan, that you did violate the city's ordinance against trespass at the address of 711 North Westmidge Avenue, Kalamazoo, Michigan. If guilty of this offense, it is a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 90 days in jail and/or a fine of up to $500. You understand the nature of the charge against you and the maximum possible penalty?
Yes, sir.
You should have received an advice and rights form out there this afternoon. Were you able to read and understand your rights?
Yes, sir.
Okay, understanding those rights, how do you wish to plead today?
Guilty.
Has anyone threatened you to get you to plead guilty today?
No, sir.
Has anyone promised you anything?
No, sir.
Okay, you understand that by pleading guilty, you're waiving your right to trial in this matter, your right to be represented by an attorney, and the other rights that are set forth on that advice and rights form? Are you pleading guilty because it's your choice to do so?
Yeah, I just want to get over. I don't even go to trial, and it ain't that serious. I just want to.
All right, can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, on February 19, 2016, you were in the city of Kalamazoo, Kalamazoo County, State of Michigan.
I'm losing you now.
Sure. On February 19, 2016, were you in the city of Kalamazoo, Kalamazoo County, State of Michigan?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you were at the address of 711 North Westmidge Avenue?
Yes, sir.
You know who's, is that a house or a business? What is that?
It's a liquor store, like a convenience store.
Okay. Were you banned from that liquor store? Were you told by the owner not to be there?
I was never told to leave the premises. And they said that I've had a trespass warrant from like 6 years ago that I believe that they had, but I haven't been served a trespassing warranty not recently at all. And they never told me to leave the place, or else I would have left. If you look at my record, I've got trespassing on my record before, so I'm aware of how it works. But they said they had a recent one that I don't really recall ever being served. But I don't really know how that works now. But if they would have told me, I'd have known that they wanted me to leave, then I would have left. I mean, I haven't been in trouble in 6 years. I mean, my last time getting in trouble for trespassing was in 2009. Like, getting in trouble, period. I haven't been in trouble in 6 years.
Okay, but it looks like the police talked to you that night, and it indicates that there was a trespass order for the North Pole Party Store. You weren't supposed to be there.
Right, that's what I said. I don't ever recall being served or you know, I'm sure that my signature was not on there. I I believe that you're supposed to sign something saying, hey, I was given this form, and I don't ever recall receiving that form.
Yeah, not well. I would say there's not necessarily a form that you have to receive. It's enough that the property owner has told you not to come back. Well, the court finds that the material allegations of the complaint are sustained by your sworn testimony, that your plea is knowingly, accurately, and voluntarily made. Therefore, I'll accept the plea at this time. Is there anything you would like to say with regard to sentencing?
If I'm given an opportunity to be released today, then I can assure you that I will not be able, when I go back to that location at all, that I'm knowing that I'm not supposed to be there, sir.
All right, well then I'll waive and suspend the fines, costs, and fees in this matter, sentence you to 4 days jail, credit 4 days served, but we're clear you're not to go back there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good luck to you. Good afternoon, what is your name, sir?
My name is Cyrus Meisner, sir.
All right, court calls State of Michigan versus Cyrus Meisner, 160286 FY. This matter is scheduled for an arraignment this afternoon. It's alleged that on or about February 21st, 2016, in Kalamazoo Township, Kalamazoo County, State of Michigan, that you did assault, batter, wound, resist, obstruct, oppose, or endanger Darian Smith, a police officer of the Kalamazoo Township Police Department, that you knew or had reason to know was performing his duties. If guilty of this offense, it is a felony punishable by up to 2 years in prison and or a fine of up to $2,000. Do you understand the nature of the offense and the maximum possible penalty I just recited?
Yes, sir.
All right, you have the right to the assistance of an attorney, and the right to be represented by an attorney at all subsequent proceedings in this matter. If you're indigent or cannot afford an attorney, the court will appoint an attorney to represent you at public expense. The right to remain silent. Anything you do say, either orally or in writing, can be used against you in court. You have the right to have an attorney present or any questioning to which you consent. Do you intend to retain a private attorney, or do you want the court to appoint an attorney for you?
Appoint an attorney for me.
All right, you have the right to have a probable cause conference within 7 to 14 days, and the right to have a preliminary examination 5 to 7 days thereafter. Those have been scheduled. You're going to get a copy of this notice to appear out there this afternoon. The pre-exam conference will take place March 3rd, 2016 at 8:30 a.m. The preliminary exam itself will take place on March 10, 2016, 10:30 in courtroom Amazon Mary here in the Michigan Avenue Courthouse. Now, with regard to bond, is there anything you would like to say to the court?
Yeah, so I was just trying to go to the hospital and get some help. I relapsed yesterday. I just like to get back into the world, hit my meetings, you know. I mean, we all, even the rest of us relapse. You know, my father has been drinking and using drugs. I'm coming up on a year clean. You know, I don't feel like I deserve to even be here, sir. I haven't been in trouble in 4 years, and it's just been hard, you know, and I'm trying to keep my faith in God and stay clean and stuff.
Well, good for you. Good for you. Now, we have a community mental health worker out there. Have you had a chance to meet with Lindsay yet?
Yeah, I've met her for 7 years ago. Me and her go way back.
Is she there in the room with you today?
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor. Lindsay's right here.
Okay, Lindsay. Is it okay if Lindsay talks to me about this case?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. Lindsay, do you have any input?
Yes, Cyrus is working the CMH. He's working with SWIBA, I believe, as well. But from what I can tell from past reports, he's been doing everything he's supposed to do on the outside. So I encourage him to continue to follow up with that treatment.
Please, I'm just asking for a chance, sir.
All right. What kind of treatment are you getting, Mr. Meisner?
I go to IOP, I go to AA meetings, I go to church on the 7-day Adventist. I try to stay busy. I'm coming up out a year on IOP. I've completed almost everything they've given me.
Okay, and how many, are you going to AA or NA? Where do you go?
AA.
How many times a week?
AA.
How many times a week do you go?
5.
All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna set your bond at a $1,000 PR bond. You don't need to post any funds with the following conditions, that you're not.
All right, you can see the shot froze up there. We're working to reestablish a connection here for you as we are awaiting the Kalamazoo murder suspect to be in court. Okay, we're just, they are rebooting it, so hold on 1 second, folks, as we wait to reestablish that connection.
I work or have any direct or indirect contact with them. That means no texting, no social media connection, no sending somebody else to talk to them, nobody else sending it, you understand? You're to have absolutely no contact with them whatsoever?
Yeah, how would I see my son though?
Well, for the time being, I don't think you're going to be able to. Does he reside with Chelsea?
Yes, but we both have custody.
Well, is there, how about, does your mother, would your mother be able to act as a go-between with regard to your child?
I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure she could.
All right, well then I will say, pardon me?
Would you guys be able to contact Chelsea, or I would just have to?
I will write in my order, except indirect contact through, what's your mother's name?
Doris Floyd. She has 2 kids. I mean, one of them is mine biologically, but I still am his father. You know, I still see him too.
Well, not if you're not the biological father, or otherwise, you know, have some kind of order for family court or something. So I'll say, accept indirect contact through Doris Floyd for child visitation purposes. All right, you're going to get a copy of the notice to appear in your bond paperwork, and I think my bailiff will have some questions for you for the court-appointed attorney. Any questions? You're all set. Good afternoon. What is your name?
Eric.
All right. I've got 3 files here. We'll take them in order. Court calls the case of State of Michigan versus Derek Dryden, file 1513089 SM. This matter is scheduled for arraignment on a bench warrant, Mr. Dryden. Looks like a bench warrant was issued by the court back in early February when you failed to appear for a pretrial on February 3rd, 2016 in courtroom L. This is a minor in possession case. Do you recall why you weren't in court on February 3rd?
I didn't know that I had to go to court that day.
Okay. Well, when you were arraigned back on January 27th, before Judge Blatchford, you were given a copy of the notice to appear for a pretrial on February 3rd. When were you arrested? Pardon me?
I thought that said February 2nd. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it said February 3rd. Did you come on February 2nd?
I tried, but I didn't quite know where to go.
All right, well, the court's going to find you in contempt for not being in court when you were supposed to be here. Looks like were you arrested on Friday or Saturday?
Yes, just the last time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll sentence you to 3 days jail, credit for 3 days served. All right, now we've rescheduled this pretrial for March 2nd, 2016 at 8:30 a.m.
March 2nd?
March 2nd. You're going to get a copy of the notice to appear. You're going to put it on your calendar or stick this on your fridge somewhere where you remember to be here?
Yeah, I'm going to give it to my grandma.
All right, very good. That sounds like a good idea. Now, I'm going to release you on a PR bond. Conditions that you not purchase, possess, or consume alcohol, or possess or use illegal controlled substances. Now, I've got two other files here. Your name on it. I'll take State of Michigan versus Dryden, file 1604138 SM next. This matter is scheduled for an arraignment on a bench warrant. Again, failure to appear. My guess is you were confused about the date on this one as well.
Which one is that?
This is a retail fraud, third charge.
Yes, that was the same thing. I wasn't sure what day.
All right. Well, they're all going to be the same time, so March 2nd, 2016. So if you go to courtroom L, you're going to take care of all of these. So we'll set it at a $100 PR bond. All right, then the last one, State of Michigan versus Dryden 1604719 SM. All right, this is scheduled for an arraignment. So it's alleged that on February 20th, 2016 in Comstock Township, Kalamazoo County, State of Michigan, she violated the state ordinance against minor in possession by consumption, possession of alcohol. Guilty of this offense, it's punishable by a fine of up to $100. Do you understand the nature of the offense and the maximum possible penalty?
Yes.
All right, you should have received an advice and rights form out there this afternoon. Were you able to read and understand your rights?
Yes.
Understanding your rights, how do you wish to plead today?
Guilty.
Okay, do you have, I'll tell you what, you may be eligible. Do you have any prior minor in possession convictions? I don't have a report here.
No, I had one 2 days after Christmas, and that's what I...
That's the other one? All right. Well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to suggest you plead not guilty. You may be able to work out a deal where you can plead to one of them and partake in our minor in possession diversion program. So we'll set this for pretrial at the same time. Did you talk with anyone from Community Mental Health while you're there today?
For a second.
Lindsay, is Lindsay there in the room with you?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Is it okay if Lindsay talks to me about you?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, Lindsay, do you have any concerns about this young man?
Derek and I still need to sit down and talk, but I will probably be making some recommendations as far as outpatient follow-up. I don't have any specifics right now.
If I put in that he needs to follow to get an assessment by Community Mental Health and follow the recommendations, will that cover it?
Yes, I will.
All right, so Derek, I'm going to put this at a $100 PR bond with the following conditions: that you not purchase, possess, or consume alcohol, that you not use or possess any illegal controlled substances, and you're to complete a mental health assessment with Community Mental Health prior to release, and follow the recommended treatment, okay?
Yep.
All right, and we will see you then. Good luck to you. We'll see you back in court on March 2nd.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am. What is your name?
Amber Miller, Your Honor.
All right, court calls the case of State of Michigan versus Amber Miller, file 1604806 SN. This matter is scheduled for an arraignment today. Ms. Miller, it's alleged that on or about February 21, 2016, in the city of Kalamazoo, Kalamazoo County, State of Michigan, you committed the following two offenses. Number one, that you did make an assault or assault battery upon Robert Mays, an individual with whom you have a child in common, and/or an individual with whom you have a dating relationship. If guilty of this offense, it is a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 93 days in jail and a fine of up to $500. Count 2 alleges at that same time, date, and place that you did enter with or without breaking a certain building or structure, being a residence located at 622 Westbury Lane, Kalamazoo, Michigan, whether occupied or unoccupied, without first obtaining permission to enter from the owner or occupant, agent, or person having immediate control thereof. Guilty of this offense, it too is a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 90 days in jail and/or a fine of up to $500. Do you understand the nature of the 2 charges against you and the maximum possible penalty?
Yes, Your Honor.
You should have received an advice of rights form out there this afternoon. Were you able to read and understand your rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Understanding your rights, how do you wish to plead today?
I plead not guilty, Your Honor.
Under your not guilty plea on both counts, the matter will be set for a pretrial. That's going to take place March 1st, 2016, 8:30 a.m., the courtroom M of the Michigan Avenue Courthouse. Now, with regard to bond, what happens between now and then? Is there anything you'd like to say to the court about your ties to the Kalamazoo community, your employment, etc.?
I have no ties to the Kalamazoo community. Yesterday I was going to pick up my children, and I filed child support back in November for the first time after separating 2.5 years ago. And we have child support court tomorrow, and Robert is a bit angry about that, and he made a comment, B, you will lose your job and your kids tonight. Got my kids in the car, they were bawling hysterically because of the way he was acting. Left, he had called and said, you know, you're making this worse, you leave, the police are here now, you're gonna have a warrant. I called the dispatch department and said, should I come back? Like, I left, I'm done. She said, well, you do look in the wrong for leaving. I recommend you come back. I do have a job. I take care of my kids. They stay with me Monday through Friday. They sometimes go with their dad. I want to go home, Your Honor.
Okay, where are you employed then?
Main Street, Madawan.
Okay, and you live at 6068 Horizon Heights?
No, sir, that's the address of the father of my children. I live at, sir, go ahead.
Yes, please tell me your address.
Okay. 57125 Murray Street, Madawan.
You know the zip there, please?
49071, Your Honor. I had to pay for Little League signups for both of my children, so I don't have any cash on me until Friday for payday.
All right, well, I'll set this matter at a $500 PR bond. You're not to purchase, possess, or consume alcohol or products that contain alcohol, or be in a place where the primary business is dispensing of alcohol, except for employment purposes. You're not to use or possess any illegal controlled substances. And I'm going to say that you're to have no contact with Robert Murray except for child exchange purposes. Is there a third party that through whom you could go to exchange custody of the...
Yeah, absolutely. He has a girlfriend, and it's Mays, Your Honor, M-A-Y-S, for his last name. But he has a girlfriend, and I have a significant other as well. We've never had an issue like this. I really find it to believe it's because of tomorrow's court date. He's a bit angry with me because now he has to pay for the births of our children, but I'm tired of doing it by myself, so.
I'm going to have you report to the Office of Community Corrections on release for random PBTs in the meantime. Can you give me the name of your friend that you could that we could use as the intermediary for the child visitation?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. It is Zachary Medrano, M-E-D-R-A-N-O.
Okay.
And as far as the setup that we have now goes,
we really don't even communicate with each other. He picks them up Friday after school. He picks them up Friday after school, and then I pick them up either Sunday night or Monday after school. That's the only time that we have to have a conversation is if I have to close my job down on Sunday night or not.
Okay. All right, well, you get a copy of the notice to appear in the bond paperwork, and we'll see you in court in March. Good afternoon, what is your name?
James Gunn.
All right, everybody. For everybody watching, we are waiting for the Kalamazoo murder suspect to appear at his first court appearance. They're going through the motions with different suspects in different cases.
That on or about February 21st, 2016, in the city of Kalamazoo, Kalamazoo County, state of Michigan, that you violated the state statute against operating while intoxicated first. If guilty of this offense, it is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail and a fine of between $100 and $500. You understand the nature of the offense and the maximum possible penalty?
Yes, I do.
All right, you should have received an advice of rights form out there this afternoon. Were you able to read and understand your rights?
Yes, I was.
Understanding your rights, how do you wish to plead today?
Guilty.
Okay, I see there's a note from the city attorney's office. They're willing to accept a plea of guilty to an operating while visibly impaired. No recommendation of jail if you plead guilty. Do you wish to accept their offer?
Oh, yes.
All right. Now, it's still a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 93 days in jail and a fine of up to $300. Understand that by pleading guilty today, you're waiving your right to a trial in this matter?
Yes, I do.
You're waiving your right to be represented by counsel and the other rights set forth on your advice of rights form. Has anyone threatened you to get you to plead guilty today?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything other than what I just said?
No.
And you're pleading guilty because it's your choice to do so.
That's great.
You raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, so back on February 21st, 2016, you were in the city of Kalamazoo, Kalamazoo County, state of Michigan, correct?
That's correct.
You're operating a, looks like a 2003 Cadillac on West North Street.
I think that's where I got pulled over, but originally, I guess I had come into contact with the police officer at Poland Bear Party Store off of Westridge. But
Okay.
that's where I had gotten pulled over was
And behind,
the street.
and before you got behind the wheel yesterday, did you consume alcohol?
Yes.
What did you have to drink, sir?
Nanny Dan.
And how many of those did you drink?
This one.
Okay, did you eventually, did the officer have you blow into a breathalyzer?
Yes.
You recall what the results were?
Yeah.
What were the results?
1.12.
0.12, so in excess of the legal blood alcohol limit of 0.08? Okay, the court finds the material allegations of the amended complaint sustained by your sworn testimony that your plea is knowingly, accurately, and voluntarily made. Therefore, I'll accept your plea to operating while visibly impaired this afternoon. Now, we're going to schedule sentencing out because in all cases like this, we need you to undergo a substance abuse assessment so the court can make a proper sentence based upon your individual circumstances. And so I'm going to need you to get a substance abuse assessment through our probation department here in courtroom in the Michigan Avenue Courthouse. So as a condition of your bond, I'm going to have you report to probation to schedule substance abuse assessment, and you're going to need to do that. Probably won't be able to get that done this afternoon, so I will say report to the probation. Can you do that first thing tomorrow morning?
Tuesday, I can try. I can.
Well, I don't need to try. If I'm gonna order you to do it, I want you to do it. I'm just asking about your schedule. Are you working?
Yes, I'm working in.
You're working where?
JBS, Packard.
What shift do you work?
I work first and second shift.
Okay.
And I go.
Well, can you be there tomorrow? Can you be here tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock in the morning, get this taken care of?
I gotta go get the car out of the impound. And the police officer gave me the option to call somebody, and I was going to, I would have, but kind of moved the process of getting me, you know, sent to jail or whatever quickly. Car McDonald's towed, and you know that was the whole floated away.
All right, well, somebody's gonna, I'll tell you what, you're gonna make it happen. I'm gonna order it, one way or the other, you make it happen, you get a ride from a friend or something, but to keep this process moving forward, I'm gonna have you report to probation first thing on February 23rd. Set this matter at a $500 PR bond. Now, in the interim, you're not to purchase, possess, or consume alcohol or products that contain alcohol. You're not to be in a business that serves alcohol as a primary business. You can be in a restaurant, but you can't be in a bar. And you're not to purchase or possess, use or possess any illegal controlled substances or knowingly associate with those who do. All right, they'll have some, your bond paperwork for you out there, as well as your notice to appear for sentencing. What are we going to do?
March 24th.
That's going to be March 24th is when I'm going to actually sentence you. So in the meantime, you're not to drink, and you get that substance abuse assessment through our probation department, okay? All right, good luck to you. All right, what is your name? All right, Mr. Seabury, I've got two files here. Take a look at State of Michigan versus Siobhan Seabury, file 1604718ST. This matter is scheduled for an arraignment this afternoon. It is alleged that on or about February 19, 2016, in the city of Kalamazoo, County, State of Michigan, you did operate a motor vehicle while your license was suspended, denied, or revoked. If guilty of this offense, it is a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 93 days in jail and a fine of up to $500. Do you understand the nature of the offense and the maximum possible penalty?
Yes, sir.
All right, you should have received an advice of rights form out there this afternoon. Were you able to read and understand your rights? Understanding your rights, how do you wish to plead today?
Plead guilty.
All right, I don't have a copy of your driving record. Do you have a Michigan driver's license?
It's not. I do. It's not valid. It's suspended right now.
How long has it been suspended?
I believe the beginning of probably March of 2015 or April.
When is the last time you took steps to renew your license?
I've been paying on it. That's what you're asking.
Okay. Well, what you may want to do then is plead not guilty to the driving while license suspended and come and, yeah. You may want to come back and talk with the, in this case it'd be the assistant prosecuting attorney. I don't have a report here to see how far away you are away from getting your license, but the Secretary of State's going to hit you with a $1,000 driver's license responsibility fee if you plead guilty to a driving while license suspended. And we'd like to see you get your license back so that you don't keep reoffending. So would you like to plead not guilty, come in and talk to the assistant prosecuting attorney and see what we can do to help you get your license?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
All right, so I'm going to put in a not guilty plea. We're going to set this for a pretrial. That's going to take place on February 29, 2016 at 10 a.m. I'll release you on a $100 PR bond, the interim. All right. Now, Ms. Crump is here. Is she your probation officer?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Crump, I'm not sure where you're going to stand. We got rid of our lectern out here.
That's all right.
You seem to be okay over.
I'm fine.
All
Can you
right.
hear me actually, or?
Yes, I can.
Oh.
I can.
Yes. All right. Court calls the case of State of Michigan versus Siobhan Seabury. Thank you, Ms. Crump.
Thank you.
1409635 SM. And let's see, this matter is scheduled for a bench warrant arraignment. Looks like a bench warrant was issued for your arrest, Mr. Seabury, back in September of last year when you failed to appear for a probation violation hearing on September 8, 2015 in courtroom K. Do you recall why you weren't in court that day?
Yes, my son was actually born the day before that. He has problems with his liver, and I actually called Mr. Crump to inform him. I left her a message, but I've been up there with him that day, that whole week actually.
I did get a message and actually spoke with him and asked him to get me the verification of that, and it never happened.
And were you arrested yesterday, Mr. Seabury?
Yes, sir, for the driving without a license.
All right, well, I'll find you in contempt, 2 days jail, credit to serve. So, we rescheduled the probation violation hearing for February 29, 2016, 10 a.m. in Court K. Ms. Crump, anything to say with regard to bond and interim?
That's a 2014 case. He always indicated that he was working. However, he still has a balance of $510, so the court's obviously not getting any of that. He has several prior probation violations. I'd absolutely recommend some type of cash bond so that he comes to court.
I would definitely come, man. I promise you that. I want to book this week more. I just got a new job at Powers Manufacturing Company. I should start there on Thursday. So.
510 on this case alone. I believe there are several other cases where he owes money.
All right, I'm going to set this bond at 510 cash surety. We're going to set it for a probation violation hearing on February 29, 2016, 10 a.m. You'll get a copy of the bond paperwork and the notice to appear, Mr. Seabury, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're going to be just a moment and vote.
I'd imagine this is going to be a rather lengthy summons and complaint, and it's going to take me a while to read through it if we get anywhere near the number of counts that we're expecting. So I'm going to need the noise to be down at a low level so that the defendant can hear me, okay? right, court calls the case of State of Michigan versus Jason Brian Dalton, file number 160287FY. Are you Jason Brian Dalton?
Yes.
This matter is scheduled for arraignment this afternoon. It is alleged by the people of the state of Michigan that on or about February 20, 2016, following 16 offenses occurred, and count 1, which is alleged to have taken place February 20, 2016 in the township of Texas, Kalamazoo County, state of Michigan, that the defendant did murder Mary Lou Nye. Guilty of this offense is a felony punishable by a sentence to life imprisonment. Count 2 of the complaint. It's alleged that on February 20, 2016, in Texas Township, Kalamazoo County, state of Michigan, that the defendant did carry or have in his possession a firearm, to wit, a pistol, at the time he committed or attempted to commit the felony of open murder. If guilty of this offense, it too is a felony, punishable by up to 2 years consecutively with and preceding any term of imprisonment imposed for the felony or attempted felony conviction. Count 3 alleges that on February 20, 2016, in Texas Township, Kalamazoo County, state of Michigan, that the defendant did murder Mary Jo Nye. Guilty of this offense, it is a felony, punishable by up to life in prison. Count 4 alleges on February 20, 2016, in Texas Township, Kalamazoo County, state of Michigan, that the defendant did carry or have in his possession a firearm, to wit, a pistol, at the time he committed or attempted to commit the felony, that being open murder. If guilty of this offense, it is a felony, punishable by up to 2 years consecutively with and preceding any term of imprisonment imposed for the felony or attempted felony conviction. Count 5 alleges that on February 20, 2016, in Texas Township, Kalamazoo County, state of Michigan, the defendant did murder Barbara Hawthorne. If guilty of this offense, it is a felony, punishable by up to life in prison. Count 6 alleges that on February 20, 2016, in Kalamazoo County, state of Michigan, Texas Township, that the defendant did carry or have in his possession a firearm, to wit, a pistol, at the time he committed or attempted to commit the felony of open murder. Guilty of this count, it's a felony, punishable by up to 2 years consecutively with and preceding any term of imprisonment imposed for the felony or attempted felony conviction. Count 7 alleges that on February 20, 2016, in Texas Township, Kalamazoo County, state of Michigan, that the defendant did murder Dorothy Brown. Guilty of this offense, it is a felony, punishable by up to life in prison. Count 8 alleges at that same time, date, and place that the defendant did carry or have in his possession a firearm, a pistol, at the time he committed or attempted to commit the felony of open murder. Guilty of count 8. It's a felony punishable by up to 2 years consecutively with and preceding any term of imprisonment imposed for the felony or attempted felony. Count 9 alleges that on February 20, 2016, in the city of Kalamazoo, Kalamazoo County, state of Michigan, that the defendant did murder Richard Smith. If guilty of this offense, it is a felony, punishable by up to life in prison. Count 10 alleges at that same time, date, and place that the defendant did carry or have in his possession a firearm, a pistol, at the time he committed or attempted to commit the felony. If guilty of this offense, it's a felony, punishable by up to 2 years consecutively with and preceding any term of imprisonment imposed for the felony or attempted felony conviction. Count 11 alleges that on or about February 20, 2016, in the city of Kalamazoo, Kalamazoo County, state of Michigan, that the defendant did murder Tyler Smith. Guilty of this offense, it is a felony, punishable by up to life in prison. Count 12 alleges at that same time, date, and place that the defendant did carry or have in his possession a firearm, to wit, a pistol, at the time he committed or attempted to commit the felony of open murder. Guilty of this offense, it's punishable by up to 2 years in prison consecutively with and preceding any term of imprisonment imposed for the felony or attempted felony conviction. Count 13 alleges that on February 20, 2016, in Texas Township, Kalamazoo County, state of Michigan, that the defendant did make an assault upon a minor child with intent to commit the crime of murder. Guilty of this offense, it's punishable by life or any number of years. Count 14 alleges at that same time, date, and place that the defendant did carry or have in his possession a firearm, a pistol, at which time he committed or attempted to commit a felony, that being assault with intent to murder. If guilty of this offense, it's a felony punishable by up to 2 years consecutively with and preceding any term of imprisonment imposed for the felony or attempted felony conviction. Count 15 alleges that on February 20, 2016, in Richland Township, Kalamazoo County, state of Michigan, that the defendant made an assault upon Deanna Carruthers with the intent to commit the crime of murder. If guilty of this offense, it's punishable by up to life or any number of years. Count 16 alleges at that same time, date, and place that the defendant did carry or have in his possession a firearm, to wit, a pistol, at the time he committed or attempted to commit a felony, that being assault with intent to murder. If guilty of this count, it is a felony punishable by up to 2 years consecutively with and preceding any term of imprisonment imposed for the felony or attempted felony conviction. You understand the charges being made against you and the maximum sentences that I just stated.
Yes.
You have the right to the assistance of an attorney and the right to be represented by an attorney at all subsequent proceedings in this matter. If you're indigent or cannot afford an attorney, the court will appoint an attorney to represent you at public expense. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you do say, either orally or in writing, can be used against you in court. You have the right to have an attorney present during any questioning to which you consent. You intend to retain a private attorney, or do you want the court to appoint an attorney for you at this time? The right to have a probable cause conference within 7 to 14 days, and the right to have a preliminary examination 5 to 7 days thereafter. Those have been scheduled. The next court appearance will be a pre-exam conference scheduled for Thursday, March 3rd, 2016, 8:30 a.m. in courtroom N of the Michigan Avenue Courthouse. The preliminary exam itself is scheduled for March 10, 2016, 1:30 p.m. here in courtroom M of the Michigan Avenue Courthouse. With regard to Bob, is there anything you wish to tell the court at this time concerning your connections with the community?
I would prefer just to remain silent.
Very good. The court exercises its discretion under MCR 6.106B1A1 to deny bail at this time. The asked defendant is charged with murder. You will receive a copy of the notice to appear. That concludes today's hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks,
All right, there you go, folks. We just saw Jason Brian Dalton accused of killing 6 people in Kalamazoo on Saturday, making his first court appearance. What a storyline that has, and the implications of this story here in Michigan. You probably by now have heard the story of he was driving his Uber car, allegedly, and in between killing people, police say, he picked up a couple, and the one guy, his passenger in the car, asked, "Are you the Kalamazoo killer?" And he didn't. He just said no, he wasn't. But come to think of it, that passenger must be really thanking his lucky stars that he was able to get out of that car where this guy was allegedly doing these horrendous crimes. So we'll keep an eye out on that story here for you. Looks like we have another event coming up here.
Yes, I hear you, New York. Thank you. I hear you, New York.
We're going to get you ready for a Donald Trump rally happening right now in Nevada.
those guys should be able to have the best access to care, not the worst. And he's spoken about it a lot. Yes, sir. Thank you. Listen, again, I don't know about case by case because there are obviously exceptions to the rule like there are with everything. I know that's not the case elsewhere. I know that's not the case when you talk about the guys that I know that wait weeks and months to be able to get a simple appointment that they could get in their local hospital, but they're not allowed to go there to the local hospital who may do a better job because that's not covered. So it doesn't surprise me. I know Utah's done a great job with a lot of issues as a state. Maybe it works well there, but it hasn't worked well in a lot of other places. Yes, sir.
I've got two things. Your dad gets a lot of knife against women.
Well, I agree. The question was, my father gets hit a lot for women, but the reality of the situation is back in the 80s, again, we build buildings. That's still my main job. I've been doing this for 2 weeks now, like I said, 3 weeks. A little bit on the side just because I believe in what he's doing, and I want to make sure we get that message out. But back in the 80s on some of the biggest construction jobs, some of the things that he started doing, I mean, he had women that were running jobs. Now, again, you got to remember, it's not 2016. This was 1980, 1982. To have a woman in charge of a major project that was a construction job, in New York City, it was unheard of. He's about merit. If that person was better, if that person was tougher, or they did a better job, it's not about, okay, well, we're arbitrarily going to put someone in here to fill a position to say, okay, we checked that diversity box. It's not about that. It's about getting the right people for the job, and he's been doing that for his entire career. It's very simple, and that's the way it's always going to be with him. But you're right. There's actually almost a disproportionate number of women in this room, so maybe that's because I'm so handsome. I'm just kidding. I had to throw a little Trumpism in there, so I can't help myself. It's genetic. Thank you. Thank you.
I've done most of my life, and I now make my living out in the mines and driving big equipment. And back when I started doing that, there weren't a lot of women, and so I believe that Trump is a fair man, and that's how it ought to be. Just by merit is how it should happen.
Correct.
Before you went into the mines, who was the nicest?
Yes, ma'am.
Of their income, and they're always being threatened. We're going to cut the Medicare. We're going to have to cut this. And they've paid into this their whole life. I don't feel like it's an entitlement. They don't feel like it's an entitlement.
It's not an entitlement. My father's been clear about it.
Ever, and this is not politically correct, hear them say we're going to cut food stamps. We're going to cut something like that.
Listen, my father agrees with you, and I've heard him say that on many occasions. That's your money. You've been paying into it forever. It should go back to people who've been paying into it forever. That's not the way we work now. Now we would much rather give stuff to people who haven't paid into anything, and understanding there's hardship in the world, and we don't want to be horrible people and whatnot. But that's American dollars for Americans who've paid into it. It should go back to them. He says he wants to make sure we preserve that because it is your money. And if the government's going to take it and put aside it for you, it should be there for them. Now, my father said, hey, he'll waive his Social Security benefits. He doesn't need it. He's done well enough. But that doesn't work for everyone else. Everyone else doesn't have those same options. If you've been paying into it, you should be able to get it back. And right now, if you look at the way the system is managed, certainly guys my age, they won't get it. They won't see it. It's going to be a bankrupt agency. So we do have to fix that. We have to make sure that it's there and available for the people who've been paying into it for their entire lives, or stop taking it from them. Yes, sir. Well, that's, I mean, the Supreme Court's a huge issue. I mean, that's perhaps the biggest issue, you know, of all of this, you know, going on right now, because, you know, the left does a very good job of legislating from the bench as opposed to actually interpreting the Constitution. They do, that's their MO. And that's how they, you know, will continue to make major changes to this country and to the way, you know, America's always been. And so it's a major issue, obviously. It's something that has to be looked into a lot. There's a lot that has to happen in the next 300 days or not happen to make sure that that appointment's available for, you know, for him to be able to make. So we haven't had the specific conversation, but rest assured that it'll be something that's, you know, probably a #1 priority for him right now. So, yes, sir. Thank you very much. It's great to be here. I will do that. Thank you. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Well, he has been very vocal about it. I mean, education for him, you know, he's obviously very against Common Core because you can't dummy down the system to the lowest common denominator so that you can pass the quote-unquote, you know, little check marks that everyone puts in a system so that everyone else's kids are worse off for that. I mean, he's about local education. And, you know, just as his son, I know how important education has been to him. I mean, from day one, that's always what he has stressed to us. That's what he stresses with us now that, you know, I'm a parent of 5 kids, making sure that they have those educations because that opportunity that it affords them later on in life is so important. So he does want to fix the system because it's been totally broken, and he's been very vocal about it. Well, yeah. Good luck with liberal academia right now. I mean, if you left it to them, you would never see the Constitution. It wouldn't even exist. But yes, I mean, he's obviously a big believer in that and the whole process. But you know, I know just from growing up for him, you know, I know what an education means, and he knows the doors that it can open. And so we want to make sure that that's available for everyone, and that it's done in a way that, you know, people can actually learn, not on a national basis whereby you just can't teach everyone the same way. It doesn't work. There's different values and different concepts, and you have to be able to do that on a local basis. Thank you. Yep. Well, you can check out his policy papers in terms of the details, but you know, he's obviously against that. He sees what it does to his friends that are doctors and their inability to then make a living, which, you know, just takes the standard of care in a country that, you know, has some of the best doctors anywhere in the world, and makes it impossible for anyone to get anything. So he wants to, you know, get rid of that, put something out there that actually makes a lot of sense, you know, for the people, to encourage other people to then go into medicine, to make sure that, you know, doctors and other practitioners can actually make a living in those after, you know, the amount of schooling that they can, and have to go through to do that. So it's a very complicated thing, and they're working on the policy on how they're going to do that right now. But, you know, you've heard him speak about it. It's certainly something that's forefront in his mind. I don't know enough about the details of it. Like I said, I'm here, you know, I've been in politics for 3 weeks, so I'm learning as I go myself. Yeah, I build buildings. If you want to ask about foundations, if you want to ask about construction, I can talk about that. I'm probably the only son of a billionaire that's more comfortable in a D10 Caterpillar than I am you know, on a golf cart. So perhaps I could be helpful in the mines more than I can in terms of the details of you know, medical reform. But I like to say I try either way. Yes. Yeah. Well, without question. And I mean, he's spoken of that. I mean, we deal with it even in our home state in New York when he's talking about the fracking issue and how, you know, if you look at the border near my cabin where I do a lot of my fly fishing up in upstate, you know, if you go 2 feet across the border, across the river on the Delaware, you know, they're fracking, they're doing this, it's generating jobs, it's generating income, and then on, you know, 2 feet on the other side, they're saying we're not going to do anything about it. You know, he's been all for that exploration. Now, he's mostly talked about it in a sense of energy independence, and you can see what's going on in terms of oil and gas prices right now being as low as they are, and that's, you know, the Saudi cartels and the guy that have been really happy taking our money and robbing us blind, trying to, you know, put those small companies out of business because they've been innovating, they've been taking those technologies. I mean, I don't think it changes that much when you talk about mining, whether it be precious metals or when you talk about some of the metals that are being used in computer chips and, you know, where China and these other countries have the monopoly on all of those types of metals. We do have to be able to explore, but there's a way also to do it where you can take that exploration and actually make it work where you're also managing those same lands for the benefit of hunters and outdoorsmen such as myself, for the benefit of ranchers who have grazing rights. If you look at some of the great success stories, I think, you know, Utah has a couple examples certainly where, you know, these, you know, the EPA gets involved and they try to kill the potash mines, which now actually hold, you know, after they've been reclaimed and fixed up, they're actually some of the most productive lands, you know, for game, for fish, for hunters, for people who are ranchers and grazing rights. You know, there's a way to have it all and make sure that those lands, again, those issues are important for me because, like I said, I'm probably the first graduate of the Wharton School of Finance to live in Colorado for 18 months as a bartender before I got my job with the organization because I'm into the hunting, I'm into the fishing. I wanted to make sure that I did enough of that to make sure that when I'm sitting at the office on a Saturday morning at 2 o'clock in the morning negotiating a deal and finishing up a deal that, okay, I've experienced the other side. I've done everything that I needed to do, that I didn't have any regrets or what ifs. So those issues are very important to me because when I talk about the outdoors and all of this, I know that it was because I was in a duck blind or I was in a tree stand, whatever it may be, that kept me out. Not to say that I was an angel, but it kept me out of a lot of other trouble I would have gotten into growing up. And so I want to make sure that those same outdoor resources are available there for my kids because those opportunities were very important. But again, there is a way to do that with industry, whether it be mining, whether it be oil and gas, to be able to have the best of all worlds. But you can't do it with the bureaucracies that the government's created where, you know, rules don't mesh with other rules, and by the time you get through 3 agencies, you get everything that you need to do, and then another one says, well, this doesn't work with our motive, so we shut you down, and you spend, you know, millions of dollars just trying to get started, and you can't even put a shovel in the ground. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't work. You know, there is a way to have it all. We just have to get rid of some of the bureaucracy. Yes, ma'am.
Honestly, what I'm more concerned with is budget. So if your father does become president, what kind of programs would he be cutting to save money besides, of course, food stamps?
Well, you know, it's less even about cutting programs than it is creating efficiencies within that. I mean, you know, if you talk about my father, the thing he prides himself on all of the jobs that he's ever done is being on time, you know, or ahead of schedule and under budget. So, you know, it's again about getting rid of some of the just positions that are being put in place where, you know, there may be some guy who's really good at this and really good at that, and he has 1 day less experience than the guy that's in charge who's doing a horrible job, who doesn't know what he's doing, has no business being there, but he's only being there because he's got tenure. You know, it's about putting those people in the right positions and letting them adjust their budgets so that we can actually, you know, turn a profit for a change, so we can maybe pay back some of our debt, so that those surpluses can then trickle down to create better education systems, and, you know, and again, and then if there's left over, there's probably plenty of people that, you know, do need some help and, you know, can be taken care of. But we have to take care of the average American hardworking person first before we can worry about everyone else. It's hard to believe that those are the people paying in, and they've been the most neglected. It's disgusting. Yes, sir.
As long as we take care of protecting the Second Amendment and getting these kids some jobs, we'll take all care of all the rest of the stuff, the people. We don't need nothing but a damn job and freedom.
That one's almost T-ball for me. You know, if you do any research on me, you know, you'll see where I stand on the Second Amendment. I'm a competitive high-power shooter. I shoot competitive F-class, long range, obviously big hunter, fisherman, all of that stuff. I reload myself for probably over 100 different calibers. You know, the Second Amendment means something to me, and it means something because it is about our freedom. I mean, it's the Second Amendment. It wasn't like it was some sort of crazy afterthought that happened 100 years later. I mean, it's number 2. after the pretty basic rights of freedom of speech. So when this thing's debated, and it constantly will, and this will go back to the Supreme Court, nomination as well, where they're going to try to say, hey, the Second Amendment, that was an afterthought. It wasn't really intended this way. It was about a musket. These arguments are nuts. And, I'll say this about my father, and he'll never get the credit for it because he's from New York. But, when San Bernardino happened, when the Paris attacks happened, all the other GOP candidates, they're crickets. Crickets. They may be for it. I'm not saying they're not. But, certainly they won't take it on because it's controversial. My father's the first guy and the only guy that said, hey, guys, guess what? In these places where, California and France, where you have the toughest gun laws in the world, if there were a couple bullets flying the other way, maybe that changes the game a little bit. Between me, my wife, my brother, my father, we have 4 of the 1,500 concealed weapon permits issued in New York City, just amongst ourselves, and we carry. It's something that's very important for me. And again, I do a lot in terms of getting youth into the outdoors, shooting, hunting, fishing, all of this stuff. I mean, the discipline associated therewith, I think, is a great training tool for life. So it goes beyond even the basic rights, but as a way of training people and getting kids into it. And like I said, that stuff means a lot to me. So no one's going to be stronger on the Second Amendment than my father. And certainly, if there's anyone that ever doubts if there's any waiver, he's got his oldest son and his middle son in there screaming in his ear, because that's what we do every weekend. I mean, I shoot thousands of center fire rounds a year, shoot thousands of rim fire rounds a year. I shoot more shotgun shells than you can imagine as well, and that doesn't even include when we're hunting and fishing. So it's a real issue for us. I don't just sit there and pose with the shotgun or rifle once a year with my finger on the trigger and the safety off like a lot of these other guys pretending that they understand the issue. I actually live that lifestyle. For me, it's a great American tradition. It doesn't get more important. We got to give it to the young guy first, and then we'll. Yes, sir. No, you are, and it's great to actually see a room like this where there are young people in there and asking questions, because and maybe that's the thing I'm most excited about in terms of seeing my father do this, is that he's getting people that haven't been interested, they haven't been involved, and they're now getting involved and asking the right questions. So, go for it. I'm glad. The government's going to be a lot smaller, because it's just grown. It's been bloated. I mean, when you talk about the Republicans being a small government party, there's a lot of talk. How much action has there been? How much? No, seriously, how much action have you seen? They'll tell you everything you want to hear. They'll say it over and over again. Guess what? How many times have they acted on those principles? Exactly 0. Because again, it's all part of the same cadre of guys getting together doing nothing. So, I think it's time to let a businessman in there, someone who actually has real world experience, who's actually done these things, had done it when his own money was on the line. We do have to shrink it because it's the most bloated thing in the world. And imagine the money we spent on these nonsense programs and agencies if they actually got spent on something useful, educating our kids. Maybe then those people are starting businesses and creating actual surplus income and money that, yes, is taxable and can go to fund these other programs. So no, I think without question you'll finally see some change in terms of the quote unquote small government party. Yes, sir. I will make sure to relay the message to Joe, and if my father doesn't do it, I'll do it myself. Yeah. We have the sock party over here, does it? Yes, sir. Oh, well, I know. Well, and I'm guilty of that myself, because then when I do see it, I end up buying 5,000 rounds. And if you listen to the left, a couple bricks of 22. It's not, they're saying, oh, you're ready to commit mass destruction. It's like, no, it's just not available, so you have to do it. I mean, as I get my kids into it, my kids can shoot a couple hundred rounds in an hour, just plinking around on some steel that we have in our backyard in our country. So, hopefully they're starting to catch up, though. I've noticed the shortages isn't as bad as it was, but 3 years ago, you couldn't find 22 to save your life. You couldn't find components for reloading. And in my home state, with this quote-unquote New York SAFE Act, I can't even order reloading components without going through my FFL anymore, because apparently the bullet, even if it's not attached to lead, it doesn't have, or brass, and doesn't have powder in it, and doesn't have a primer attached, is apparently very lethal, because maybe I could shoot it out of my slingshot. But we have to stop having people, in legislating laws, that don't have a fundamental understanding of what they're actually talking about. That would be, I know it'd be a novel concept, but I think that's something that we have to do and enact. And also, you know, I'd love to push on it. I don't know if my father's ever talked about, but state reciprocity in terms of concealed carry, because it's ridiculous that you can drive all over the country. You can go through all the hassles that you have to do to get a CCW permit, and then you can't carry it across your border. That makes zero sense to me, but I don't know if it's something he's discussed. But if we're on the gun issue, that's another big one for me. You're back. Well, it's typical, you know, and again, I hear this a lot, and what's interesting for me as we talk about this is I hear this so much when I talk to my friends that are big hunters and fishermen, when I talk to my friends that are competitive shooters, the guys, whether it's, you know, steel with handguns or long range or whatever it may be. Well, you know, I don't want to get involved in politics because, like, that's what I do in fun, you know, for fun. I want to go hunt. I don't want to think about these things. But, hey, guys, if you don't start acting and getting involved in politics because you want to separate your hobby and your fun from that, it's going to be gone, because the left will do whatever they can to legislate, and they'll spend their free time, and they have a lot of fun doing it. But it's always a death by 1,000 cuts. You know, if you can't get it this way, we can't get the big picture, we'll make it a little bit harder. Then it becomes a little bit more of a hassle to get a gun. Then it becomes a little bit harder to get ammo. And then it becomes a little bit harder to get access to lands where you can actually use any of that stuff. And guess what? Eventually people say, you know what, it's not worth it. That's how they'll win in the end. So, you know, I say it. There's a group of guys, industry guys, you know, that started a web page because they're friends of mine, and they started a thing called Sportsmen for Trump. I was the keynote speaker at the big Western Hunt Expo last week over in Utah, and they've put a bunch of stuff in there about our policies and, you know, the guys that are, you know, backing us. You know, some of the corporate guys that have shareholders and whatever, they can't do it even though they're friends of ours because, you know, the shareholders think it's a little controversial. But there's a lot of guys in the industry, from, you know, individual competitive shooters that know me, my brother personally, you know, to guys that are, you know, the heads of big companies, you know, Ronnie Barrett and these guys, you know, that have just come out and say, hey, you know, Trump's the only one that's actually really talking about it. We're the only guys that showed up at SHOT Show. You know, everyone else, oh yeah, we're very Second Amendment. Well, you won't come talk at SHOT? You know, we spoke at the Outdoor Sportsman's Awards. I was the keynote speaker at the Western Hunt Expo. You know, these are things that are very important for us, but we do have to get involved in politics. And a big part of what Sportsmen for Trump is doing is showing that, hey, if we talk to shooters, if we talk to hunters, if we talk to sportsmen, and get them to show up and vote, maybe politicians will actually do something and cater to us instead of just being left in the dust. So we do have to get involved. Yes, sir.
I actually have a couple questions. One is, we actually have a gun range, and I like all your policy on guns. Do you want to go shooting after this?
I would love to. If I do have enough time before we take, I know I have to do some radio and TV. If I have time, I would love to. Otherwise, I'll come back. Never hard to get me to get in the field.
Sweet. Second question, though, is, because you actually answered a lot of my questions about, you know, healthcare and school systems and that, I want to know, what's your father going to be doing about our nation's security? I mean, we saw the shootings in Paris. What are we going to do to keep those animals out of our own country and protect ourselves from them?
Well, he's spoken very heavily about the military and having a strong presence, and I mean, I think he'd love, you know, sort of going back to a pretty, you know, not that new a concept of just peace through superior firepower, right? We build up our military, you know, do so in a way that, A, we're taking care of our troops, B, we're giving them the best equipment there is to buy so they're not going into battle with, you know, lesser stuff and, you know, being subject to the craziness that's going on right now, and making sure that those countries understand we're not playing games. When you look at what's going on today, I mean, it's sad. We don't even talk aggressively anymore, let alone act aggressively. And we have to do that. And some people have given my father a hard time. Well, you know, he delivers the message a little, it's a little bit harsh. Can you get him to tone it down? It's like, wait, guys, there's a time for diplomacy. I get it. There's a time where we can talk and try to be nice and be really friendly and cater to everyone. And, you know, and then there's a time where you actually have to break out the hammer. And we're at the point in this country where we can't talk about things in a whisper and pretend that they're, you know, things aren't issues and, you know, God forbid, you know, and, you know, I think he's done that, and maybe he's brought out the sledgehammer, but it's time. And there's people who say, well, I don't like the way you delivered the messages. So, well, if you don't like the way that you delivered the message, then I assume you think there's no problems here. Because if you think it's too much, you know, but in the real world, you know, there's a time. And because he's been so aggressive about these positions, because he has said it that way and said it so harshly, guess what? These issues, that weren't talked about by anyone, even the right before, are actually now on the forefront of the debate stage. And he's been doing this for 3 weeks. Imagine what you do if you give him 4 years. Yeah.
Attack or a safe, an issue like that, yes, it concerns us very much.
Well, I think it's obviously something that's not going to get as much attention because it's not as sexy an issue. But I mean, when you talk about him, it's ultimately about security.
He's been very vocal about that. Again, whether it's immigration, it's not just saying immigration for security purposes. It's what's coming across the border in terms of the drug trade. I mean, this was a huge issue in New Hampshire where there's a major heroin problem. But if you break it down, it all goes back to that. That's where it's coming across. So we got to take care of Americans. We have to make sure our borders are safe. We got to make sure that these people that are committing atrocities aren't coming into our country. And again, we're a nation of immigrants. My mom's an immigrant. My father's mom's an immigrant. But there's a way to do it to bring people in the right way to make it go through this process. And the people that I know who have gone through the process and have done it correctly, they're saying, hey, I agree with your father. I went through it for 10 years. I'm proud to be an American. I actually want to pay into the system. I'm happy to do that and be involved and be a part of it. But there's a lot of people that don't necessarily feel that way. They want sort of all of the good stuff of America without having to actually pay into the system, without having to be involved, and without having to, assimilate at least a little bit in terms of our values and the things and the traditions that we hold dear. So, again, in terms of the security on rail, I don't know the exact issues. I mean, that does seem a little bit ludicrous because I've seen some of these trains because, again, where I spend my free time, whether, in the woods and whatnot, and in some of those areas, you see where they go through. And when you can sit up at a stop at a train crossing and watch for 25 minutes as a train rolls by, it'd be sort of hard to believe that there'd be a one-man crew on one of those monsters, especially when you're talking about some of the hazardous materials that are being transported, et cetera. So, I don't know the exact details, but it certainly seems very logical. Thank you. Thank you. How are we doing on time, Charles? 2 more? Perfect. Sir? Well, I don't think he thinks they're treating him properly when you see sort of the lies that are being perpetuated about him. I mean, I think without question, I mean, he doesn't. But again, unlike everyone else, he's sort of able to call him out, and people like you are seeing it and saying, hey, wait a minute, he's right here. That's what's great. Because he's been able to be so vocal about the issue, he's been able to highlight him, and people are finally figuring out how this system, which is totally broken, actually works. That said, he looks at $100 million. I guess it's a lot of money, but Bush spent $150 million trying to get it, and look where it got him. Decent guy, decent individual. We spent $15 million, I think, in attack ads alone in South Carolina against my father. But ultimately, if all of you show up and push that button and speak and say, hey, this is the guy that should be doing this, eventually they're going to fold, or there will be no GOP as they know it. And it's probably time for that. You know, I mean, I think we're all for a lot of conservative principles and values and everything that they're talking about, but the way they're trying to do it with their little cadres and their little, backroom deals and trying to cut anyone out who can actually effectuate real change, who actually make something happen for a change, that doesn't work forever. So I think perhaps he's the guy that's delivering that message. And frankly, if there's one thing that we get out of this whole process, is that he's showing other people that, hey, maybe if you get involved in the game and do it, you can make a change. And so you won't have the same stable of politicians just we get one thing, we sit on a committee for 2 weeks, and now we can check that off the box and say we have experience in XYZ, even though they've never really done anything. It's very different, and hopefully he's just changing the way this game is played permanently, not just for this election. Yes, sir. Well, he's certainly spoken about the executive orders as of late, whether it be the stuff as it pertains to, the Second Amendment and gun rights. So, I think that's something he said he would do first day in office. They're gone. I don't know about 120 years of the history. I don't know what's in there, what's legal, what's not. That's a little bit in the weeds for me. Now, it's not for the people that he'll bring in, and that's perhaps the most important thing. And, it's my segue into, what he'll do for this country is actually bring in real people, guys that have done this in the real world, guys that are real businessmen who've done it and been successful. It's mind-boggling to me when you have guys that are just career politicians. They probably never even negotiated a car loan or lease, let alone this. And we're saying, hey, go negotiate $1 trillion deal with China. It's mind-boggling. It'd be like me putting my son, who's been wrestling for 3 weeks, putting him in the ring against Dan Gable. There's some things you don't do, and I don't know why, as a country, we continue to perpetuate this and put lightweights in against people who are saying, hey, let's put the best in a room. He's about, and will always be about, putting the best in a room. So he'll have people looking at all of these issues. He'll actually form teams that can be successful, not just because, well, it's this guy's turn. It's not this guy's turn. We're going to put the right guy in the job. Thank you so much, guys. I think I ran out of time, but it's been an honor to be here. Thank you for listening to me, despite me being new at this. Hopefully, I've been able to convey a little bit of my father's message. And he just wants to do what's right by you, what's right by the hardworking people of this country. And he wants to give you a voice for a change, because, unfortunately, that should be the most important voice, and it's been totally lost these days. So thank you. And again, remember, please get out there and actually vote, caucus, do it. It's important. Thank you so much. It's been an honor.
Good. Oh, good. So, yeah, so it wasn't my imagination. He did start it. Okay. I started as soon as I got started. we were messing with audio. So do you want me to do that now? Okay. Copy that. Okay, thanks. Okay, bye.
Well, that's what I've been going to do. I just started getting right. I know, I'm just terrible. You go ahead. I don't get up where you can't I hate to go for a 5 or 6 or 10 mile hike. There it is. Well, yeah. Sometimes they get. Yeah, we're getting older. It doesn't all work as long Where was that? He was taking care of all the things. Geologist is I don't know that they do.
When I can shut down in America, move to Mexico, move to China, move to other low-wage countries, pay workers there pennies an hour, and then I bring my product back into this country. That's what those pieces of legislation were about. I'm talking about NAFTA, CAFTA, permanent normal trade relations with China, and others. That's what these trade policies were written for. That is what has happened. We have lost millions of decent paying jobs which have ravaged community after community after community all over this country. The average American who walks into a store now finds it harder and harder to purchase products made in America, and often the only alternative is made in China or someplace else. Now, on that issue, I voted against NAFTA, against CAFTA, against permanent normal trade relations with China, and I am helping to lead the opposition to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. I have a radical idea that corporations who every night on TV advertise and they tell us buy this product, buy that product, that maybe they should start manufacturing those products in our country, creating jobs in this country rather than in other countries around the world. I have the radical idea that maybe instead of having unfettered free trade, we should have fair trade, protecting workers in this country and poor people abroad. Now, Secretary Clinton supported, she didn't vote for it, she wasn't in the Senate. She supported NAFTA. She supported permanent normal trade relations with China. Now, I am glad that after having initially indicated support for the TPP, she changed her mind and, in fact, has voiced opposition to it. But interestingly enough, knowing her record on trade, the head of the Chamber of Commerce, Tom Donahue, and you all know the Chamber of Commerce is one of the major business organizations in this country, very strongly supportive of all of these trade agreements. This is what he has said. He has said that he believes that Hillary Clinton would ultimately support the TPP if she becomes the Democratic nominee for president and is elected. And I'm quoting from Inside U.S. Trade. And I continue. Donahue argued that she has publicly opposed the deal chiefly because her main challenger, Senator Bernie Sanders, has also done so. Quote, if she were to get nominated, if she were to be elected, I have a hunch that what runs in the family is you get a little practical if you ever get the job, end of quote, he said. In other words, one of the most powerful business leaders in this country believes that if Hillary Clinton were elected president, she in fact would end up supporting the TPP. Let me tell the Chamber of Commerce, I am elected president. I will not support the TPP. There are a lot of differences of opinion between Secretary Clinton and myself on some major issues. These are two of them. But at the end of the day, this is the biggest difference. As Elena understands, and as everybody up on the stage understands, what we are seeing is more and more power going into the hands of the few. We are seeing that politically, where billionaires are now spending hundreds of millions of dollars to elect the candidates of their choice. We're seeing this economically, where a handful of people on Wall Street have power beyond belief and are shaping the economy so that it works for the 1%, but not for the bottom 90%. And what the American people have got to determine is which candidate, whose life work is about standing up to the billionaire class, standing up to Wall Street, standing up to corporate interests, and who does not. That's what this campaign is essentially about. So I thank everybody for being here, and in the coming weeks we are going to continue to contrast our point of view with Secretary Clinton's on a number of issues. We have time for a few questions. We've got to get running to Amherst for a rally. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Let me say something. Everyone here, is there a path to victory? The short three-letter answer is YES. Let me say this to my friends in the media. When I was in Iowa, literally, I was asked, well, Bernie, if you lose Iowa, are you going to drop out of the race? Literally, that's what I was asked, because Iowa is the end of the world. Bernie, if you only win New Hampshire by thus such, will it be a major disappointment? Bernie, if you don't win Nevada, is the world going to crumble? All of you need to understand, which I'm sure you do, that the Democratic presidential nominating process is proportional, is state by state, right? Okay. Hillary Clinton won Nevada. Now, we came a long way. We were 25 points behind. We lost by five points. Would have loved to have won, no question about it. You know what the results were in terms of delegates in Nevada? Hillary Clinton got 19 delegates. Bernie Sanders got 15 delegates. Do you know how many delegates you need to win the Democratic nomination? Over 2,400. So she gained 4 delegates on me. Out of 2,400, not so important. So what this is about is a slog, if I may use that word, state by state by state. Massachusetts, in fact, has one of the largest states on Super Tuesday, has a whole lot of delegates, and we hope to win here. And we hope to win in a number of other states. But what ends up happening, even if we do well, and we say we get 55%, 60, whatever it may be, Secretary Clinton will get a lot of delegates, and we'll just have to keep moving on. So, for the media, please do not come to me state by state and say, is this the end of the world? We are in this campaign to the end, we have gone much faster, much further than any or many people would have believed possible. And with organizations like the ones behind me, we are going to do just great in this campaign. All right. Any other questions? Yeah.
Senator Sanders.
Right. Well, let me just say about polling. When we began this campaign, we were 3% in the polls nationally. There was at least one poll in the last week or two which had us in the lead nationally. We have come a very, very long way. Clearly, we still have a long way to go. In Nevada, for example, we believe that we won a majority of the Latino vote, and we're very proud of that. When we began this campaign, we were way, way behind in the Latino vote. Now, if your point is, are we behind today in the African American vote? The answer is yes, we are. But I would also tell you that we are making progress, and I believe we will continue to make progress as the African American community understands my record, understands our very strong feelings about reforming a broken criminal justice system, which has allowed this country to have more people in jail than any other country on earth, largely African American and Latino. We are going to change that. And when I think the African American community understands our economic agenda, raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour, creating millions of decent paying jobs by rebuilding iron workers, our crumbling infrastructure. What do you think? Do we think our bridges and our roads and our airports need some repair? I do. All right. So I think we are making progress. I think we're going to make more progress. And I am very proud of where we are today. We got to run to Amherst. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience. So we're going to get all the intros done, so when the governor comes, he comes straight up. You know, Northern Virginia traffic, this is a great introduction to our area and some of the problems that we have. But to start our town meeting off today, we have Rafi Ahmad from the Dar el-Nur Mosque in Prince William County to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Where's the flag?
I pledge the allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Well, so I hope I'm only here for a couple minutes. I'm waiting for the bus to pull up right over here at the side and for the governor to come in. But thank you again for your patience. These things rarely run right on time, but I think with flight control and everything else, it went a little behind what we'd expected. First of all, as the rector here at George Mason University, I've taught political science here since I left Congress in 2008. On behalf of the Board of Visitors and the university community, welcome to all of you. We're proud to have you here at George Mason University today. Now, secondly, as a friend of John Kasich's for over 20 years, I just want to tell you a little bit about him. I came to Congress in 1994. In those days, we were going to balance the budget. It was one of the items in the contract for America. And politicians had been running on balanced budgets for 30 years, and we hadn't come close. So I came to Congress, and we all of a sudden got a new budget chairman. It was the first time the Republicans had taken control of the House in 40 years. John Kasich gets named chairman of the Budget Committee, and one of my first votes that I cast as a member of the House was for a really tough budget. There were some tough cuts in the budget. There were some hard choices, but John was able to bring that Republican caucus together for a budget vote that actually led to a balanced budget. It was a tough vote, but we moved it through the House and then got it through the Senate. Of course, we couldn't get it signed right away with the president, but at least we had made an initial part at that. Well, John kept persisting. In the next Congress, he introduced a balanced budget as well. Once again, getting all of the Republican elements to agree to it. We had fewer votes at that point. I think we only had a 9 or 10 seat majority. We got the Republicans to agree to a balanced budget. We got the Senate on board, and then we labeled in with John Kasich leading us, negotiating with President Clinton in terms of what we were going to do to get a balanced budget. We got it passed. We got it signed into law. I was proud to be there at the signing for the balanced budget agreement there in the White House, along with John Kasich, right next to the president. And together, Republicans and Democrats together made some of the tough choices. It also cut some taxes, I might add, that led us to 4 straight years of balanced budgets, in fact, running surpluses, something we haven't seen since. So with that done, John Kasich feeling mission accomplished, he'd been in the House for 18 years, at that point left Washington. He left it the same way I did, undefeated and unindicted, and went into the private sector. He had a gig on Fox News for a while. He went into a private business, and he was out there for almost a decade. The problem was, back in his home state in Ohio, things were coming apart. Unemployment was up. Hundreds of thousands of jobs had fled the state. People were leaving the state. Young people were leaving the state. The job opportunities weren't there. The state was running a deficit of $8 billion, and John decided to run for governor. He had a tough race. He had all the national forces coming in against him trying to save that Ohio governorship, because with that went redistricting policy. A lot of things go with the governorship in Ohio. But he beat the incumbent governor in 2010 and went on to the governorship. Of course, sometimes winning is losing, because he inherited this huge budget. He inherited people leaving the state and a very difficult economy. So he understands that when you get a little capital in the bank, you got to spend it right away. So as an incumbent, he went in right away and made a number of tough decisions on the budget. His numbers plunged. He had to cut spending. He had to lower taxes. And he had to look at regulations that were causing businesses to leave the state and figure out, how do we get this state back going? Because without a tax base, you can't do any of the other things you want to do. And through some contentious sessions with the legislature, he moved that through, and Ohio started to recover. In fact, it recovered so much that it ends up with a surplus of several $billion dollars and hundreds of thousands of jobs now being added to the state. It has one of the most vibrant economies in the country. In politics, You know, in politics, we have a lot of people who talk a good game. Have you noticed that? They're going to do this, they don't tell you how they're going to do it. John's program is one of the few that, when it's scored independently, the numbers add up. But more importantly, he's done it before. He did it in Washington, and he did it in Ohio. So it brings me to the other reason that I support John Kasich, and I think you should consider. I'm a Republican, and frankly, in Virginia, I'm tired of losing elections, aren't you? This is the first time since 1969 Republicans hold no statewide office. And in the last 2 presidential elections, we've lost this state by substantial margins. Well, John Kasich's a winner. He carried Ohio, and the voters rewarded him for his work there by 30 points in his governor re-elect last time. Polls show today his favorable rating among voters in Ohio is over 60%. How many governors can say that? And no Republican has been elected president of the United States without carrying Ohio. And as you take a look at the mathematics in the Electoral College to be able to win the presidency, Ohio is a very critical state. So John will carry Ohio. I think he'll be competitive right here in Northern Virginia. I think he speaks our language. But more importantly than that, we've had 2 national polls just last week talk about the Republican candidates versus the prospective Democratic candidates. And in both of them, John Kasich is the strongest Republican. In fact, at one point, beating Hillary Clinton by 11 points in the Quinnipiac poll. More importantly, we talk about all these lanes. You know, there's an establishment lane, there's a Trump lane, a conservative lane. John Kasich's got his own lane, I can tell you, but he's the only governor left. The only person who's ever run anything, an administrator of the state, and done a heck of a job. He's a warm, sincere, compassionate human being, but he's very determined as well. His public service is never about him. It's about us. I hope you'll join me in giving a warm Northern Virginia welcome to my friend, the governor of Ohio, John Kasich. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you all for coming. Thank you. Tom, how are you? Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Thank you. Well, how great it is to be at George Mason. I mean, this is one of the great schools there is, isn't it? It's just absolutely perfect. Thanks for coming here today, and sorry we're a little late. Things are a little insane these days, but they're really fun, and we're having a really great time. So how many students do we have here today? How many? We've got quite a few. Good. Well, listen, I just want to talk to you about a few things, and we're going to take questions, because I love to do that. And I love to have people be able to ask whatever it is on their mind and force me to give you an answer, right? I think that's important. I grew up in a little town outside of Pittsburgh called McKees Rocks. Why didn't you go to Pitt if you're this excited, huh? And my father carried mail on his back. He was a blue-collar guy, and his father was a coal miner. He died of black lung. And his father, was losing his eyesight as he got older. My mother's mother was from Croatia, and she could barely speak English. And this town that I grew up in, if the wind blew the wrong way, people found themselves out of work. And my mother and my father, but particularly my mother, used to always say to me, "Johnny, you get out there and you change the world. And you don't take orders from anybody else." Now, I do take orders from one person, my wife now, but that's about it. My daughters try to give me advice or orders, but I don't pay much attention to that. But the fact is that it's always been that way for me, changing the world. Now, you know why I decided to run for president? The reason is because I do know how to fix the country, And I don't view this as anything other than selecting the best person who knows how to bring us together, solve problems, has the experience to get the job done, to get America lifted again, okay? So let me tell you, for those young people that are out there trying to get a degree and make a place for yourself, I was with a buddy of mine the other night, and he was saying to me, think about this, John. You were in New Hampshire for like 100 days when the national polling showed you at 1%. Why did it show me at 1%? Nobody knew me. You know, when you're governor of Ohio, many people don't go to Ohio. You know, if you're in the New York media market or if you're in Washington where reporters can fall out of bed and write about you, it's because, you know, they don't want to travel a long way. But when you are the governor of Ohio and you're doing a good job, who wants to show up? If you were governor of Ohio doing a lousy job, they'd be all over you. Believe me, that's kind of the way it works. So I labored in obscurity for literally 100 straight days. And I told everybody, I said, look, you just watch what's going to happen in New Hampshire. I'm going to go and talk to people about my record, and I'm going to talk to people about my heart. Because I think that a successful candidate for any office, whether you're thinking about running for mayor or city council or school board or governor or president, it's the head and it's the heart. If you've got the head without the heart, you can't win. And if you got the heart without the head, you're probably not qualified to be elected to things. But if you can both show what you think and what your heart is, you know, it's probably going to work out. And you put one foot in front of the other. And I don't know whether you know or not, but at a time when he seems to be, you know, storming off to good wins, I beat Donald Trump in Dixville Notch by 60%. I mean, don't tell anybody it was 3-2. It doesn't matter. That's just a technicality. But coming out of New Hampshire for the first time, my voice is being heard. And you know, for that whole long period of time, we couldn't get anybody in the press to pay attention. And now they're finally beginning to hear. And now this morning, here in Virginia, we have about 1,000 people that have come to hear a voice of experience, accomplishment. And let me just tell you, you know, I went to Washington following my mother's advice. I'd been in the legislature before that at the age of 26. And how did I get elected? I didn't have anybody for me. We just got an army of people who, and many women who left their kitchens to go out and go door to door and to put yard signs up for me all the way back when, you know, things were different. Now you call homes and everybody's out working, but at that time, early days, it was an army of the women that really helped me to get elected to the state senate, and I went into that job, and I didn't take any orders from anybody there. In fact, Republicans tried to raise taxes, and I wrote my first budget, and that was very interesting. And then when I went to Congress, you know, I couldn't believe the night I won. I was the only Republican in America to defeat an incumbent Democrat in our country running on the Reagan agenda, because I was a big believer in Reagan. And I went down there, and the only committee I found myself on was the Defense Committee. In fact, there was no room for me, but they put me on this committee. And here I am, a rock-ribbed conservative Republican. And the first thing that happens is I find hammers, screwdrivers, and wrenches that cost tens of thousands of dollars, and I've got military contractors telling me it was okay. Well, that's not okay in my book. And so I became a military reformer, a strong supporter of the military, but we need to clean the waste out of that building. Because if you don't, you're ended up throwing good money after bad. And then after I served for 6 years on that committee and worked, by the way, to reform the whole building and to make sure the services could work together, I found myself on the Budget Committee. And I'll tell you an interesting story. I was in my hometown of Westerville, and I was filling up my Jeep, at the gas station, and I was complaining to the owner about how bad all the budgets were in Washington, the Republican budget and the Democrat budget. Guy walks around the tank, he looks at me, he says, if things are so bad, what are you going to do about it? Well, I got in my Jeep, I went home, I flew to Washington, I called my staff in. I said, we're going to write a budget for the United States of America. And they said, well, there's like 100 people working on it in Washington, and there's 100 people working on it on Capitol Hill, and we only have 6 people. I said, I know we're overstaffed, but if we stay out of one another way, we could do it. And the budget that year, the vote was, there was a Democrat budget, a Republican budget, a Black Caucus budget, and a Kasich budget. Why'd I do it? Stand up for the country. And I'm on the committee, and we got a Republican president. I'm over in my own budget. Why? Because the rest of it was nonsense. And the vote that year was 405 to 30. I had the 30. And I probably didn't even get 30. There were probably 10 Democrats who went out and voted for it because they said they didn't want me to be embarrassed. Let me tell you something. If you have a program that's real, you have a principle that's real, you have a philosophy that's real, you stand for it. No matter what anybody else tells you, you stand on those principles. You got it back here? 3 years later, the mailman's kid, John Kasich, got more votes for his budget than the President of the United States got for his, okay? And we were off and running. And why did I want to balance budgets? Well, because I wanted to make sure that we could have a growing economy. And I didn't think it was right to ring up this debt and put it on our kids. I thought it was dead wrong. I took a lot of heat and a lot of criticism. I still take a lot of heat and a lot of criticism from the K Street crowd because they don't tell me what to do. And then I ended up jumping over 7 people more senior than me on the Budget Committee to become the senior Republican and then the Budget Committee chairman. And after 10 long years, in 1997, Pete Domenici and I wrote the balanced budget with the Clinton administration. It gave us a balanced budget for the first time man walked on the moon. We paid down $500 billion of the national debt, and this economy was growing, and we had a balanced budget 4 years in a row. You know, it's sort of funny, before that actually happened, there's a friend of mine, Tim Penny, who is a Democrat from Minnesota. And by the way, people say, well, you know, Kasich, his problem with him is Democrats like him. Like that's a disease, you know? Like that's a disease that I can get people who are not in the Republican Party to support me for president, you know? But anyway, Tim Penny got an opportunity to offer a proposal to cut a penny out of every dollar of federal spending. And I got the Republicans and he got the Democrats, and we put the package together. And we lost by 4 votes. This was before the historic budget agreement. And who fought us? Hillary Clinton, all the Democrats, all the members of the appropriation committees who were Republicans. The whole town came together to defeat us by 4 votes. They won that battle, but we won the war when we finally got that budget balanced. And by the way, we had a projected $5 trillion surplus when I left Washington, and my friends at home said, John, they're going to spend it. I said, you got to get up every day and figure out how to spend $5 trillion. You know who controlled things? The Republicans. The House, the Senate, and the White House, and they blew it all. Doesn't that tell you something about leadership? About the willingness to be an American before you're a Republican, Democrat, and stand in the breach for the good principles of our country? Well, that's what I'm going to do and have done. And then I left Washington, you know, and they blew all the money, and I had a great time being out. In fact, many of you remember me. I was a giant television star at Fox News. But I had a call to go back in. You know why? Because, well, my state was in trouble, and it's all about having the experience, the knowledge, the fortitude, and the will to enter a situation and bring about change. When I became governor, we had lost 350,000 jobs. We were $8 billion in the hole, 20% of our operating budget. Our credit was at risk. Everything was shaky and people had lost hope. And so when I got elected, I had a meeting because I knew what we needed to do, because I got a band. We put the band back together at various times to do certain things and play great concerts, okay? And we get this band back together, so we knew exactly what we needed to do. And I knew I needed to cut taxes, not raise taxes. I knew what I needed to do to take on the special interests, because they're the ones that say, oh no, you can't do that. So I had a lunch meeting with all the special interests in Columbus. You remember that, Steve. You heard about it. It was legendary. I told them, I said, look, there's a lot of changes that are going to have to happen in our state, a lot of changes. And you represent the groups that you can either be for the changes or you can fight the changes. I said, let me give you a little advice. Either you get on the bus I'm driving or I'm going to run over you with the bus. And we ran over a bunch of them, and now we have a $2 billion surplus. We've created over 400,000 private sector jobs. Our credit is strong, our pensions are strong, and the people are hopeful in Ohio because everybody has a chance to rise. Now, I want to tell you one other thing about politics, okay? And then in a few minutes, we'll get to the questions. So I'm governor, and I have a young woman who comes in to see me. She runs my Department of Mental Health Addiction Services. So we have a choice. We all know in our side of our administration that Obamacare is bad medicine. It's not going to fix anything. But also there was an opportunity to expand Medicaid. Could we bring $14 billion of our dollars home to deal with some serious problems? And what are they? You know where the mentally ill live today? Many of them live in prison or they sleep under a bridge. That's a scar on America. The drug addicted? Now we're paying more attention to them because they don't just come from the poor anymore. Now they come from our neighborhood. And they get in a revolving door in the prisons. They go in because they're heroin addicts. They come out, they meet the drug dealer on the corner, and they end up back in. Or the working poor, the single mom with a couple kids whose husband ran out on her, and she can't get health insurance, and she's sick, and she can't get it, so she has to go live in an emergency room. This woman came into me, and I said, what do you think I'm going to do with Medicaid, a program that Ronald Reagan expanded 5 times? I said, what do you think I'm going to do with Medicaid? She said, well, I don't really know. But every night when I go home, I pray that you'll expand it. Well, we did. And in that meeting, I told her that I would, and she walked out of my office, a dedicated woman who not only is involved in the state, but runs a suicide prevention hotline back in central Ohio, and she cried. You know why? I knew I would take criticism. Did I care? Not really. Because I know now that there are people who are mentally ill who are getting on their feet and living out their God-given purpose because of the resources we've been able to apply. I know that the drug addicted are being treated and now coming out of our prisons because of the attention we give them. They come out and the recidivism rate is a staggeringly low 20%. And we know that the working poor are getting health care, and as many as 1/3 of the people who are the working poor put off getting health care for things like cancer because they didn't have the capability. You know what I think? Our state rose, and as our state rose, we had an obligation, a responsibility as human beings, all made in the image of the Lord, to help our fellow neighbors rise and be able to accomplish their purpose as well. And let me tell you this, if people want to attack me for that, great, because I wear it as a badge of honor in doing the right thing when everybody yells, don't do it, it's bad politics. Which is great. But anyway, it's been a great time, and I never thought I was going to run for president. And I kept searching, for a message. Do I need to do this? And I never got a message. But I put one foot in front of the other. And what's happened on the campaign trail is that I have had people who have come and told me all their stories. And it's been amazing. It's been something that's allowed me to connect with them as an individual and also begin to realize our responsibility as people here. And our responsibility is to slow down our lives, and to begin to connect with other people that have challenges and problems. And you wouldn't believe the people that have come to see me and talk to me. And for me, just to give them a kind word or to sign, but it's been a really significant thing. So I've been joyous in this. I've never had a better time. But you know what's interesting? I don't pray to win. I do pray. I don't pray to win. I pray to be able to accept whatever's meant to be and carry out whatever the next responsibility I have is. That's kind of the way I look at life. I'm going to come to you in 1 second. I want to tell you one other thing here that I want you to think about. I happen to believe that everybody in this auditorium was made, and everybody is made special, with certain gifts and certain things we're supposed to do in life. And our job here on earth is to bring a healing to wherever part of the world we're in. And when we find that and recognize it, we change the world. And that doesn't mean you have to run for president. Nobody cares. I have a friend here today who spent 6 months meeting with a man he had never met with before who was dying, to offer him solace and a way to hope and faith. 6 months he spent. Never met the guy before. This man died. He was a friend of many of us. He found his way because of my work, because of the work of my friend. See, he changed the world in the way that he could. Folks, life's short. It's about a breath. So when I'm doing this, I'm just loving the fact that look at me. My dad was a mailman. If my mom and dad were here, my mother would be saying, "Johnny, what are you doing on that stage?" So I'm celebrating, but I want everybody to think about what can you do to change the world in which you live. If you're a nurse, it's more kindness to the family. If you're a teacher, you never make enough money as a teacher, but you're changing lives. And maybe you're just somebody that knows how to visit somebody in the hospital. You see, I believe I'm now in a whole different area, but I just have to tell you, we cannot wait for somebody on a white stallion to come riding into our lives, fixing ourselves and our country. It starts where we live. We're the ones that drive it from the bottom up, not the top down. Right, Linda? So, all right, I'm going right there. Yes, young lady. Do you go to school here?
Yes, sir. I'm a nursing student here.
Better yet, huh?
First off, I want to say your comment earlier about the women came out of the kitchen to support you. I'll come to support you, but I won't be coming out of the kitchen.
I gotcha. I gotcha.
Sir, as governor, you supported defunding the Planned Parenthood legislation. As a future nurse, I recognize that primary care and prevention is the most cost-effective health care for our nation, but that we are also facing an STD epidemic. Planned Parenthood's largest percentages of services are towards STD treatment and prevention. Could you please tell me the economic and public health benefit of defunding this legislation that has treated over 4 million people seeking STD services just this past year?
Yeah, let me, look, I think, unfortunately, for however those who support it feel, I think it's discredited itself. But I want to make one thing clear to you. Are you kidding me? We have robust women's health funding in Ohio. And then I read something about the issue of infantile death, okay? And I got my people in a room and I said, okay, folks, we see that we have a problem here in our state. You know, infant mortality is too darn high. What are we doing? Well, something's coming in the budget. I said, I don't care about the budget. The budget means nothing. I want a plan tomorrow morning on how we're going to deal with this. And you know what we've done? We have created all the hot spots around Ohio where we know that there is a problem with infant mortality. And one of the biggest areas is the minority communities. And we are going to crack that as well. But we have seen a significant improvement in the issue of infant mortality because we consider it to be critical. We consider women's health to be critical. But you don't have to be captive of delivering it through an organization that frankly has largely discredited itself, okay? And that's my feeling now. Not only the issue of infant mortality, but also, you know, the issue of early childhood, the issue of daycare. You know, the fact is that the issues that women face today have to be elevated, and they have to be addressed. Women have to be in a position of being able to have flexibility in the workforce so they can gain the experience and have the wages that men have. I mean, I've got two 16-year-old daughters and a wife. And so, look, this is one issue we're going to have to disagree upon, but I will tell you this, as president, we will robustly fund women's health in America, and we will give the states the flexibility to deliver it however they think they should, but we will not walk away from it. And I want you to know that, okay? Thank you. Right here. Youngstown. Y-Town is my town. Yeah. Do you go to school here? No, sir, I don't. I'm just living down there. Okay.
So my father is actually currently in the military. My grandfather served, and I'm getting ready to leave for boot camp in a few weeks. What is your plan to help improve the effectiveness and efficiency specifically of the VA for military?
With the VA, what are we going to do about it? I mean, look, I don't think there's... The question is, everybody wants to do something. Do people have the skills to actually do something about it, okay? Number one, every single returning combat veteran ought to have access to whatever medical facility they want to go to. No ifs, ands, or buts, okay? Secondly, see, if you drive a truck from Kandahar to Kabul, Afghanistan, in my state, as it should be across this country, you come home, you want to drive a truck, you have to go get a CDL, go test for a commercial driver's license. Forget it, we're going to give you one, and we're going to put a gold star on it, and we're doing it. And by the way, if you're an EMT in the military, you can be an EMT right here in Virginia. You can go get a training. Are you kidding me? It's an insult to the veteran. And if you do technical things in the military, we're going to give you college credit. To the college or the university, we're going to give it to you. Let me also tell you, the head of the VA is a good man. He graduated from West Point. People don't know this. He was the head of Procter & Gamble, a tiny little organization that some of you may have heard of. The fact is that I've become convinced that people go in to change the bureaucracy, and the bureaucracy changes them. This whole operation has to be restructured to make it smaller, more flexible, more responsive, and hold people accountable for their job inside the VA, okay? So it's going to look completely different. And we've got to have somebody run it who's got credibility. Somebody who really people would say, yeah, that's a person that's going to fix that place. Now, let me say one other thing. We're working on this, and we're going to have big changes. This should happen all over the country. Look, when I talk about Ohio, it's the 7th largest state. What you do there, you can do anywhere in the country. What we know is if you go in the military and you come home, okay, you're coming home, you want to take 30 or 60 days to readjust. But we want to know you're coming home, and we want to put you in touch with the service organizations who can be in touch with those folks that are looking to hire employees. Most states have a mismatch between the number of jobs. There's so many job openings and nobody to fill them. Do you know who the golden employees are in America? The veterans. They've got leadership skills, they're drug-free, they know how to maneuver, and they're flexible. So let me suggest to you, the Pentagon's got to do a better job of connecting your return date and your skills with jobs that are available, because there should be no single veteran who is ever homeless or unemployed in the United States of America. Okay? I'll try to go. Where am I going to go next? Where am I going to go next? I'm going to go. Look, we got that young man back there. I'm going to go to this fellow right here. That's right, you. Come on down. If you draw the right number, we've got a new car for you right outside.
Wonderful. Governor, I also am from Ohio, originally from Cleveland. I live here in Virginia now. But what I wanted to ask you is, my family has owned a manufacturing business in Ohio for 100 years.
Still have it?
Yes, we do.
Thank goodness.
And
okay.
it's successful. But what I wanted to let you know is, it originally was excellent because it used immigrant workers from Eastern Europe. Today, we're also still producing excellent products, but we're using immigrant workers from Central America, South America, and Africa. So, to me, the thing that Trump brings up, getting rid of all the immigrants, is crazy. It
Getting
will
rid of all
bring
the
our
immigrants. We
economy
got rid of
to
all the
a
immigrants.
screeching
I'd be
halt.
Yeah, well, I mean, we got rid
So
of all
what
the
would you
immigrants,
do?
yeah, I'd be running for, president of Croatia. I mean, come on. Look, we're a country of immigrants. Does people know that? I mean, we have so many people. There has been a history of this country in some quarters getting very ugly and anti-immigrant throughout our history. Okay? You see, the fact is that we obviously want to have an orderly society. At night, we lock the doors in our house, right? Because we don't want people just walking in our homes. The country has a right to lock its doors, but that doesn't mean that you don't let people in an orderly way. When I lock my doors, I open it up when I see somebody I want to have come in my house. The same way a country can open its doors or its borders when it sees somebody that wants to come in that's useful and good and positive. And so I do think we need to finish the border. We started this in 1986 under President Reagan. We never finished the border. You know why I think we didn't? Money. I think it was an economic battle. I think unions didn't want to deal with it, and I think businesses were able to get cheap labor. That's what I think. I may be wrong, but that's my impression. So I do think we need to finish the border, and then once it's finished, if you come in, you got to go back. We can't keep doing this. But then once it's done, we can have a guest worker program, right? People want to come in and work. We know who they are. They get to go home, in and out, instead of having to hide here, just keep working here. And for the 11.5 million who are already here, if they have not committed a crime, I'd make them pay a fine or some back taxes, and I'd give them a path to legalization and not to citizenship, because most of them are already integrated in our society. And the idea we're going to pick them up and ship them out and deport them and leave their kids on the stoop in front of their house is nuts. I'm not going to do that. I was on television yesterday. And they asked me, the CBS actually asked me, are you for preventing all Muslims from coming to America? What if you live in England for 50 years and you happen to be a Muslim? What, are we supposed to keep you out because of your religion? Folks, you better realize what's going on now. I mean, come on, that's not who we are. We're a happy, unifying country that believes in human rights and believes in the decency of individuals. Of course, we're not going to let anybody in here that's got evil intent. It is right to take a pause on the Syrian refugees. We don't know who they are. Until the FBI director says we know who they are, we take a pause. But overall, to have a religious test, and you know what? I'm not going to change my position on that to get your vote, because I'm running a happy campaign, and I'm not, okay? Right here, ma'am, right here. You. Yeah, you. Come on down here. You look, yeah. No.
Thank you very much. I have a 22-year-old son who has intellectual disabilities, and he's autistic. He's a happy, fabulous kid. You can't tell really by looking at him. He's aging out of the public school system at the end of his free and appropriate public education, and we're starting the transition period to work. But Jack wants a life of his own, and that costs money. In Fairfax County, where we are today, 90% of the adults on the urgent waiting list for intellectual disabilities waivers through Medicaid aren't funded. 90%. My son will probably never be funded. And in order for me to get him out of my basement, which is the most restrictive environment for him, it's going to take all of my family's resources. Now, I know a lot of other parents in this situation who are not blessed with moderate resources. What can you do? What can we as a country do to make sure these special people get lives of their own that are fulfilling in what way it is for them? We got to take care of them.
Now let me explain. What is your name? I keep referring to you because what is your name? Susan. Come here. Come on up here if you can. Did you see what the emotion of her talking about her son and how's he going to have a decent life? And where's he going to live? And what's going to happen when mom and dad get old? You see, when you hear these things, you can't put your head in the sand. You can't put your head in the sand. You have to figure out a way to fix it. And that doesn't mean we need to fix it by somehow blowing up our finances. It doesn't mean we need to fix it by being in a position of where we have to raise everybody's taxes. Let me explain to you. Let me give me that thing you got in your hand there. Okay, you can go ahead. You can go ahead back. You see this thing? I met a guy many years ago who said, John, at some point we will be the constantly connected consumer. And think about this. My mother told me about 40 years ago, she said, Johnny, you better have to look good when you make a phone call because when you talk to people on the phone, they're going to see you. I was like, come on, Mom. When I was in Florida 10 or 11 years, my kids were 10 or 11, and they said, Daddy, what is that box over there? I'm like, what box? I said, oh, yeah, that's where Superman used to change his clothes, and we used to actually make phone calls by putting coins in the box. They're like, no way, no way. Transportation. You know, now you can get a ride from Central Park to the foot of Manhattan at $5. They're now writing about flying cars. Since I saw Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, I always believed in flying cars, okay? What's the point? The point is everything is changing except for government. You know why? Because we got all these insiders that tell you, no, you cannot do it. That doesn't work. Don't you understand, Congressman? Don't you understand, Senator? That doesn't work. Get back into your box over there. We have to Uberize the United States government and the government at every level. We need to Uberize it. I get more phones that way, but I want to go back to her question. You see, in Ohio, when I was running the nursing home lobby, which gets some of the highest reimbursements and basically didn't provide the resources for mom and dad to stay in their own home, spent millions of dollars to defeat me, and then when I won, they spent $1 million, said I was going to throw grandma out in the street. Well, we beat the nursing home lobby. And now moms and dads can stay in their own home rather than being put at a nursing home at a significantly less cost. We went from a growth of 2.5% to 2.5% without cutting one benefit or knocking one person off the rolls because we made it work like a business does. You see, our biggest increase in our state budget, the last budget, was for the developmentally disabled. The biggest percentage increase. Now, here's the thing. We're running a $2 billion surplus. I've cut taxes by $5 billion, more than any governor in America, including killing the death tax so people can pass their small businesses on to their kids. And now that we've killed the death tax, we're working on killing death. We haven't made a lot of progress on that yet. But, you see, you have to re-engineer the government to create priorities, to balance your budget, to get economic growth, because I've got to tell you, if you do not have economic growth, nothing else works. If you don't create a job environment, and it's not that hard to do, simple regulations, reducing taxes, and having some fiscal responsibility. And then when you get the economy rising, there's so much more you can do. It's like a mom and a dad who suddenly get pay raises. Now the kids can have more. This is not complicated. So you know what I say to this lady? We got to reduce those waiting periods. We have to make sure that we don't treat the developmentally disabled. Let me tell you the way it works in politics today. You know what kind of a lobby the developmentally disabled have? Zero. Zero. Somebody has to stand up for them. And let me tell you, the ones who are autistic, we'll tell you what we're doing, and this is on all of us. You have a business, you can bring some developmentally disabled into your business. I mean, let me just tell you, we have our hospital system. They're hiring the developmentally disabled. Walmart, Meijer, grocery stores, your company. They're not going to be CEO. No one expects them to be CEO, but they don't have to sit in some sheltered workshop being just pushed to the side. That is not right in our country. So, it's all about priorities. You know, in the federal government, we don't need to hire any more federal workers. You leave, we're not replacing you. We have the lowest number of state employees in 30 years. See, what's so hard for people with me is you can't figure out where I'm going. I mean, you can't figure out what I'm saying. Well, how can this guy be for a strong defense, yet he goes and he's a procurement reformer? How can this guy want a balanced budget, yet make sure there's enough resources to help those who find ourselves living in the shadows? I mean, how is it possible that he wants to be strong on defense, but he won't call names to Putin because he might have to sit across the table from him? You see, how is that? Who is this guy? I'll tell you who I am. I operate, you know, there's an establishment lane, an anti-establishment lane. I'm in the John Kasich lane, okay? Figure it out, okay? Take one more. Okay, I guess I got to go somewhere. I don't know where I'm going, but I know I'm going somewhere. I'm going to go way back here, ma'am, standing on the chair. Yeah, it's you. There's nobody behind you standing on a chair, okay?
It's dumb. Great to be here. My husband and I are small business owners, and we have multiple stores, each under their own LLC. We also have 4 kids. So we've got too many touch points to the IRS, so our life sucks. So tell us how you feel about the IRS.
Oh, I just love it, you know. I mean, come on.
I mean, there's
Look, I got to tell you something. I think that the IRS has also discredited itself. Now, look, I can tell you, I can come in here and say, we're going to have, but believe me, trust me, we're going to have a 10% flat tax and we're going to have no IRS. How many people in this room believe that's going to happen? No, Ray, tell me, how many of you think of course that's not going to happen. If we started America all over again, we could have a flat tax, but that's not where we are today. Now, the problem with the IRS, here's the real thing that worries us. You know April 15th's coming, okay? And you fill out your taxes. And deep inside of all of us, we want to make sure we did it right, because we don't want them thinking we cheated, we lied, we stole, right? I mean, there's always a little bit of fear in there. Look, they work for us. We don't work for them, okay? And we have to have, look, I'm for, on the individual side, 28, 25, and 10, with the capital gains at 15. I'm also for your business being able to write off investment in plant and equipment in the first year. This is about cutting taxes, economic growth, and simplifying the system. But I was in South Carolina and somebody said, are you going to go around and fire a bunch of people? If you try to run an organization beating them with a stick and threatening them, you know, it's like that old sign, the beatings will continue until the morale improves, right? Remember that? What we have to do to get started is to have leaders in these organizations who really want to build morale inside so people will do their job and show respect. You're a small business person. You are helping families. You are not to be beaten down. You are to be honored as a small business person because you're the ones creating all the darn jobs in America, right? It's not the big boys, it's you. Now, simplify the system and put somebody in charge of that system who has instant credibility and give them the tools they want. See, I have a cabinet too. I have, 50,000 state employees. It's not simple running that many. And you know what? We try to teach them that everybody working there is a servant. And secondly, we're all working together to make sure that we make it easy for the creation of jobs. That's what we tell them. If you're not into the business of helping us to create jobs, you need to go get another job. And we need to lift our employees and encourage them to be responsible. And if they do not do their job, sometimes we got to let them go. And there's no thrill in that. I mean, it's easy to bang on it, but you know what? We want to make sure that people can rise and we can have good morale. Now, let me finish by telling you this. I want to ship welfare, education, infrastructure, job training, all those programs to the states. I want the states to be empowered. Now, why do I believe that? Because I think you need to break these things down into smaller laboratories. Now, here's the challenge, though. When it comes down to the states, what are you going to do? You want to fix education? The problem with education right now, fundamentally, is not the federal government. The problem with education right now, the boards of education. I mean, we're not training people for the jobs of today and the jobs of tomorrow. We have an inflexible education system that was created, how long, Tom? 150 years ago? Why don't we start getting people excited about learning? Why don't we let them get out into the workplace and understand why reading, writing, arithmetic, and computing really matters? Why don't we say that we got to get the vocational education down at a lower level? But that's up to you. What are you waiting on me for? And I'm going to tell you here, we're at a great school. These great schools have got to get their costs under control, because if they are not under control in the future, people aren't going to go here. But that's up to you. So, let me just finish by saying I think we have an election coming up here soon. It's about a week from today or the week from tomorrow. If you don't like me, don't tell anybody, okay? But if you do, I want to take this all the way across the country and all the way into the White House. And in the first 100 days, not only will we get the taxes and the regulations and the budget in the right place and fix the border and save Social Security and visit people around the world to let them know that America's back, but I'm also going to collect the phone numbers of the mothers and fathers who have kids in Congress, and I'm going to call Mom on her birthday, and she's going to call her kid who's in Congress and say, "Don't you mess with the President of the United States. I like him." And then after 100 days, I'm going to give you a report on where we are, and if we aren't where we want to go, I don't know how long it takes to walk from here to Washington, but we will walk. And I will walk with you, because we will make this country even better than it's ever been, and with the vision and the hope, with you and all of us up here fixing this, and you driving the reform and the spirit in the community, we will make the 21st century the best century that America has ever been for our children and grandchildren. Thank you all very much. I didn't have a teleprompter. I took robust numbers of questions, and that's what I'm going to continue to do. And you know what? I'm actually down to like 4 or 5, and I'm the last governor standing. You people would have taken bets. You never would have bet on me. And here's another thing: you gave me no coverage. For a year, you ignored me, and now all of a sudden, people are beginning to hear me, and I'm going to continue to talk. So how do you like that?
Governor, on Planned Parenthood, can you give us your reaction? They say you're taking away care from women.
I've explained it out there. I mean,
what went through your mind when you signed it then last night?
that we're going to take care of women's health. It's just not in that group. That organization has been largely discredited. We'll put it places where people can go and feel good about where they're going, and that we're not going to walk away from women's health. That's just I already said that a million times.
One more question. Lindsey Graham suggested that a Kasich-Rubio or Rubio-Kasich ticket would be great. Said both of you have great experience. Is that something you'd be interested in, being on the same ticket as Marco Rubio? What do you
Sure, if he wants to run for vice president with me, that'd be great. I mean, what are you kidding? I don't run for second. Look, here's what it gets down to, too. Who's got the experience? Who's got the accomplishments? You know, what would be great is if all the major newspapers in the country would lay out the resume, the experience, and the accomplishments, and let the people decide, right? Look, I come down here and we had 1,000 people here this morning. And there are people coming up to me and telling me some of their toughest situations. And they say that we trust you. I'm not going to go shut something down because a bunch of people in the inner city of Washington who, frankly, never liked me from the beginning are going to try to tell me what I'm going to do and keep going, right? Some of you want me to keep going, even those in the press. I like the press, but give me some attention, would you? I'm not getting enough. I feel like I've been left out. I'll see you all.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, Japanese TV.
It's still a Yinzer?
Wow.
Sounds like he's still a Yinzer.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, that is a wrap on that John Kasich event that was held earlier today in Virginia at George Mason University. You guys are now looking at a live look at downtown Phoenix right now, courtesy of our tower cam. And we don't have any live events happening right now, so what I'm going to do is actually show you video from earlier in case you missed it. The suspected gunman in the mass shooting that occurred over the weekend in Michigan. The suspected gunman made his first appearance in court. So in case you missed it, we're going to play it one more time for you. Stand by.
All right, court calls the case of State of Michigan versus Jason Brian Dalton, file number 160287FY. Are you Jason Brian Dalton? Yes. This matter is scheduled for arraignment this afternoon. It is alleged by the people of the state of Michigan that on or about February 20, 2016, following 16 offenses occurred, and count 1, which is alleged to have taken place February 20, 2016 in the township of Texas, Ocean County, state of Michigan, that the defendant did murder Mary Lou Nye. Guilty of this offense, felony punishable by a sentence to life imprisonment. Count 2 of the complaint. It's alleged that on February 20, 2016, in Texas Township, Kalamazoo County, State of Michigan, that the defendant did carry or have in his possession a firearm, to wit, a pistol, at the time he committed or attempted to commit the felony of open murder. If guilty of this offense, it too is a felony, punishable by up to 2 years consecutively with and preceding any term of imprisonment imposed for the felony or attempted felony conviction. Count 3 alleges that on February 20, 2016, in Texas Township, Kalamazoo County, State of Michigan, that the defendant did murder Mary Jo Nye. Guilty of this offense, it is a felony, punishable by up to life in prison. Count 4 alleges on February 20, 2016, in Texas Township, Kalamazoo County, State of Michigan, that the defendant did carry or have in his possession a firearm, to wit, a pistol, at the time he committed or attempted to commit the felony, that being open murder. If guilty of this offense, it is a felony, punishable by up to 2 years consecutively with and preceding any term of imprisonment imposed for the felony or attempted felony conviction. Count 5 alleges that on February 20, 2016, in Texas Township, Kalamazoo County, State of Michigan, the defendant did murder Barbara Hawthorne. If guilty of this offense, it is a felony, punishable by up to life in prison. Count 6 alleges that on February 20, 2016, in Kalamazoo County, State of Michigan, Texas Township, that the defendant did carry or have in his possession a firearm, to wit, a pistol, at the time he committed or attempted to commit the felony of open murder. Guilty of this count, it's a felony, punishable by up to 2 years consecutively with and preceding any term of imprisonment imposed for the felony or attempted felony conviction. Count 7 alleges that on February 20, 2016, in Texas Township, Kalamazoo County, State of Michigan, that the defendant did murder Dorothy Brown. Guilty of this offense, it is a felony, punishable by up to life in prison. Count 8 alleges at that same time, date, and place that the defendant did carry or have in his possession a firearm, a pistol, at the time he committed or attempted to commit the felony of open murder. Guilty of count 8. It's a felony punishable by up to 2 years consecutively with and preceding any term of imprisonment imposed for the felony or attempted felony. Count 9 alleges that on February 20, 2016, in the city of Kalamazoo, Kalamazoo County, State of Michigan, that the defendant did murder Richard Smith. Guilty of this offense, it is a felony, punishable by up to life in prison. Count 10 alleges at that same time, date, and place that the defendant did carry or have in his possession a firearm, a pistol, at the time he committed or attempted to commit the felony. If guilty of this offense, it's a felony, punishable by up to 2 years consecutively with and preceding any term of imprisonment imposed for the felony or attempted felony conviction. Count 11 alleges that on or about February 20, 2016, in the city of Kalamazoo, Kalamazoo County, State of Michigan, that the defendant did murder Tyler Smith. Guilty of this offense, it is a felony, punishable by up to life in prison. Count 12 alleges at that same time, date, and place that the defendant did carry or have in his possession a firearm, to wit, a pistol, at the time he committed or attempted to commit the felony of open murder. Guilty of this offense, it's punishable by up to 2 years in prison consecutively with and exceeding any term of imprisonment imposed for the felony or attempted felony conviction. Count 13 alleges that on February 20, 2016, in Texas Township, Kalamazoo County, State of Michigan, that the defendant did make an assault upon a minor child with intent to commit the crime of murder. Guilty of this offense, it's punishable by life or any number of years. Count 14 alleges at that same time, date, and place that the defendant did carry or have in his possession a firearm, a pistol, at which time he committed or attempted to commit a felony, that being assault with intent to murder. Guilty of this offense, it's a felony, punishable by up to 2 years consecutively with and preceding any term of imprisonment imposed for the felony or attempted felony conviction. Count 15 alleges that on February 20, 2016, in Richland Township, Kalamazoo County, State of Michigan, that the defendant made an assault upon Deanna Carruthers with the intent to commit the crime of murder. Guilty of this offense, it's punishable by up to life or any number of years. Count 16 alleges at that same time, date, and place that the defendant did carry or have in his possession a firearm, to wit, a pistol, at the time he committed or attempted to commit a felony, that being assault with intent to murder. If guilty of this count, is a felony punishable by up to 2 years consecutively with and preceding any term of imprisonment imposed for the felony or attempted felony conviction. You understand the charges being made against you and the maximum sentences that I just stated.
Yes.
You have the right to the assistance of an attorney and the right to be represented by an attorney at all subsequent proceedings in this matter. If you're indigent or cannot afford an attorney, the court will appoint an attorney to represent you at public expense. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you do say, either orally or in writing, can be used against you in court. You have the right to have an attorney present during any questioning to which you consent. You intend to retain a private attorney, or do you want the court to appoint an attorney for you at this time? The right to have a probable cause conference within 7 to 14 days, and the right to have a preliminary examination 5 to 7 days thereafter. Those have been scheduled. The next court appearance will be a pre-exam conference scheduled for Thursday, March 3rd, 2016, 8:30 a.m. in courtroom N of the Michigan Avenue Courthouse. The preliminary exam itself is scheduled for March 10, 2016, 1:30 p.m. here in courtroom M of the Michigan Avenue Courthouse. With regard to Bob, is there anything you wish to tell the court at this time concerning your connections with the community?
I would prefer just to remain silent.
Very good. The court exercises its discretion under MCR 6.106B1A1 to deny bail at this time as defendant is charged with murder. You will receive a copy of the notice to appear. That concludes today's hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks, Your Honor.
All right, guys, that was just a replay from earlier in case you missed it. We're now going live to a plane crash, it looks like. We're going to get you guys more details. Don't have a lot of information right now. These are live aerials coming in, and we'll let you guys know more information momentarily.
I have no idea. Good. Okay. Aha, he hit a car. Hit two cars. Perhaps more. Okay. Well, from what we can determine is that this Mooney aircraft, single-engine aircraft, was attempting to land at Whiteman Airport when something went terribly wrong. As you can see, it looks like it landed or hit a couple of cars here on the road, ripped a wing off. Luckily, no fire ensued. As you can see, though, there are some fuel stains on the ground. When we first arrived, the Sheriff's Department paramedics were treating or evaluating the individual there in the checkered shirt who appears to be the pilot of this aircraft. Now, let me zoom out wide here, and I'll show you how close to Whiteman Airport this is. It's about a block south of Osborne on San Fernando Road here, right at Corinthi. And so far, we don't see any problems with the pilot, and we'll throw it back to you, Lisa.
All right, so based on what the pilot said, this is near Whiteman Airport in Southern California, in the San Fernando Valley community of Pacoima, for those of you familiar with the area.
No problem. There was a lot of information I couldn't impart there. He didn't dump a lot of fuel. That's maybe why he came down in the street. He may have been out of fuel. Well, now they are. The Pontiac is a hardtop, but the PT Cruiser is toast. I think it missed this. I don't know. I don't see any damage there. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. You know what? The front tire's flat. And here's the point of impact, right there in the middle of the street. And that's gas, skid marks, the landing gear broke off, and that's more gas. Luckily it didn't torch. 201, yeah, go ahead. No, this is San Fernando and Osborne right here. It's a block south. This street is something like San Fernando Place or, well, hang on a second, let me see if I can find the sign. San Fernando, I guess it's a parallel part of San Fernando Road, but it's like a frontage road right alongside the railroad tracks on the other side of the San Fernando Road. Corinthi, C-O-R-R-E-N-T-I. The 12,500 block. If you go to the NTSB FAA website, yeah, 12,500. If you go to the FAA website, you look up 201 Kilo Yankee. It'll tell you who owns it. Yeah, Kilo Yankee, K-Y. And that's the pilot right there in the checkered shirt. I'm surprised he's able to stand up. I'd be shaking like crazy. Hopefully they turn the master switch off. He hit a pole with the right wing. See the dent in the right wing that goes halfway back to the spar? He hit something real hard on this side of the oh, right there. Yep, I bet you he hit that telephone post right there. I'm betting he hit these cars Went that way, and that wing caught that telephone post. Spun him around, and that's what happened right there. Yeah, it's a Mooney M20. It's a 201, actually. It's got a single piece windshield. It's probably a vintage 1980s or 90s. Yep. That's an older one. Yeah, okay. Where did you say it was registered out of? Oh, that explains something. Yeah, it explains something. He may have been flying down here and ran low on gas. He had to make a fuel stop someplace in Northern California, but there ain't a lot of gas that came out of there. There's probably less than a gallon or two on each wing. Right there, it's on the road. Bet you the engine just went. Yeah, that would have burnt. That definitely would have burnt. And because of the direction of the winds, he was coming in from here, heading right for the airport there. He was 1 mile too short in his fuel planning. Yeah, exactly. And because he had a headwind, it kept him slow, and bingo. Now here comes the guy that owns one of these cars. Let me see. Am I right? No. Well, I don't know about his choice of picking that street as opposed to the railroad tracks. A lot less jeopardy. Yeah, but when you look at the frequency, I mean the potential for hitting somebody on the street or the cars, the railroad tracks would pose a little bit better opportunity because you almost could get that thing down on the side of the right side of the tracks. Yeah, it's elevated, but he would have hit the fence over there in the wash. The best alternative would have been 5 more gallons of gas. Well, he'll be going through some recurrent training. Well, they can't move it till the NTSB says they can move it. And the fireman brought parts back from down the street. The nose gear ended up back here somewhere, which he shouldn't have moved. Yeah. Well, the investigators will come out of LAX probably, unless there's one here in the valley. Yeah, there's no FSDO over there. There's one at Van Nuys, but there's not usually an investigator there at the FSDO. They're based out of LAX. Well, I don't know what else to shoot. I think half a mile to a mile short. Yeah, all he needed was half a gallon more and he could have made it right there. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Should call her. Let's see. Skyvikes does. Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, out of here. Base 2 and 1's about 2 minutes out from fuel, please.
All right, guys, we are headed to recap Marco Rubio in South Carolina. I know we are only with you Monday through Friday, so after that South Carolina primary, you missed a ton of great speeches. We're going to cut to Mark Rubio here first, and then I will take you through the string of additional speeches, including Jeb Bush announcing that he is throwing in the towel. First, Marco Rubio, though, and you're looking at the White House, which is where everybody wants to live right now. Marco Rubio in just a moment. South Carolina recap. All right, and just to give you a heads up, we are going to be watching this from MarcoRubio.com. Take a look here. Watch Marco's phenomenal primary night speech in South Carolina, says MarcoRubio.com. We'll scroll down here, and we will watch that with you now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congressman Trey Gowdy, Senator Tim Scott, and Governor Nikki Haley.
Do you believe in new beginnings? I told Senator Rubio 10 days ago when he landed in South Carolina that we are a state of new beginnings and fresh starts, and you proved it. I've been given one job and one job only, which is to introduce one of the most well-known popular people in America, Tim Scott. So I'm going to take a second. Just upon the off chance that you already know him, I want to tell Marco Rubio how proud I am of the kind of campaign he has waged in South Carolina. And now I want to introduce you to my best friend in all of politics, somebody that I'm not just proud to serve with, but I am proud that he represents me and the rest of you, Senator Tim Scott.
Hello, South Carolina! It is a good night, I tell you what. Thank you so much. We are looking at not just the GOP, the grand old party, we are looking at the great opportunity party. Yes, sir. How many of you guys are excited like I am about Marco Rubio? It's been an amazing week because of you, the voters of South Carolina. Marco Rubio finds himself in second place. This is an amazing finish. This is good news. I call her the cavalry. On Wednesday or Thursday, she came out with an endorsement. I said, I heard the sound of the cavalry. Our governor, Nikki Haley.
Oh, thank you, South Carolina.
first want to take a moment to thank all of the presidential candidates that came through South Carolina. They were all gracious. They went to every corner of the state. That's what mattered, and I appreciate all of that. But if you will give me a point of personal privilege right now, I want to say a special thank you to Governor Jeb Bush. Without any hesitation, Jeb Bush has been one of the best governors this country has ever seen. He is a man of great class, and I wish his family well. So now I want to say it's a great night in South Carolina. Ladies and gentlemen, you never disappoint me. The people of South Carolina continue to show what they're made of. You did it this week. We just woke the country up. We changed this race. It is on the move. When you see Trey Gowdy, when you see Tim Scott, when you see me, we are the start, along with a lot of other people, we're the start of the new conservative movement. That's going to change this country for the better, and help me welcome our leader, the next president of the United States, Marco Rubio.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I want to begin by congratulating Donald Trump. We haven't had a chance to speak yet. He won here tonight. But after tonight, this has become a three-person race, and we will win the nomination. I also, a few moments ago, got to see on television, I have not had a chance to speak to him yet, Governor Bush and his announcement. I have an incredible affection and admiration, not just for Governor Bush, but for his family and for their service to our country. Jeb Bush has many things to be proud of. He is an extraordinary husband. He's an extraordinary father. He was the greatest governor in the history of Florida. And I believe and I pray that his service to our country has not yet ended. And I thank Jeb Bush for everything he's did for the state of Florida and for running a campaign based on ideas. And I pray for him and his family tonight as they move forward in other endeavors in their life. Tonight here in South Carolina, the message is pretty clear. This country is now ready for a new generation of conservatives to guide us into the 21st century. For the time has now come, after 8 years of failure, to return to the Constitution of the United States that made us the freest people that have ever lived. The time has now come for leaders that will re-embrace free enterprise, which made us the most prosperous people that have ever lived. And the time has come to rebuild our military, because the world is a better, a safer, and more stable place when we are the strongest military in the world. We as a nation have faced troubling times before. In fact, 36 years ago, this nation faced a period of doubt. After a failed presidency, it felt like America was in decline, our economy was stagnant, and the American dream felt like it was slipping away. And then we elected a president that inspired us, a president who asked us to remember who we were and who believed, as we do, that America's greatest days always lie ahead. Ronald Reagan made us believe that it was morning in America again, and it was. Well, now the children of the Reagan Revolution are ready to assume the mantle of leadership. Now, those of us who grew up when it was morning in America and Ronald Reagan was in the White House are ready to do for our generation, are ready to do for the next generation what Ronald Reagan did for ours. And who is this conservative movement in the 21st century? Because our principles remain the same. But who are we? My friends, the 21st century conservatives are the son of a single mother who grew up in poverty and was almost lost. And today he serves this state as its junior senator, Tim Scott. The 21st century conservative movement is the daughter of immigrants from India who wanted desperately for their children to have all the opportunities they never did, who faced a string of prejudice, and yet because of the greatness of our country today, Nikki Haley is the governor of a state where it's always a great day. And the 21st century conservative movement is the son of a bartender and a maid from Cuba, who tonight stands one step closer to being the 45th president of the United States of America. We are a nation and a people that celebrate success. We are a nation that admire people that have worked hard and moved ahead. And as conservatives, we will always celebrate success. But we fight for those who are still trying to make it. If tonight you are that single mother who has made it the purpose of your life to leave your children better off than yourself, in the 21st century, we conservatives will fight for you. If you are watching tonight and you are that father that works 2 jobs so that your kids could have all the chances you never did, in the 21st century, we conservatives will fight for you. If you're the 17-year-old high school student who wants a big future, and so you get up well before dawn to take 2 buses to a better school halfway across town, who gets home late at night to do homework because you know that God has made you for more than what people around you tell you you are made for. In the 21st century, we conservatives will fight for you. We will fight for you because we come from where you are now, because we live the way you live now, and we know that limited government and free enterprise and a strong national defense is a better way forward for you, for me, for us, and for the United States of America. Tonight, to those watching at home, I ask you to join us in this effort. This has been a long road. There were many people on this campaign when it first started, many good people, many of whom in any other year would have been a front runner. But now, practically speaking, it's down to 3. And I know that our campaign gives us the best chance not just to come together, not just to unify our party, but to unify our country and to grow this movement. I ask you to go on our website. If you're watching tonight, I ask you to go on our website right now, marcorubio.com, and join our campaign. "60 years ago, a young couple from Cuba came to America in search of a new beginning, a second chance, a fresh start. And America changed their lives. Of course, I'm talking about my parents. Ten days ago, their son arrived in South Carolina after a difficult election in New Hampshire in search of a new beginning and a fresh start. And many thought it was over. Some had doubts about whether we would wind up here even now. For me, the state of South Carolina will always be the place of new beginnings and fresh starts. I know that God's hand is on everything. And so whatever God's will is in this election is what will ultimately happen to us and to our country. But if it is God's will that I should serve as the 45th president, if it is God's will that we should win this election, then history will say that on this night in South Carolina, we took the first step forwards in the beginning of a new American century. Thank you, South Carolina. Thank you. God bless you.
The C-SPAN networks bring you
We've got some new equipment up here and learning it, making it better. I am going to transition to Jeb Bush's full speech where he suspends his campaign next. However, I did just get a note from a producer here at Fox 10 letting me know that Sheriff Joe Arpaio just tweeted, "I just arrived in Vegas and will be speaking today 7 p.m. at the Trump rally." We are bringing you the Trump rally. I expect we typically do bring those to you. So we are hoping that we get it to you early enough that we can bring you Sheriff Joe Arpaio speaking at that Trump rally. He's very animated during the Trump rally. We got a couple of really good sound bites last time. Maybe I can pull those for you as well when we're done with the South Carolina recap. But next is Jeb Bush's announcement that he is suspending his campaign.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Lindsay. When I began this journey in Miami, I committed that I would campaign as I would serve, going everywhere, speaking to everyone, keeping my word, facing the issues without flinching, and staying true to what I believe. For the better part of a year, I've endeavored to do just exactly that. I have put forth a vision for America that includes all, because our country deserves a president for everyone. The presidency is bigger than any one person, and is certainly bigger than any candidate. This is not, we're different in our country because our head of state is not above us, but because the head of state, the people that aspire to the presidency, are part of the people. In a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, we elect a president like us, imperfect under God's watchful eye. I've had a front row seat to this office for most of my adult life. I've seen fallible men rise up to the challenges of our time with humility and clarity of purpose to make our nation safer, stronger, and freer. I firmly believe the American people must entrust this office to someone who understands that whoever holds it is a servant, not the master. Someone who will commit to that service with honor and decency. Our next president will lead an extraordinary country whose people have always made the improbable possible in big ways and small. Every day, Americans test the boundaries of freedom and achieve more than what they could have ever dreamed. But over the last 7 years, our nation's bright light has become little more than a flicker. We have retreated from the world stage. The American values that have brought peace and opportunity are fading. That is not the America we know and love. America is a country that thinks big, acts boldly, and leads without apology. It will be up to the next president to restore that kind of leadership. I'm proud of the campaign that we've run to unify our country and to advocate conservative solutions that would give more Americans the opportunity to rise up and reach their God-given potential. But the people of Iowa and New Hampshire and South Carolina have spoken, and I really respect their decision. So tonight, I am suspending my campaign. Yeah. Thank you, man. I congratulate my competitors that are remaining on the island on their success for a race that has been hard fought, just as the contest for the presidency should be, because it is a tough job. In this campaign, I have stood my ground, refusing to bend to the political winds. We put forward detailed, innovative, conservative plans to address the mounting challenges that we face, because despite what you might have heard, ideas matter, policy matters. And I truly hope that these ideas that we've laid out will serve as a blueprint for a generation of conservative leaders at every level of government so that we can take back our country. We laid out plans on everything from reforming our tax and regulatory system to reviving our economy, to rebuilding our military, and to fixing the VA once and for all. Finally, I am so grateful to Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina here for his steadfast support and his amazing humor. He stole the line that I'm now saying, which is that he's become a friend for life. I thank all of the Jeb alumni, many of them are here, that have been going door to door all across the country, who have put their lives on hold for this cause. And I want to thank my mom and brother who came here to South Carolina. America truly loves them and respects them, and so do I. I want to thank all my family. 2.0 is always back there in the back. And to my dad, who has served as an inspiration to me. He's the greatest man alive and continues to be that way. I want to thank all the volunteers and supporters that I've met along this incredible journey, and to all the fellow grinders in our campaign, our staff, who never, ever, ever gave up. I've had an incredible life, and for me, public service has been the highlight of that life. But no matter what the future holds, here's the greatest safety landing, if you can imagine. Tonight I'm going to sleep with the best friend I have and the love of my life. And I'm totally blessed to be the father of 3 extraordinary children, and as you might know, 4 near-perfect grandchildren. And I'll be blessed to say that I'm living in the greatest country the world has ever known. I remain optimistic, and with the right kind of leadership that we all need to work to make sure happens, America's best days are ahead. With strong conservative leadership, Republicans can win the White House, and we can get back to being in the verge of having the greatest time to be alive. And that's what I honestly believe, and I know you do as well. I look forward to working you to make that dream come true. I will do it as a private citizen, just as you are. Thank you for the opportunity to run for the greatest office on the face of the earth. I love you all. God bless you. Thank you.
That was such a sweet, that was such a sweet speech by Jeb Bush. Hard to see him so emotional, hard to see his wife so emotional, and it's almost as if you can't help but hurt for them because you know they put a lot of time, effort into it, and really it would have been pretty exciting for his father and his brother and him to have all called the White House their home. And he definitely had a good understanding of what it took to be the president, since he has that. I'm talking to this invisible person next to me named Samia. He definitely had a good understanding of what it takes to be a leader and the president of the United States. It's in his blood. So sad to hear him say that he was throwing in the towel. Next, we're going to look at Donald Trump, who won South Carolina. He's very excited here. I look forward to watching this with you. I haven't seen this in full yet either, so we're experiencing this together for the first time. And don't forget, we do have Donald Trump live coming up tonight at 7 with an appearance by our own Sheriff Joe Arpaio. So we'll head over to South Carolina to listen to Trump now.
And they sent us in here with a very good feeling, right? So I really want to thank you. My volunteers, all of these people, volunteers, and they travel and they go on. I say, what are you doing? And now they're going to Texas and they're going all over. Some are going to Nevada. I'll be going to Nevada. We're making a big speech tomorrow in Atlanta, and then we're going right to Nevada. And I think we're going to do terrific there. And the SEC is going to be very, very excited. We expect to do very well. I want to just say thank you to my family. It's been not easy for them. They don't see me anymore. I'm making speeches all the time. And I have a great family. I really have a great family, so I just want to thank all of them. Ivanka, you know, we have a hospital ready just in case. In South Carolina, we're going to have a baby. There's nothing wrong with that. It could be any second. It could even be before I'm finished. I mean, but you know, she insisted on being here. It was so important to Ivanka to insist on being here. So thank you. We have a wonderful lieutenant governor who backed us very early in the process. You know Henry, right? The lieutenant governor of South Carolina. I will take him over the governor anytime because he can handle that very nicely. He's tough. He's very tough. Tiffany, Eric, Laura, and Melania. Melania, say so.
Just want to say, an amazing place, South Carolina. Congratulations to my husband. He was working very hard, and he loves you. We love you, and we're going ahead to Nevada. We'll see what happens.
And representing some very, very wonderful children, Ivanka, just say.
This is an amazing, amazing night. The momentum since the beginning of this campaign has been unbelievable, and that's because
my father's message resonates so deeply with so many people. So as our family, we're incredibly grateful to each of you. So thank you for being here to support us. And I will say this, my father is an incredibly hard worker, and he'll be working for each and every one of you. So
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, you know, I was watching upstairs, and it was really amazing to be watching what I was watching. And some of the pundits, and I know overall fair, but a number of the pundits said, well, if a couple of the other candidates dropped out, if you add their scores together, it's going to equal Trump. They don't understand that as people drop out, I'm going to get a lot of those votes also. So, I think we're going to do very, very well. I think we're going to do very well. I want to also congratulate the other candidates. In particular, I have to say, Ted and Marco did a really good job, and they did quite well, as I understand. Yeah, no, come on. Just 1 minute. Come on, 1 second, right? Good. But I just want to congratulate the other candidates. There's nothing easy about running for president, I can tell you. It's tough, it's nasty, it's mean, it's vicious, it's beautiful. When you win, it's beautiful. And we are going to start winning for our country. Because our country doesn't win anymore. It doesn't win. We don't win with the military. We can't beat ISIS. We have great military, but we can't beat ISIS. We don't win on trade. You look at what China's doing to us, what Japan does to us, what Mexico is just killing us at the border, and with trade. Mexico is killing us absolutely. We'll do the wall. Don't worry. We're going to do the wall. We're going to do the wall. And by the way, who's going to pay for the wall? And it's very easy. The other politicians come down, you can't get Mexico to pay for the wall. I said 100%. We have a $58 billion deficit with Mexico. The wall is going to cost $10 to $12 billion, okay? Believe me, they will pay. One of the officials, actually one of the ex-officials from Mexico, had a news conference, and he announced that we will not be paying for the wall. Who does Mr. Trump think he is? They came to me, the press, these people. Look at all those cameras back there. The press came to me, and they told me that he said he would not pay for the wall. Do you have a comment? I said, yes. The wall just got 10 feet taller. It's true. And I love Mexico. I love Mexico. I love China. I love many of these countries that rip us off because we have leaders that are incompetent and don't know what they're doing. I love these countries. They're great. I have thousands and thousands of Hispanics. We're going to Nevada. I lead with the Hispanics. I'm leading in every poll with the Hispanics. They love me. I love them. The problem is that the leaders of these countries, whether it's Mexico or Japan or Vietnam, which is just doing a big number now all of a sudden, or China in particular, that's the big one. The greatest abuse of a country that I think I've ever seen financially, China. What they've done to us is the greatest single theft in the history of the world. They've taken our jobs, they've taken our money, they've taken everything. We're bringing our jobs back, folks. We're bringing our jobs back. We've had so many incredible endorsements, and to me, getting the greatest business people to endorse me is very important. Carl Icahn endorsed me. So many others have endorsed me. And we're going to put these great business people in charge of trade. And when China wants to come to negotiate, they're going to negotiate not with a political hack, which is what they have now. They're going to negotiate with the best business minds in the world, and we have them. We're going to do a lot of beautiful work. We're going to terminate Obamacare. It's going to be terminated. It's going to be repealed, and it's going to be replaced. going to have much better health care at a much smaller cost because Obamacare, if you look at the increases in your Obamacare, 25, 35, 45, even 55%. It's dead. It's not working. We're going to go to a plan that's going to be so much better and so much less expensive. Second Amendment, by the way, this is a room, loves the Second Amendment. Thank you, fellas. This is a room, loves and cherishes the Second Amendment. We are going to protect the Second Amendment. Power is God. We are getting rid of power. We're bringing education to a local level. The people in this community, every time I see them, they want education locally. The parents, the teachers, they want to do it. They don't want bureaucrats in Washington telling them how to educate their children. We stand as a nation more for education per pupil than any other nation in the world, not even close. More per pupil, second place doesn't even exist, it's so different. And yet, out of 30 countries, we're ranked number 30. You have China, you have Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and then you have number 30, the United States. So we spend the most, and we're at the bottom of the heap. It's not going to happen anymore, folks. It's not going to happen. We are going to build our military, which I thank because a number of the people came down and a number of the pundits are watching tonight. We love our military. We love our military. And by the way, we love our police. Our police. They are not being treated properly. We're going to build our military so big, so good, so strong, so powerful that nobody is ever going to mess with us, folks. And we're going to buy the equipment that our generals, our soldiers, that everybody that's in the know want. We're not buying equipment that sells because they have political, because they take campaign and they give campaign contributions. We are going to get the equipment that they want, not the equipment that they're told to have by senators and congressmen in Washington. And the reason I can say that is I'm self-funding my campaign. I'm not getting millions of dollars from all of these. I'm not getting millions of dollars from all of these special interests and lobbyists and donors that once they get it, they literally do whatever the politicians want. That's not going to happen. And we're going to take care of our vets. We love our vets and they're being taken care of. So, we're now off to Nevada. And it's a great state. We have great people. We have great people in our nation. No matter where we go. I went to Mobile, Alabama, 35,000 people. We went to Oklahoma recently, twice. 20,000 people, 20,000 people. No matter where we go, we fill up the arenas. Over here the other day, we had a 9,000. We had a 10,000. We have people. The only thing that stops the crowds are the walls. Because we keep them in. We have to send thousands of people away. Time Magazine last week did an incredible cover story. They said it's a movement, and that's what it is. It's an incredible movement with incredible people. And you know, our theme, what's our theme? You know it, right? Our theme, which I love, maybe the greatest theme of all time, right? And the word again eventually is going to come off. We're going to get rid of the whole theme because what's going to happen, make America great again, right? And the last 2 weeks, because I've gotten to see so many, I guess millions when you add them all up with all of these rooms and all of these speeches, and I've met so many people. But the people are so incredible that I've been saying, make America great again, and it's going to be greater than ever before. That's the kind of potential we have. Greater than ever before. So I want to thank everybody. I love you all. Again, South Carolina, we will never forget you. We will never forget you. We will never, ever forget South Carolina. We will never forget our great volunteers. We love our volunteers. We'll never forget all of the people that have helped us so much, my family. And folks, let's go. Let's have a big win in Nevada. Let's have a big win at the SEC. Let's put this thing away, and let's make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right, and next we're going to head over to John Kasich. His speech is pretty brief, but in case you're interested in hearing from him, we'll head in that direction right now.
I was going to run for President of the United States, and a lot of people said he'll never get in the race. And then on July 21st, with my wife, my great wife Karen, and my daughters Emma and Reese, we announced in Columbus, Ohio, that I would run for President of the United States. And then they said he couldn't raise the money. The doubter said he just not going to be able to do it. And then, you know, we got a lot of money out of a lot of piggy banks because we never had the billionaires really with us. And we moved forward. And then they said he'll never, ever make it to New Hampshire. It just simply won't happen. And then guess what? We went to New Hampshire. And yes, we started at town hall meetings with as few as 6 people in a room. But I loved those 6 people because they were there and they were listening. And I'm not sure we got all of them, but we got a couple of them. And then the week before the New Hampshire primary, I had a reporter say, "Are you going to drop out before New Hampshire?" And I looked at that reporter, I said, "That is the single dumbest question I've ever had in my lifetime." And then they said, "No chance in New Hampshire. He's got no money. There have been millions and millions of dollars of negative ads spent against him." But you know what happened? The people showed up. The people showed up in New Hampshire, and the people showed up from around the country, and of course from my beautiful Buckeye State. And while we may not have won, we did beat Donald Trump and Dixville Notch with 60% of the vote. Just don't tell anybody it was 3-2. It's still 60%. But you know, we came roaring out of New. So he can't do very well in South Carolina. He's just going to call it in. And tonight, one more time, we have defied and overcome expectations in the state of South Carolina in about 6 or 7 days. And then for all the people watching, you fasten your seatbelts, please. We came very late last night to Vermont. We had done everything we could possibly do in 6 or 7 days, spending literally about $500,000 to the multiple millions of dollars spent by everybody else, and a big chunk of it to hammer me. But you know, as my friend Arnold Schwarzenegger said, he said, John, love the beatings, okay? And I have. And now, folks, this morning in Vermont, Burlington, in Vermont. You know, I saw Richard Dreyfuss over at the Colbert Show, and I couldn't resist but say to him, we need a bigger boat. And we have needed bigger venues. And that's exactly what we've been able to get with 600-700 people in Vermont on a few days' notice. And then in Worcester today, jam-packed crowd. It was just absolutely fantastic. Bush and the Bush family for the many years of great work and service to our country. Jeb is a great guy. His brother, his family, his mother, his father, they're the best. Give them a great round of applause for what they've done. And then finally, it started as a 16-person race. And now, folks, it's down to the final four. And we are going to travel all across this country, Vermont and Massachusetts and down in Virginia and in Mississippi and in Louisiana and in Tennessee and in Georgia. And then guess what? We're going to head to the Midwest, up in Illinois and one of my favorite states of all, Michigan, and then Ohio and Pennsylvania, and all the way to Cleveland. And that's where we're going to go, all the way to the nomination in Cleveland, Ohio, and I'm going to take you with me. But I need all of you. It's the only way we're going to get there is if I have all of you. And here's the situation. Yes, within 100 days, we can begin to rebuild the economy. We can begin to create economic opportunity for everybody. And at the same time, as we create this economic opportunity, we're not going to leave anybody behind. I don't care who they are, the mentally ill, the drug addicted, the working poor, the developmentally disabled, we're going to raise all of them. And we're going to march with the people who have come out from all over the country, and we're going to turn power back, power, money, and influence back to where we live. And then we're going to ask everyone to assert themselves in the schoolhouse, fighting the curse of drugs, to be able to get ourselves in a position again in our communities and neighborhoods, and where we recognize that the God-given purpose that has been planted in all of our hearts and souls can be carried out, whether we're teachers or nurses or entrepreneurs or just somebody that walks next door to visit the widow who had been married for 50 years and people have stopped paying attention to. Yeah, you know, where I come from, America was never built great because of who was at the top. America's been built great because who is at the foundation, in the families, in the neighborhoods, in the communities, and together we'll renew the spirit of the United States of America, and people will look forward to the rest of this century for their children and their grandchildren. Thank you all very much, and God.
All right, next we are going to head to, oh wow, old. Look at that, that's interesting. Look at his hair. Next we're going to head to Ben Carson, his reaction to the South Carolina primary. Give me 2 seconds to fire this up.
Republican presidential candidate Ben Carson spoke
Let's see here. If you're not familiar with Fox 10 News Now, we are Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. So when this was happening on Saturday, we were not here to cover it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. Thank you, all of our wonderful supporters. Thank you for all of the staff who have just done an amazing job here. And, you know, there are news people here who think that I'm going to make a concession speech. Now, this is just the beginning speech that we're going to have here. That's the beginning. You know, it's interesting, but when this thing started, there were 17 candidates. There are only 6 now, and I'm still one of them. And I'm not going anywhere. Now, you know, we have a little bit of a different situation than many of the other candidates who are funded in different ways, but we're funded by we the people. And I will steadfastly continue to refuse to take money from special interest groups and billionaires who want to influence me. Those people are not looking for the good of America. And those are the same people, I guarantee you, who will continue to influence America if we put people in office who are beholden to them. That will not change. We have to be willing to make dramatic changes. We can't just mess around the edges. We got to go to the heart of the matter, because our nation is very close to going off the cliff. And what I am attempting to do as a true outsider, and when I say a true outsider, I mean I've never tried to buy anybody or sell anybody or do anything to influence what was going on in government for my own purposes. That's an insider. You can call them what you want. But the fact of the matter is, what we need is recognition of the fact that the way our country was designed, it was designed for citizen statesmen, not career politicians. And right now, there is a political class that consists of the Washington establishment and the news media and the pundits, and they believe that they have complete control of our country. They only have complete control if we give them complete control. It is we the people who really have the power. The problem is, if we don't exercise the power, then they continue to have the control. And this is a message that I'm going to be taking across the nation to try to help the people of America recognize that we still have the ability to dictate the course of our country. We still have the ability to save it for the next generation. We can do it. If we continue down the same path that we have been going, that will never happen. And, you know, I never really actually intended to get into the political world, I must admit. And since I've gotten into it, what I have discovered is really quite disgusting. I mean, the engine that drives Washington, D.C., and that drives our country is full of filth and corruption and favors and intricate relationships. And they will do anything, and I do mean anything, to maintain their power and to maintain their position. However, God is in charge. And, you know, I really thought about this long and hard before I got into it, because after a long and arduous career in neurosurgery and really wanting to relax and have fun with my wife and just have a good time for the rest of my life. And then those people started bothering me. You know, every place I went to make a speech, there were all these people out there with signs, "Run, Ben, run." And then I started getting all of these petitions, and then there were so many people saying, "You can do this." And at first I just said, just ignore it and it'll go away. But it did not go away. And I don't think it's going to go away. And I truly believe that as time goes on, more and more people will actually begin to get very serious, and they will actually begin to look at actual policies and actual solutions to the problems rather than just rhetoric and loud and boisterous speech. And when that happens, I think you're going to start to see a significant change in what's going on in our country. The tide will begin to change because the situation that we are in right now is so serious. I mean, when you talk about the fiscal gap, the vast majority of Americans have no idea what you're talking about. The fiscal gap is what is going to destroy us as a nation. And that's why no Washington politicians talk about the fiscal gap. But since I'm not a Washington politician, I can talk about it. You know, the unfunded liabilities that we owe, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, all the governmental programs, all the governmental agencies and sub-agencies, versus the amount of money we have coming back in through taxes and other revenue sources, those numbers should be essentially equal if you are fiscally responsible. If you're not, a gap develops. Bring that forward to today's dollars. You're talking about a fiscal gap. It sits at over $200 trillion. So if somebody magically came along today and said, I'm going to give you a check to pay off your national debt of $19 trillion, we would all be dancing in the streets. But the fact of the matter is, we would still be in huge trouble. This is the kind of thing that is not known by the American people. And that's why our founders were so insistent upon a good education and a well-informed populace. They said if we ever become anything other than a well-informed populace, the nature of the country will change because people would be easily manipulated. Well, this is exactly what's going on in our country today. People are being easily manipulated and told what they're supposed to think and who they're supposed to follow, when in fact, we have these tremendous brains and with these enormous frontal lobes. Have you ever stopped to imagine why the human being has these big frontal lobes? Because that's where you engage in rational thought processing. That's where you are able to extract information from the past and the present, analyze it, and project it into the future with rational thought processing and rational plans. Now, you don't need those big frontal lobes if all you're going to do is listen to the pundits and have other people tell you what you're supposed to do. You know, you could train some other thing to do that. Okay? You don't need this that we have in order to do that. And that's something that I think we're going to have to begin to emphasize to people. We also need to understand the situation in terms of our educational deficit. We have an all-voluntary military right now. we depend upon the populace to volunteer. Between the ages of 17 and 24, 71% of people who volunteer for the military are rejected. That only 29% are accepted. The ones that are rejected for mental, physical, or educational deficits. Of those three, educational deficits is far and away the biggest one. High school graduates cannot pass a simple examination. Basic math skills, basic communication skills. What does that tell you about what is happening in our country? These are high school graduates. And what is happening is we are dumbing down our population. And, you know, everybody is a good student, everybody gets a certificate, everybody gets a gold star. I mean, this is killing us. And we've got to get away from this progressivism and this political correctness and this stupidity, because we have traditionally very smart and innovative people. And we have to start finding a way to develop them, recognizing that we only have 330 million people, and we have to compete with China with 1.4 billion, India with 1.1 billion. We cannot afford to waste any of our people. We have to develop every single one of them. And we can't have 20+% of people entering high school and not graduating. We cannot have 5% of the world's population and 25% of the world's prison inmates. We have got to develop all of those young people. For every one of those people that we keep from going down that path of self-destruction, that's one less person that we have to be afraid of or protect our families from or pay for in the penal system or the welfare system. One more tax-paying member of society who may discover the cure for cancer or a new energy source. We cannot afford to waste any of our people. It is absolutely essential. And we must begin to really understand what true compassion is all about. True compassion is not keeping people in a dependent position. True compassion is providing a ladder of opportunity so that people can climb out of dependency and become part of the fabric of America. And that is really what conservatism is all about. And we must stop allowing the progressives to paint us as people who don't care about the other people in our society. That is absolutely the opposite. They're the ones who don't care. I think they are the ones who keep people enslaved so that they can cultivate their votes. And that is just the opposite of compassion. And I think we're just going to have to come out and tell it like it is. They're not going to like it very much, but we're just going to have to begin to put it in their face, because they're always putting it in our face. And I think we most definitely have to reject political correctness and not allow them to tell us what we can do. And most importantly, you know, when we say the Pledge of Allegiance to this flag, we say we are one nation under God. We must not allow the secular progressives to remove God from our lives. We cannot do that. And that is a war that I am very willing to fight until the last breath in my body, because I believe that the reason that this nation rose to the pinnacle of the world in record time is because we paid homage to God. And we also recognized that there were values and principles that were worth preserving. And we recognized that there was such a thing as right and such a thing as wrong. And we must get back to a point in this country where we recognize that we do have a culture, an American culture, an American way. Not a Republican way, not a Democrat way, but an American way. This is what we must come to understand. And we have to stop fighting each other. You know, what we really need to do is we have to start sitting down and having rational conversations about our differences. And when you have a rational conversation, very often, if one side or the other side is wrong, it becomes apparent. So, for instance, you sit down and have a rational conversation about free college tuition for everybody. Okay? And, you know, the rational side will say, who's going to pay for it? The irrational side will say, well, we have a lot of rich people, and we can just take the money from them. And then the rational side will say, what makes you think they're just going to fork their money over to you? And then the irrational side will say, we'll make them do it. Which side do you think will win? And what we have to do is help the populace to understand that when somebody comes along promising you pie in the sky, this is just a technique to get elected. And when they promote class warfare, they know good and well that if they could take the evil 1% and ship them away someplace, ship them to another country who would be glad to have them, that would not solve their problem, because everybody else could just sit around the campfire and sing Kumbaya, because there wouldn't be anything else left, because the people who are creating everything would be gone. You know, we need to get away from this whole class warfare stuff. What we really need to be thinking about is how do we create an atmosphere that will allow those creative people in our society to create opportunities for everybody else. I don't think, quite frankly, that most Americans mind the fact that there are rich Americans as long as they have the ability to become rich themselves. It's only when you shut that off. It's only when you shut that off. And see, that's what the progressives do. They try to convince a whole bunch of people that it is shut off, that somebody is keeping them from achieving, and that therefore you have a right to persecute those people and to try to take what they have. That is known as socialism. And we have got to start reminding people of what socialism is. I think a lot of people think socialism is caring for the social welfare of other people. That's not what it is. And a lot of young people, I think, probably don't fully realize what it is. But we know what it is. And it was Thomas Jefferson who really said that we would reach this point in our country where we would have allowed the government to reverse the roles of the people and the government. This country was designed with the people at the pinnacle and the government beneath the people for the purpose of facilitating life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. What has happened is the government has become the pinnacle power, and it now dictates to the people. This is something that absolutely must be reversed. This is not something that the political class is going to be happy about me saying, be they Republicans or Democrats. That's why they try to act like I don't exist. But the fact of the matter is, I do exist, and along with you, we are the people, and we will take America back. Thank you very much.
All right, we're just going to dip into this and see what this is. I'm getting this on my satellite feed, but I'm not 100% sure what I'm looking at, so let's see together what this is.
Richard Smith, Tyler Smith, Mary Lou Nye, Mary Jo Nye, Dorothy Brown, and Barbara Hawthorne.
It looks as if we are watching
That is why we're here tonight,
a vigil for Kalamazoo.
to celebrate lives that were taken too early, and to understand that our world has become a little smaller, I would say tonight, that evil and ugly visited a place that we thought that we might be insulated from this. But our world has become a little smaller. It's become a little smaller because someone decided to attempt to hurt us as a community. As a community. But tonight is a demonstration that you cannot do that. We will feel the pain, but we will persevere beyond that pain. You know, I'm so proud tonight because of some amazing work by some individuals that have badges in this community that came together to ensure and work to keep us safe. And we know that at any moment, anything can happen. Anything can happen in any community. Every community deals with the challenges of violence and the challenges of ignorance and the challenges of pain and those that don't understand the word community. At any moment, a random act can take place. At any moment, a mayor who does not know what to say to you tonight is standing before his community talking about lives that have been lost, lives that aren't necessarily from this community. Folks from Battle Creek coming to our community to enjoy a performance at our university and have dinner. A dad and a son from Mattawan venturing into this city to buy a car. And a woman with little children walking outside of her home in Richland. These families, all of them, the ones that have passed and certainly the ones that are hanging on, that we're praying for and hoping for and thinking about every single day since this occurred. These families are vital to everything we believe in Kalamazoo and Mattawan and Richland and Battle Creek and certainly in Southwest Michigan. Our wonderful state has been challenged by so many things, whether it's Detroit or Flint or now today here. We are not a perfect place. We will never be a perfect place, but we are community. And tonight and every night, to honor those that are no longer here, we must remember that word community. These types of celebrations cannot stop. These types of opportunity to come together as people, as races, as individuals, as cities and townships and counties, we can't stop. We must come together beyond the moment of loss and be about the moment of opportunity. I think that's what this springboards. I think that's what this creates for us. I had the opportunity to hear from our senators. I spoke to our president today, and he sends his condolences, him and Michelle. These are phone calls that we've had too many of in this country. Over 40 of these incidents have happened already this year. Now, I'm not going to preach about guns and all. I'm not going to do that tonight because it is about these individuals. But man, oh man, we've got to find some sense. We have to. This is unacceptable. Children having been hurt and killed. Unacceptable in the City of Promise. Unacceptable in the City of Promise. So tonight, I ask that you find a way to wrap your arms around the community in a different way, in a new way, in a way that honors the memories of those that have passed and certainly recognizes those that are still hurting and in hospitals. I ask that you get to know your neighbor better and understand who they are. I ask you not to wander into the land of fear, but wander into the land of hope and opportunity and embrace this community. You're doing that just by being here. Just by being here. And as the mayor of the City of Promise, I ask that we hug our children a little harder tonight. Recognize their greatness and the opportunity that they bring. Because without them, I believe we are nothing. So please, be mindful of the family and the friends that are hurting tonight. Be mindful of our opportunity as a community and our responsibility as a community, and have expectations of everyone and yourselves as a community. God bless you.
I ask that you take the hands of your neighbors that are on both sides of you and hold their hands as I speak tonight. We are a Kalamazoo community. We are a Kalamazoo family. And together, we are saddened. We feel grief. We feel disbelief. We feel fear, mistrust, powerlessness, and we feel pain. Tonight, we acknowledge these true emotions because we are human. We lean on each other right now. We support one another. We hold one another up as we grieve the lives that have been lost. As we hold each other's hands right now, we do so understand that we bear this tragedy together. We are brothers, we are sisters, we are family members tonight in this room, in this community. We are not alone. We are not lost. We wrap our hands, we wrap our hearts together, and we totally understand that a rope with more strands brings strength, it brings resilience, and it brings support. That rope cannot be broken. Tonight, we realize that we are not the first community that has been shaken by senseless gun violence, but we are determined that we will work and we will act so that we might be the last. We understand that together in the days to come, that emotions that we are feeling right now rightfully can propel us into action. In the midst of all this, and I want you to squeeze very gently the hands that you have right now, squeeze in love. We understand that we are embracing tightly together, and we act in love. We act in hope. We act in faith. We act in peace, and we act in strength. We act in collective change, and we act in life-changing action, and we act in power. We are in this together, Kalamazoo family. Hate will not win.
I'd like to offer a prayer for the departed from the writings of the Baha'i Faith. Glory be to thee, O Lord my God. Abase not him whom thou hast exalted through the power of thine everlasting sovereignty, and remove not far from thee him whom thou hast caused to enter the tabernacle of thine eternity. Wilt thou cast away, O my God, him whom thou hast overshadowed with thy lordship? And wilt thou turn away from thee, O my desire, him to whom thou hast been a refuge? Canst thou degrade him whom thou hast uplifted, or forget him whom thou didst enable to remember thee? Glorified, immensely glorified art thou. Thou art he who from everlasting hath been the king of the entire creation and its prime mover. And thou wilt to everlasting remain the Lord of all created things and their ordainer. Glorified art thou, O my God. If thou ceasest to be merciful unto thy servants, who then will show mercy unto them? And if thou refusest to succor thy loved ones, who is there that can succor them? Glorified, immeasurably glorified art thou. Thou art adored in thy truth, and thee do we all verily worship. And thou art manifest in thy justice, and to thee do we all verily bear witness. Thou art in truth, beloved in thy grace. No God is there but thee, the help in peril, the self-subsisting.
Good evening. I'm Reverend Tom Ryberg, and I'm a pastor at First Congregational Church of Battle Creek. I'm here tonight with some of our congregation, with Charlie and Carmen and Chris from First Congregational Church of Battle Creek. We're honored to be able to say yes to the invitation to be here with you tonight. As you know, some of those who are lost are from Battle Creek. Some of our church members have been personally touched by the lives of those who have died. All of us have been touched by this horrific violence visited upon our neighboring community of Kalamazoo. To the victims, the friends, the family members, neighbors, community members, leaders, know that we are praying for you, with you, without ceasing. To the perpetrator of this violence and his family, know that we are praying for you too. Friends, we stand with you today and also tomorrow. We grieve with you. We wait for answers with you. We cry with you. We call on one whose power far surpasses our own with you. And when it is time to stand together, to move and to take action, as you see fit, know that at your invitation we will move with you. We will have your back. There is a song that we sing in our congregation sometimes Join me. It goes like this. We are here. We are here. We are here with you. We are here. We are here. We are here with you. To all who feel moved to join in, God is here. God is here. God is here. God is here with you. Amen.
I am the Reverend Rachel Lonberg, and I serve the People's Church of Kalamazoo. Sources of reason and radiance, sources of courage and compassion, we gather tonight a people in grief, a people afraid, a people overwhelmed, and a people heartbroken. And the prophets tell us that when we are heartbroken, there are two ways. Our hearts can shatter into many, many pieces, leaving behind despair or rage or emptiness. Or our hearts can break open. They can break open and allow our love and care to pour out into the world and be a source of healing. Tonight, let us choose that second path. Let us offer care and comfort to all of those who grieve tonight. Let us remember that life is fragile and life is precious. Let us cling closely to those we love most. Let us cling to what matters. In my church, we say every Sunday that we are wrapped in a love that surrounds us always and will not let us go. And that is the truth tonight. There is love wrapped around those who have died, those who are injured, the shooter, their loved ones, each of us gathered here, and everyone in our community and world. We are wrapped in a love that will not let us go. And as we go out in a while, as we go out, may we go out boldly, boldly to love the hell out of this world.
I'm Ursula Chogil with Dharmadhatu Kalamazoo. I'll keep this brief. I would just like to say that the wisdom that we all seek begins within each of us by knowing our own minds and our own hearts. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David Decker. I represent the congregations of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints throughout Southwest Michigan, many of whom meet and worship in Kalamazoo. I would ask that you would join with me briefly in prayer. Our Father in heaven, we, a few of thy children, join together this night, grieving for the loss of life and some of the innocents which we have heretofore enjoyed in our community. We recognize, Father, that the only way that we can eliminate violence from our community is by rooting it out of our hearts. And we ask Thee to bless us, that we may be kind in all of our associations, that we may seek to truly live the gospel represented by the tenets of our various faiths. That we may be loving and considerate to those in need, who are all of us. We ask Thee, Father, to bless the many wounded in our community, both those with visible and invisible pain that as a result of this tragedy. Bless us as parents, that we may be sources of love, of compassion, and of healing to all children, whether they be newborn or gray with age. Bless us, Father, that we may put into action in our lives the healing power of the atonement of Jesus Christ, that we may become as Thou art, become one, as Thy sons and daughters, as we reach out in love and compassion to all within our community, regardless of color, education, social and wealth, status, or creed. And we say these things, Father, in the name of Thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you. I am Gulnar Hussain, a member of the Kalamazoo Islamic Center. In times of sorrow, Muslims turn to God for comfort and guidance. I will begin by reciting a few verses from the Quran that help people with coping in times of distress and provide hope and comfort. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ألم نشرح لك صدرك ووضعنا لك ذكرك فإن مع العسر يسرا إن مع العسر يسرا فإذا فرغت فانصب وإلى ربك فارغب. This is a brief chapter in the Quran, chapter 94, and I will translate here. Has the Lord not opened up your heart to Him and lifted the burden from you that weighed heavily upon you? Has the Lord not raised you high with dignity? And behold, with every hardship comes ease. Truly, with every hardship comes ease. Hence, when you are freed from distress, remain steadfast and turn to your Lord with love. We are heartbroken today for the loss of innocent human life, and together with our community, We grieve for the victims and their families. I came to Kalamazoo from Pakistan 35 years ago to study at WMU. I always told myself that I would go back to Pakistan after graduation, but I fell in love with Kalamazoo and the beautiful people who live in our community. And 35 years later, I am still here. One reason for having stayed here was the political unrest and the breakdown of law and order situation in my home country, Pakistan. Kalamazoo's beautiful surroundings, even the record snowfalls, but especially the people, especially the peace and the quiet of a smaller city was too attractive for me to go back. I always felt safe here, and they made this my home and my community, my family in Kalamazoo. My husband and I raised our daughter here. Never did I think that something like this, what happened on Saturday here, was ever going to happen in Kalamazoo, our little town. I work for communities in schools of Kalamazoo at an elementary school, and now I worry about the safety of the children in my school. Today, we grieve for the senseless loss of life and for the pain inflicted on our beautiful community. But it is not enough to mourn and pray. We shall do more. It is time to enforce more effective gun control measures to prevent gun violence at the local and national level. We wonder, isn't enough enough? We cannot let our community become another national breaking news statistic. So let us join together in prayer and a call to action. Our Lord, we ask you to bring calm and peace, tranquility to the victims and their families, and our community. Amen. We ask you to help, O Lord, to instill in us a call for action to promote peace and nonviolence in our community, our nation, and the world, so we can overcome this culture of violence together. Amen. We ask you, our Lord, to open our hearts, lift our burden that weighs heavily upon us today, and grant us the wisdom to come out of this tragedy with steadfastness and grace. Amen. Thank you.
And now, friends, let us join our voices and our hearts and our lives in holy love as we share together the words of the liturgy as printed in the bulletin. When you lose someone you love, your life becomes strange. The ground beneath you gets fragile. So today we gather on fragile ground to remember those whom we have lost. Truly our lives have been made strange by the loss of our own beloveds here in the city of Kalamazoo. We shelter within our hearts the memory of Tyler Daniel Smith and his father Richard Eugene Smith.
When we love another heart and allow it to love us, we journey deep below time into that eternal weave where nothing unravels.
We shelter within our hearts the memory of Mary Lou Nye and Mary Jo Nye. May we have the grace to see, despite the hurt of rupture, that whoever we have loved, such love can never be quenched. We shelter within our hearts the memory of Dorothy Brown and Barbara Hawthorne.
As we struggle with gaps, with invisible forms of the departed, May we find entrance to the hearth in our souls, where our loved ones remain, always with us.
We lift up the victims of violence, especially the two unnamed women of this community. May they continue to inspire us to enter each day with a generous heart, to serve the call of courage and love.
As twilight makes a rainbow robe from the concealed colors of the day, in order for time to stay within the dark weight of night, may we lose no one we love from the shelter of our hearts.
Amen.
This one was losing it short. Yeah, short end. Is she gonna do a live interview? Is she gonna do an interview? Oh, the mayor. Yeah, I think she's gonna go.
All 3 years in the middle. Yeah.
For a second week in a row, I told him, I said, It's all right. I'm wearing polyester.
It'll go right up.
I'm like kindling.
Well,
I feel like I got a lower quality candles compared to these. These are the discount from the discount rack. Renovation going.
All right, everybody, we are going to be switching gears and taking you on over to a Marco Rubio town hall happening right now. This is live.
Takes. And when I'm president, we will. And when we do what it takes, I want you to know what history is going to say about us. Here's what history will write about us. It will say that this generation of Americans, those of us alive today, lived in the early years of this new century in a difficult, rapidly changing world. And we almost got it wrong. And then in 2016, we remembered who we were. And we returned to all of the principles that made this the greatest nation on earth. And because we did what needed to be done, when our work was finished, our children became the freest and the most prosperous Americans that ever lived. And the American dream didn't just survive. It reached more people and changed more lives than ever before. And when our work was done, the 21st century was not just as good as the 20th century, it was better. It was a new American century. This is what history will say of us. If we do what needs to be done, we will leave for our children what our parents left for us, what Americans always leave their children, the single greatest nation in the history of mankind. I need your vote tomorrow. Thank you and God bless you. Thank you for having me here.
All right, as you can tell, that's just wrapping up, but we do have a rally from Rubio earlier in the day that I do want to show you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for having me here this morning. Thank you, Senator, Congressman, Lieutenant Governor, Governor List. Thank you all. I'm so glad to be with you this morning. You got an important decision to make tomorrow. What is?
We are going to pause this event to go to a live event happening right now, Bernie Sanders rally. And this is live.
Es de la gente y es del pueblo. It is one of the many reasons why I support him, why I make phone calls, why I knock on doors for his campaign even when it's really nice out and I want to go do something else. I'm proud to be an ambassador for Bernie. I'm proud to be here tonight with all of you. Now, we all know there's some important dates coming up. Next Tuesday, March 1st, who's voting for Bernie? And on March 1st, we will win. Then on November 8th, the whole nation gets to vote for Bernie, and he will be our next president. Folks, the time is now to get involved, really involved. If you're already a volunteer for Bernie, thank you. We appreciate the time and energy that you have been dedicating to this campaign. If you have not volunteered yet, you can still make phone calls, knock on doors, talk to family and friends, and donate if you can. Remember that we are Bernie's Super PAC. We are part of this political revolution. In Spanish, we say, en la unión está la fuerza y esta lucha la ganaremos juntos. Let me translate that quickly. When we stand together, that is where the strength is, and that is how we win. So I'm going to show you something really quick before I have the honor of bringing Senator Sanders up. In Puerto Rico, I know you're all here to see it. In Puerto Rico, we have this thing called la clave, which means the key. People know what it is. It goes pa, 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 pa. Okay? So we're going to say, Bernie, we're here for you, and you're going to go pa, 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 pa. Okay? Everybody got it? Because we're going to bring some flavor here. Come on, we're in Western Mass. All right. So, Bernie, we're here for you. Bernie, yo
This is a lot of people. Thank you so much. Let me thank Hexacord, Lux the Lux, Representative Paul Mark, City Council Josie Valentin. Thank you all. You know, Josie said it in a very interesting way. We don't have a super PAC. You are our super PAC. On Tuesday, March 1st, we're going to make history here in Massachusetts. This great state is going to help lead our nation forward toward a political revolution. Our campaign has taken on the financial establishment, and Wall Street is getting nervous. We have taken on the political establishment, and they're looking around them and saying, who are all of these people? And we have taken on the media establishment that every night tells us everything we don't need to know. When we began this campaign, we were at 3% in the polls. We have come a long way in 9 months. In fact, one of the recent polls actually had us nationally in the lead. We started off 50 points behind in Iowa, 30 points behind in New Hampshire, and 25 points down a month ago in Nevada. We were way behind here in Massachusetts. That is changing as well. At this point, to everyone's surprise, after 3 state elections, we are tied with Secretary Clinton in delegates gained, 51 to 51. I think the reason why our campaign is doing as well as it is that the people in our country are tired of establishment politics. They're tired of establishment economics, and they want a government which is going to represent all of us, not just wealthy campaign contributors. This campaign has been gaining phenomenal momentum because we are actually listening to the American people, not the 1%. We are listening to the workers who tell us, no, they can't make it on $9 or $10 an hour. We are listening to the senior citizens and disabled vets who tell us, no, they cannot make it on $11,000 or $12,000 a year Social Security. We are listening to young people and people not so young who say, what crime did I commit to have to be paying back student debts of $50,000, $100,000 for decades? We are listening to women who are tired the dollar compared to them. And moms, when they go to work, can't find the quality, affordable child care that they need. We are listening to our brothers and sisters in the African American community who are tired of a broken and corrupt criminal justice system which has put more people in jail in the United States of America than any other country on earth. We are listening to our Latino brothers and sisters and other undocumented people who are tired of living in the shadows and want a path towards citizenship. This campaign is based upon a very simple principle, and it's a principle that has existed throughout American history, and that is that real change never comes from the top on down. It always comes from the bottom on up. And that is how workers fought for their dignity 100+ years ago when they said, we're not animals, we're not chattel, we are going to engage in collective bargaining, we are going to form unions. And that is the struggle for civil rights in this country going back hundreds of years of African Americans and their white allies who said this country is not about racism or segregation or discrimination. We are going to create a non-discriminatory society. It is the struggle, the historical struggle of women who 100 years ago now, did not have the right to vote, did not have the opportunity to get the education they wanted, did not have the opportunity to do the jobs they chose. Women stood up and fought back and went on hunger strikes. And that's how we combat sexism. And this is about our history in which, not 100 years ago, not 50 years ago, but 10 years ago, if somebody was here and said, you know, I think that gay marriage will be legal in 50 states in America in 2015, the person next to him would have said, what are you smoking? Which raises another issue. But because of the struggles of the gay community and their straight allies, what the American people have said is that people have a right to love each other regardless of their gender. Now, there are a lot of differences between Secretary Clinton and myself, but I want to kind of point out one, and here's one of the key differences, which is very important. Let's tell the truth and let's acknowledge that the campaign finance system we have in America today is corrupt. It is undermining American democracy. When I was thinking about running 9.5 months ago, a lot of the pundits said, well, you can't do really well because to run for president in this day and age, sadly but truthfully, costs huge amounts of money. Huge amounts of money. Wanted to make that clear, really huge. We're talking hundreds of millions, if not more than $1 billion. And what the pundits said, and it was a fair point, is how are you going to raise this money? Are you going to have a super PAC? And what we said is, look, we do not represent the interests of the billionaire class. We don't represent Wall Street. We don't represent corporate America. We don't want their money. Well, that sounded very good, but then we had to figure out how we were going to raise the money. And something literally revolutionary has happened. And we talk about the political revolution. We have already achieved one part of that revolution, and that is we said, look, if we're not going to get money from billionaires, if we're not going to go to wealthy people's homes and walk away with millions of dollars, how are we going to raise the money? And the answer was pretty simple. We're going to ask working families and the middle class for their help. And what has happened, and this in a million years I would never have predicted, but what happened in the last 9.5 months, we have received 4 million individual contributions. From somewhere around 1.5 million people. And you know what the average contribution is? $27. Now, at a time, I want you to think about this for a moment, but at a time when a handful, a small, few hundred families contributing a very significant part of the total campaign financing in the current campaign, the idea that we could receive 4 million contributions averaging $27 is kind of mind-blowing. But what it tells us is not just that there's a lot of support out there, but it also tells us that the American people are going to defend democracy and going to tell the billionaire class they cannot have it all. Now, Secretary Clinton has chosen to go in a different direction. She has a number of super PACs, and our major super PAC recently reported that it raised $25 million from powerful special interests, including $15 million from Wall Street. Now, I know that every candidate who has ever received special interest money always says that the millions of dollars they receive will never influence them. Never, never, never! Well, the American people need to ask a very simple question. If these contributions from powerful special interests have no influence over the candidate, why are they making these huge contributions? Well, maybe they're just dummies and they want to throw their money away. I don't think so. So I am very proud. I'm very proud that our funding comes from working families, and that in fact this campaign, to paraphrase Abraham Lincoln at Gettysburg, is a campaign of the people, by the people, and for the people. And as Josie just said a moment ago in Spanish, and then she translated it, bottom line is, yeah, those guys have unlimited sums of money. That's true. They have incredible power. They own the media. All that is very significant. But the truth is that when millions of people stand together, refusing to allow the Trumps of the world to divide us up, when we stand together, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. And the reason our campaign, I believe, is doing so well and has so much momentum is that we are doing something fairly radical in politics. We're telling the truth. And sometimes the truth is not pleasant. Sometimes the truth is something one would prefer not to deal with. But I've always believed that if you don't confront reality, if you just kind of push it underneath the carpet, it only gets worse. So we have to deal. We have to deal with some unpleasant realities. And one of the unpleasant realities that we deal with today is that in our country we have more income and wealth inequality than almost any major country on earth, and it is worse today than at any time since 1928. We are the wealthiest country in the history of the world today, but very few people know that, because almost all of the new income and wealth being created is going to the top 1%. Today in America, the top 1/10 of 1% now owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. Today in America, the wealthiest 20 people own more wealth than the bottom 150 million people, half of our nation's population. Today in America, one family, the Walton family, who owns Walmart, own more wealth, one family, than the bottom 40%. Today in America, in Vermont, Massachusetts, all over this country, we have people who are working longer and longer hours for lower and lower wages. We have folks who are working 2 or 3 jobs just to cobble together some income and some health care. And in fact, in America, our people work the longest hours of any people in the industrialized world. Japanese are very hard workers. We work longer hours than they do. You got mom working, you got dad working, you got the kids working. And after all of that hard work, 58% of all new income goes to the top 1%. So are you ready for a radical idea? Together, we are going to create an economy that works for working families, not just the billionaire class. And when we ask why it is that people are working so hard and so many hours, the answer is not complicated. Wages in this country are too damn low. The federal minimum wage of of $7.25 is a starvation wage. Together, we're going to replace that starvation wage with a living wage, $15 an hour. And when we talk about fair and equitable wages, I know that every man in this arena tonight will stand with the women in the fight for pay equity for women workers. And here's something we don't talk about a whole lot, but it's important that we all understand that every month government comes out with a number of reports regarding unemployment. What you see on the front pages of the papers and on TV is the official unemployment rate, which is now about 5%. What you don't see is another government report which talks about real unemployment, which includes people who have given up looking for work and people who are working part-time. That number is close to 10%. And what you never hear about is youth unemployment in this country. Real youth unemployment for high school graduates between 17 and 20, if those kids are white, 33%. Those kids are Latino, 36%. If those kids are African American, 51% unemployed. And if anybody here thinks that there is not a direct correlation between that outrageously high rate of youth unemployment and another national tragedy that we are going to deal with, and that is that as a nation we have 2.2 million people in jail today, more people in jail than China or any other country on earth. So you ready for another radical idea? Together, we are going to invest in jobs and education, not jails or incarceration. And together, we are going to grow this economy by creating millions of decent-paying jobs. We are going to hire teachers, not fire teachers. Together, we are going to create a first-class child care system with hundreds of thousands of new educators taking care of our kids. Now, I was in Detroit last week, and I had the privilege of meeting with a number of folks from Flint, Michigan. And what I heard literally was beyond my comprehension. What I heard, and it was so painful and so horrific, I don't even want to relate to you what I heard. It was so painful. It was hard for me to believe that I was hearing a discussion about what was happening in a community in the United States of America in the year 2016. Couldn't believe that. So what we have got to do, not just for Flint, but for communities all over this country, we have got to rebuild our crumbling infrastructure. Our water systems, our wastewater plants, our roads, our bridges, our airports, our rail system. When we do that, we can create millions of decent paying jobs. Now, people say, well, Bernie, that's a nice idea. You want to spend $1 trillion, create 13 million jobs, rebuild the infrastructure. That's a nice idea. How are you going to pay for it? I will tell you how we're going to pay for it. We're going to pay for it by doing away with an absurd tax loophole that allows major multinational corporations who make billions of dollars a year in profit to stash their profits in the Cayman Islands and in other tax havens. And in a given year, some of these corporations making billions pay zero in federal taxes. We're going to do away with that loophole. We're going to take that $100 billion a year. We're going to invest it in rebuilding our infrastructure. Now, we have a lot of Republican candidates running all over the country talking about family values. You ever hear Republicans talk about family values? They just love families. But here is what they mean. It's important that everybody understands it. When they talk about family values, what they are saying is that no woman in this arena tonight, no woman in this state, no woman in this country should have the right to control her own body. I disagree. What they are saying is that the federal government should defund Planned Parenthood. I believe we should expand funding for Planned Parenthood. What they are saying is that our gay brothers and sisters should not have the right to get married. We disagree. Jane and I have been married for 27 years. We have 4 great kids and 7 beautiful grandchildren, and we believe very strongly in family. But when I talk about family values, I talk about ending the international embarrassment of the United States of America being the only major country on earth that does not guarantee paid family and medical leave. Today in Massachusetts, today in Vermont, a woman is giving birth to a beautiful baby. And that is, for all of you who are parents, just a day you will never forget. And it is also a pretty big day for the baby. But, if that mom is working class, if that mom is low income, in all likelihood, she will have to separate herself from that beautiful baby in a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks because she has to go back to work to earn enough money to take care of her family. That is not a family value. That's the opposite of a family value. And that is why together we will pass legislation now in the House and the Senate that guarantees 3 months paid family and medical leave. What our campaign has been talking about is the fact that we have a corrupt campaign finance system, the fact that we have a rigged economy, something that your Senator Elizabeth Warren has talked about a lot. And thank you all for sending Elizabeth to the Senate. And we have a broken criminal justice system. And I want to very briefly, if I could, tell you a story which encompasses all of that. Last month, Goldman Sachs, one of the large financial institutions on Wall Street, you know Goldman Sachs. Here's what they did. They announced that they had reached a settlement with the federal government for $5 billion. $5 billion. Other banks have actually reached even larger settlements. Now, they reached that settlement because obviously they were selling worthless subprime mortgage packages, which helped to destroy the American economy and resulted in millions of people losing their jobs, their life savings, and their homes. Okay? $5 billion settlement, point number one. Point number two, over the years, Goldman Sachs and other Wall Street firms have sent many high-ranking officials to Washington, D.C. In fact, Goldman Sachs in recent years has had 2 secretaries of the Treasury. That's called the revolving door. Wall Street, the government, back to Wall Street. Point number 3, Goldman Sachs, like many other financial institutions, provides significant amounts of campaign contributions and speakers' fees. Point number 4, and perhaps the point that is most upsetting to the American people. If some kid in Massachusetts today gets arrested for possession of marijuana, that person will likely have a police record for their entire lives, which is no laughing matter, because it will make it harder for that person to go and get a job. And it is also a racial issue, because it turns out that whites and blacks do marijuana about equally, and yet blacks are 4 times more likely to be arrested. Okay? In any case, you get caught with marijuana, you get a police record. But what happens if you are an executive on Wall Street whose illegal behavior destroyed the lives of millions of people? You know what you get? You get a salary increase. No police record. So together, we are going to bring back justice to a broken criminal justice system. Now, I am a passionate believer in democracy, and what that means to me is, you disagree with me, that's great. You want to run against me, that's great. That's what America is supposed to be about, a clash of ideas, people running for office. What American democracy is not supposed to be about is the Koch brothers and a few of their billionaire friends spending $900 million on this election cycle. That is not democracy, that is oligarchy, and together we are going to stop that. Together, we are going to overturn this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision. Together, we're going to move toward public funding of elections. And together, we're going to stand up to those Republican governors all over America who are suppressing the vote, making it harder for people to participate in the political process. Now, everybody knows, this is kind of a no-brainer, that if this country is going to succeed economically now and in the future, we need the best educated workforce in the world. And yet today, there are hundreds of thousands of bright and qualified young people who cannot get a college education for one reason. And that reason is their families lack the money. That is why I believe that in the year 2016, when we talk about public education, it's not good enough to talk about first grade through 12th grade. Today, in many ways, a college degree is the equivalent of what a high school degree was 50 or 60 years ago. And that is why, in my view, we have got to make public colleges and universities tuition free. This is not a radical idea. This exists in Germany today. It exists in Scandinavia. It exists in other countries. And surprise, surprise, it existed in the United States of America 50, 60 years ago, where you could go to some of the best public universities in the world virtually tuition free. And the other issue that we have got to deal with is another insanity, and that is that millions of people, some young and some not so young, are suffocating under oppressive student debt. Anybody here with student debt? Okay. I have talked to people all over this country. 50,000, 100,000. Talk to a doctor in Burlington, Vermont, 300,000. Talk to a dentist in Iowa, 400,000. Talk to a mom in New Hampshire. She was paying off not only her kids' student debt, but her student debt as well. This is pretty crazy stuff. People should not be punished for getting an education. We should encourage people to get an education, not discourage them. And that is why legislation that we have would allow people with student debt to refinance their loans at the lowest interest rates they can find. Significantly reducing student debt in America. Now, people once again say, well, Bernie, you're Santa Claus. You know, you're giving away all of this free stuff. How are you going to pay for this one? I will tell you exactly how we will pay for it. And that is when Wall Street destroyed our economy, they went begging the United States Congress and the taxpayers of this country to bail them out. Now it is Wall Street's turn to a tax on speculation to help the middle class of this country. I am a member of the Senate Committee on the Environment and the Senate Committee on Energy. I have talked to scientists all over this world and throughout our country. And here is the simple truth. The debate is over. Climate change is real. It is caused by human activity. It is already devastating many parts of our country and the world. We have a moral responsibility in terms of the planet that we leave to our kids and our grandchildren, to take on the fossil fuel industry, to work with China, Russia, India, and countries all over the world, and say we are going to transform our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency, wind, solar, and other sustainable energies. Now, throughout this campaign, I have been accused of thinking too big, thinking too boldly. And let me give you one area, one example of where I have been criticized. I have the very, very radical idea that maybe the United States of America should do what the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Holland, Norway, Denmark, Sweden, every major country on Earth, and Canada, all of these countries are doing. And that is guaranteeing health care to all people as a right. I'm a member of the committee that helped write the Affordable Care Act. Affordable Care Act has done a lot of good things, and we should be proud of that. But, and here is the big but, today, 29 million Americans still have zero health insurance. Today, many of you are underinsured with large deductibles and co-payments. Many of you and millions of other Americans do not go to the doctor when you are sick because you can't afford the out-of-pocket expense. Today in America, the drug companies are ripping us off beyond belief, charging us by far the highest prices in the world for medicine. It is so crazy that 1 out of 5 Americans who receives a prescription from his or her doctor is unable to fill that prescription because of the cost. Think about that. Crazy. You go to the doctor when you are sick, doctor writes a prescription, you can't afford to fill it. What happens? You get sicker, that's what happens. That's pretty crazy stuff. So, and then to add insult to injury, turns out that we spend far, far more per capita on health care than any other major country. We spend almost 3 times what the British do. They guarantee health care to all people. 50% more than the French guarantee health care to all people. Much more than our Canadian neighbors. They guarantee health care to all of their people. So it seems to me that the time is now that we summon the courage to take on the drug companies, take on the insurance companies, and make it clear, that health care is a right of all people, not a privilege. The Medicare for all single-payer bill that I have introduced will save the middle-class family, that family in the middle of our economy, some $5,000 a year in health care costs. It will save businesses huge amounts of money. You know what else it will do? It will allow you to do any work you want. You're not going to have to stay in a job you don't like because of health insurance. You want to go out and start your own business, you can do it and still have health insurance carried with you. My friends, we are at a pivotal moment in American history. Either we have the courage to think big and to say, you know what, in this great country, we should not be having the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country at the same time as we have more income and wealth inequality than any other country. In this great country, we should not be seeing veterans sleep out on the street while people propose hundreds of billions of dollars in tax breaks for the top 1%. We should not be a country where elderly people are cutting their medicine in half because they can't afford the prescription drugs they need. We should not be a country where people are paying 20-25% of their income in student debt repayments. We should not be the only major country on earth that doesn't guarantee health care to all and doesn't guarantee paid family and medical leave. Let me tell you what no other candidate for president will tell you, and that is that the powers that be today in America, and that's Wall Street, They have endless supplies of money. Corporate America, whose greed has done so much damage to our people. Corporate media that decides what you will see or not see. Large campaign donors who control the political process. No president, not Bernie Sanders or anybody else, can take them on alone. What we need now, in this moment in American history, is people to rethink what it means to live in a democratic society. What it means is to understand that every person in this room has enormous power if you are prepared to use that power. Is that we need a political revolution in which millions and millions of people, including working people who have given up on the political process, young people who have never been engaged in the political process, blacks and whites and Latinos and Asian Americans, Native Americans, gay and straight, young and old, people born in this country, people who have immigrated into this country. We need to stand together and say loudly and clearly, enough is enough. Our government belongs to all of us, not just a handful of billionaires.
All right, everybody, that was the Bernie Sanders campaign rally in Massachusetts. We are waiting about 40 minutes away from Donald Trump live in Nevada. We will be bringing that to you within the next 40 minutes. While we wait, I do want to show you the rally from earlier today of Marco Rubio.
So much. Thank you all for having me here this morning. Thank you, Senator, Congressman, Lieutenant Governor, Governor List. Thank you all. I'm so glad to be with you this morning. You got an important decision to make tomorrow. What does that mean? The U? University of Miami? All right. I'm not against them. I took out a lot of loans to go to law school there, so I'm a little bit resentful about that. But I'm a Florida Gator. And you don't have a lot of Gators around here, do you? You have an important decision to make tomorrow. You know that. This election is a critical one, because most of these elections that we have in this country have traditionally been a choice between political parties or a choice between candidates. But I hope to convince you today that this election, actually I don't even have to convince you, I think you already believe this, that this election is a lot more than just a choice between candidates or political parties. The 2016 election, in my opinion, I feel as deeply as a referendum. What you're going to be asked to decide starting tomorrow is what kind of country is America going to be in the 21st century? That's what's at stake here. We know what it's been for the last 200 years. I know what it's been, and you know what it's been. It's been the greatest single nation in the history of all mankind. There's never been a country like America. Ever. And I know you're here, you're used to seeing politicians and political figures and candidates talk about how great America is. I believe this deeply. I know this for a fact, because I was raised by people who knew what life was like outside of America. I was raised by people that understood what life was like in other countries. Let me tell you what life is like in other countries. Let me tell you what life is like almost everywhere in the world except America. In almost every country on this planet in the history of the world, people were born into societies that said to them, you can only be whatever your parents were before you. And so if your parents were rich people, if your parents were politically connected, if your parents were influential, that was great news. But what if your parents weren't? Then that meant unless you got really lucky, you would only get to go so far in life. Imagine living in a society that says to you, it doesn't matter how hard you work, or how good you are, or how long you persevere, it doesn't matter. You don't come from the right people, so you can only go so far. Well, that is the way almost everyone who has ever lived on this planet had to live, in a society that trapped them in the circumstances of their birth. But America was different. I believe it began at our very founding, when in our founding documents, in the Declaration of Independence, those incredible individuals wrote the powerful words that all men are created equal because we are endowed by our Creator with a right to life and to liberty and to pursue happiness. Maybe today we take those words for granted. But if you signed your name to the Declaration of Independence, you signed a death warrant. You were taking on the British Empire. Your property, your life, your family, all of it was put at stake by writing those powerful words. And they were different. Because almost every society and government in the world, they wouldn't say that. What they would say is your rights come from government. Your rights come from the law. Your rights come from whatever your leaders allow you to have. But America was founded on the principle that our rights come from our God. That our rights come from our Creator. And I believe it led to 200 years of exceptionalism, over 200 years of exceptionalism. But about 8 years ago, America elected a president who wanted to change this country. A president who wanted America to be more like the rest of the world. And some people will say, oh, you're just saying that because you're a Republican. I'm not just saying that because I'm a Republican. I'm saying that because I'm an American and I'm watching what's happening to our country. I'm watching as our president, he doesn't just ignore the Constitution. He undermines it. He violates it, habitually violates it. He views the Constitution not as a document of limitation. He doesn't view the Constitution as a document to be interpreted as originally written. He views it as a flexible document. It can mean whatever you want it to mean. If the Constitution means whatever you want it to mean, it means nothing at all. We have a president that views the American free enterprise system as a greedy and broken system. So he wants our economy to become more like other countries. He views this country as an arrogant global power. Basically as a country that had grown too powerful and needed to be cut down to size. And that's how you get a president that undermines our allies like Israel, but embraces our enemies like Iran. That's how you get a president that's gutting our military. That's how you get a president that on at least 10 separate occasions has apologized for America. The result is this disaster that we now have on our hands. It's the reason why millions of people in this country are angry and are frustrated. Because they elect people to go up there and stop it, and nothing stops it. It keeps happening. And that's why this election is so important. Because if we lose this election, it's much more than just losing an election. If we lose this election, it means someone who will continue those policies is going to be in office for the next 4 to 8 years. If Bernie Sanders wins, we will have elected a socialist president of the United States. Usually in American politics, when you call someone a socialist, they deny it. Bernie Sanders puts it in his commercials. He's a socialist. It's why I said not long ago he would be a really good candidate to be president of Sweden or Norway. But then the Norwegians and the Swedes got mad, so I can't say that anymore. We don't want to be a socialist country. If you want to live in a socialist country, you should move to a socialist country. There are dozens of places in the world that are socialist. We don't want to be a socialist country. We want to be the United States of America. And that's what we're going to do in this election. The other candidate for president is Hillary Clinton. She's not qualified to be the president. Hillary Clinton took classified information and put it on her private server because she thinks she's above the law. She thinks she's above the law. No one's above the law. But I'm going to tell you something else. Hillary Clinton is disqualified from being commander-in-chief. Because on the 11th of September of the year 2012, 4 Americans who were serving our country overseas were killed by terrorists in the city of Benghazi. And she knew they were killed by terrorists. But she told their families that they died because of a movie. She lied to them.
Anyone who lies to the families of Americans who have lost their lives in the service of our country is disqualified from ever being the Commander-in-Chief of the United States of America. We cannot lose this election. If we lose, it means Obamacare becomes permanent. If we lose, it means the gutting of our military continues. If we lose, it means all these unconstitutional executive orders keep going on. If we lose, it means the next Supreme Court justice won't be anything like Antonin Scalia, God rest his soul. It'll be someone that agrees with Barack Obama, that the Constitution means whatever you want it to mean. We have to win. I'm here to ask you for your vote tomorrow, because if I'm our nominee, we're going to win. I'm as conservative as anyone in this race. I have a 15-year record to prove it. For 15 years, I served the people of Florida in the state legislature as a part-time legislator, and now in the U.S. Senate, with a 2-year break in between as a private citizen, although being in the legislature is only part-time. I'm proud of the work we did when I was in the legislature. Today, Florida has some of the best eminent domain laws in the country. A private developer cannot come into Florida and use government to take your property to build a hotel on it, for example. I'm not saying that would ever happen. I'm just saying theoretically. If there were a developer that tried to take your property, you can't do that.
All right, folks, we are going to
a
live event happening right now, a Ted Cruz rally. And don't forget, we are just moments away from a Donald Trump rally live in Nevada. You're watching Fox 10 News Now.
From these principles and from this document. I have seen him do it for 4 years. And here's the good news. Here's the good news. The good news is they have hammered him for 4 years unlike anybody else has been hammered. They have said everything bad they could say about this man for 4 years. Right now, 15 polls have been done. Who beats Hillary Clinton? 14 of the 15, Donald Trump loses. 14 of the 15 he loses. He only wins once by 3 points. That's in the margin of error. The latest polls, all those polls, and the latest Fox News poll shows that Ted Cruz wins by 7. That's after everything's been said about him. Why is that happening? How can the press say bad things about it? How can it possibly be that he still wins by 7? Because it's the principles. It's not a cult of personality. It's the principles. So I ask you today, thank you. I come to you today and ask you, not as a guy you've watched on television or listened on the radio, but as a fellow citizen, I come to you and ask this. Please, let us raise a standard that the wise and the honest can repair. The event is in the hand of God. Do this one thing right. Thank you. Thank you. I want to introduce somebody that you know, and you should be really proud to have in your state, because he is an amazing guy, and he is the same. He's cut from the same cloth as Ted Cruz. He's going to stand, and he did not join all the GOP that went and gave you and passed you that tax increase. He's your Attorney General, Adam Laxalt.
Sir. Good afternoon, Elko. How we doing? Thank you all very much for helping sell this incredible place out. And thanks to law enforcement for keeping us all safe. Before I talk, I want to call up Congressman Raul Labrador for a quick second, who came over from Idaho as a Cruz supporter.
Thank you, Adam. I was actually one of the first people to endorse Adam from Washington, D.C. I'm so happy that he's here. I grew up in Las Vegas. I graduated from Las Vegas High School, but I represent the 1st Congressional District of Idaho. I'm going to be very brief, but I wanted you to think about why I'm endorsing Ted Cruz. A couple of weeks ago, we had, I think, what I thought was an awful day. I woke up in the morning, started watching on a Saturday morning, started watching the TV, and I was watching some basketball games. And all of a sudden, it was announced that Antonin Scalia had died. And I had met him a couple of times. He's a wonderful man, but he wasn't my friend. But I felt like a friend had just died. I felt like a member of my family had just passed away because I'm a lawyer myself. I had spent my entire professional career reading about him, getting to know what kind of jurist he was, and just admiring him like I had never admired anybody who was a judge before. And I thought immediately, what's going to happen to the United States now that Scalia is gone? And that night, I started watching the debates. And I had not endorsed Ted Cruz yet. I was actually a Rand Paul supporter before Rand Paul stepped down. And I hadn't endorsed anybody. I thought maybe I'll just stay out of the race now that Rand Paul is out. And as I watched the debate, I started watching all the people on the TV. And I watched Donald Trump, who told us a couple of months ago that he would nominate his sister to the Supreme Court. And if you know anything about his sister, she's a liberal judge from New York who actually is pro-abortion and has written some of the worst pro-abortion cases in the history of the United States. So that's Donald Trump's choice. Then I watched Marco Rubio, who's a good friend of mine. And as I watched him, I realized that Marco would ask his advisors who he should nominate. And they're going to look for the person that is the most politically correct. His advisors are going to find out, well, what does the polling data tell us about who the next Supreme Court justice should be? And then I watched Ted Cruz as he spoke eloquently about his personal relationship with Antonin Scalia, because as you know, he was a Supreme Court clerk. He's actually practiced before Antonin Scalia, and he knows the best minds in the United States. And I watched Ted Cruz and I realized, guess what? Ted Cruz will know himself without having to ask anybody else who the next Supreme Court justice is. And that's all I needed to know, because just like you here in Nevada and me in Idaho, we have a problem with the federal government. The federal government wants to take all of our lands, wants to take everything that we have, and we want the federal government to give it all back to us, and only Ted Cruz will be the one that will help us with that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I want to quickly thank your Assemblyman, John Ellison, for supporting Ted Cruz and doing such a great job getting a lot of people out here today. Big round of applause for him. So many of you know that I ran in a race that was an impossible race to win, and I ran because I wanted to make sure that there was a conservative alternative for your state attorney general. And I ran because I felt like our Constitution was under assault, and if we didn't do something about it now, like Glenn Beck said, where are we going to be in 5 years? At this rate, where are we going to be in 1 year? So I knew, as an attorney general, if I was able to win this race, then I could make an impact to protect Nevada, to slow down President Obama and all the things they're doing to try to take our land, take our water, take over what should be rightfully ours to control and to figure out what we're going to do best with. These are the things I was looking for in a presidential candidate. Someone that's really going to be able to help Nevada. Someone that really understood our issues. And that person was crystal clear. And that person was Ted Cruz. This is a man that spent the last 20 years of his life defending the Constitution. He's been to the Supreme Court 9 times, and he's fought for our Second Amendment. He's fought for religious liberties. He has done it all. And at a time when our country's in such great peril, there's one man that is so uniquely situated to be able to rescue the foundation of our country, our United States Constitution. Now, I think the biggest reason we need to push for Ted Cruz is we have a generational opportunity to elect a true conservative. How many presidential cycles have we had to pull the ballot for a Republican for president that we didn't feel was going to be the conservative that was going to be tested and consistent? How many times? A few times? Ted Cruz has been unyielding in Washington. He has caved to no one. He's gone there and done everything he said he was going to do. He will be that next generation of leader. He will go and win our nation with conservative ideas. He will rally people like my grandfather, Paul Axel, and Ronald Reagan did. And they were able to turn a Nevada that was 3-1 Democrat and make it a Republican state because they stood for conservative, bold principles. And people looked at them and said, I want to stand with them. Ladies and gentlemen, that's why I'm supporting Ted Cruz. I need you to turn out. We need to win Elko County. You have to go find your friends, your neighbors, your relatives. We have to win this county for Ted Cruz. I'm going to run a quick video before we bring him out. Roll the video. Hopefully it's ready.
The first candidate to officially get in the race for president. No exploratory committee, no mulling the pros and cons. Senator Ted Cruz of Texas will announce tomorrow he is all in.
Today, I am announcing that I'm running for president of the United States.
Ted Cruz is the most conservative candidate running, the most consistently conservative candidate running.
I think Ted Cruz is a rock star. Cruz is like the conscience of a conservative in a Senate that is gutless, timid, and cowardly.
If you're looking for the Republican candidate who is the most opposed to liberalism, it's Ted Cruz.
How about talking about the substantive issues people care about?
Are we ready to elect the next president, Ted Cruz? Let's give a big round of applause. Senator Ted Cruz.
Well, if you ask me where I come from, here's what I tell everybody.
God bless the great state of Nevada. I'm thrilled to be here in Elko. Thank you for coming out today. And let me say thank you to the men and women of Nevada for electing a strong, principled constitutionalist like your Attorney General, Adam Laxalt. Adam fights every day for your freedom. You know, his grandfather stood shoulder to shoulder with Ronald Reagan when Ronald Reagan stood up to Washington and changed the direction of this country. And when Adam ran for Attorney General, the entire political establishment said it wasn't his turn, wait in line, he wasn't supposed to win, and the men and women of this state said, we want a proven constitutionalist to stand up and fight for us. And I'm very proud to have Adam as our Nevada State Chair. I'm also thrilled to be here with Congressman Raul Labrador.
If you see something, say something. Report suspicious activity to local law enforcement. For the specifics on
Raul leads the Freedom Caucus in the House of Representatives, which are the conservatives in the House that are saying enough is enough is enough. No more giving in and rolling over to the Democrats. No payroll. How about if Republicans actually act like Republicans? Actually do what we say. And I'll tell you what, when you stand up in Washington and say that, they don't like it. There's a reason Raul and I both need food tasters in the members' dining room. But listen, here in Nevada, y'all have some familiarity with politicians that run campaigning promising to cut taxes and then get in office and push through a massive tax increase. And let me say, all across this country, we are fed up with politicians who say one thing and do another. Either tell the truth and do what you said you would do, or get the heck out of the way. And how about Glenn Beck? Isn't Glenn fantastic? Every time I listen to Glenn, I'm inspired. Glenn can touch your heart. Every time I listen to Glenn, I learn something. You know, he's an educator. I love when he brings out the whiteboard. Starts walking people through. This is what progressivism is. It's destroying America. And as Glenn lays out, progressivism is not a sin limited to Democrat. There are far too many Republican progressives that have been part of taking away our freedom. You know, when Glenn lays out, these are the principles of the framers, these are the principles that built this country, that turned America into this exceptional nation that we are. You know, I would note, it's easy for a political candidate to say he wants to make America great again. You can even take that printed and put it on a baseball cap. But the question to ask is, do you understand the principles that made America great in the first place? The principles that our freedoms don't come from government. They come from God Almighty. And that the Constitution serves, as Thomas Jefferson puts it, as chains to bind the mischief of government. You know, all of us are here today because our country's in crisis. Because we're bankrupting our kids and grandkids. Because our constitutional rights are under assault each and every day. And because America has receded from leadership in the world, and it has made the world a much more dangerous place. And yet I'm here today with a word of hope and encouragement. All across this country, people are waking up. There is a spirit of awakening that is sweeping this country. So I want to ask everyone here to look forward. Look forward to January 2017. If I'm elected president, let me tell you what I intend to do on the first day in office. The first thing I intend to do is rescind every single illegal and unconstitutional executive action taken by The second thing I intend to do on the first day in office with any luck, she'll be there already. Although I am told the Democrats are opening up a new polling place at Leavenworth. The second thing I intend to do on the first day in office is instruct the U.S. Department of Justice to open an investigation into Planned Parenthood and prosecute any and all criminal violations. The third thing I intend to do is instruct the Department of Justice and the IRS and every other federal agency that the persecution of religious liberty ends today. That means that every serviceman and woman has the right to seek out and worship God Almighty with all of their hearts, minds, and souls, and their superior officer has nothing to say. The fourth thing I intend to do on the first day in office is rip to shreds this catastrophic Iranian nuclear deal. And the fifth thing I intend to do is begin the process of moving the American embassy in Israel to Jerusalem, the once and eternal capital of Israel. Now that's day one. In the days that follow, I will nominate a strong, principled constitutionalist to replace Justice Scalia on the U.S. Supreme Court. You know, 2 days ago, I had the honor of attending Justice Scalia's funeral. Justice Scalia was a lion of the law. I was blessed to know him for 20 years personally. He was brilliant, passionate. He was a voluble Italian. His wife, Maureen, was delightful, was Irish. Let me tell you, being Cuban, Irish, and Italian, let me tell you, that is a combustible combination. And Justice Scalia loved the Constitution. He was a ferocious defender of the Bill of Rights. As Ronald Reagan was to the presidency, so too was Justice Scalia to the U.S. Supreme Court. And we are one justice away from a radical 5-justice liberal majority, the likes of which this country has never seen. You know, before I was in the Senate, I was the Solicitor General of Texas, the chief lawyer for the state in front of the U.S. Supreme Court. It's an executive post I held 5.5 years, defending conservative principles in the Bill of Rights over and over again and winning nationally. We defended the Ten Commandments monument that stands on the state capitol grounds. We went to the U.S. Supreme Court and we won 5-4. One more liberal justice, and we will see Ten Commandments monuments torn down in city halls and county courthouses and public parks all over this country. You know, Justice Scalia's most significant majority opinion was Heller versus the District of Columbia. I know Heller very well because I represented 31 states in Heller defending the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. And we won 5-4. Folks here in Nevada kind of like their guns. Let me say, as a Texan, I understand. But we are one justice away from the Supreme Court effectively writing the Second Amendment out of the Bill of Rights and trying to strip the individual right to keep and bear arms of every man and woman here. And let me be clear, by the way. The Second Amendment is not about hunting. It's not about skeet shooting or target shooting. Those are wonderful things, but that is not why the Second Amendment is in the Bill of Rights. The Second Amendment is in the Bill of Rights because every one of us has a God-given right. If anyone comes into our home at night, seeks to harm our family, seeks to harm our children, we have a God-given right to defend our home, to defend our family, and to defend our children. You know, the biggest case of my tenure as Solicitor General was a case called Medellin versus Texas. Now, Medellin began with a really horrific crime in Houston. 2 teenage girls were horribly assaulted and murdered by a gang. One of those gang members, Jose Ernesto Medellin, was an illegal alien who confessed to the murder in writing, was convicted by a jury of his peers. But then the case took a very strange turn. Because the World Court, the judicial arm of the United Nations, issued an order to the United States to reopen the convictions of 51 murderers across this country. It's the first time in history a foreign court has ever tried to bind the U.S. justice system. Texas stood up and we fought the World Court. I had the honor of arguing this case twice in front of the U.S. Supreme Court. On the other side, we had the World Court. We had the United Nations. We had 90 foreign nations. And we had the President of the United States. And I'm sorry to tell you that President was not Barack Obama. It was George W. Bush. Now listen, I've met my wife Heidi working on the 2000 Bush presidential campaign. We were one of 8 marriages came out of that campaign. Which leads to a lousy joke I've told many, many times, which is whatever else anyone says about George W. Bush, in our house, he will always be a uniter and not a divider. But in this instance, President Bush received some very, very bad advice, because he signed a 2-paragraph order that attempted to order the state courts to obey the world. So I had a very interesting conversation with my boss, the Attorney General, Greg Abbott, now the governor of Texas. It was an unusual thing for the state of Texas to be opposing the President of the United States in front of the U.S. Supreme Court, particularly when that president was a Texan, was a Republican, was the former governor of our state, and was a friend. And yet I'm proud to tell you that I went twice before the Supreme Court and argued, number one, the World Court and the United Nations have no jurisdiction whatsoever over the United States of America. And number two, no president of the United States, Democrat or Republican, has the constitutional authority to give away U.S. sovereignty. And we won 6-3. On the final iteration of that case, that too ended up 5-4. Which means we are one liberal justice away from the Supreme Court holding that the World Court of the United Nations can bind this country, can subject us to international law, and can take away U.S. sovereignty from where it belongs, we the people. You know, I think Justice Scalia's passing has caused a great many men and women in Nevada, a great many men and women across this country to look at the individuals on that stage with a different degree of seriousness. It's not one, it is 2 branches of government that are at stake in this election. And to ask, who do I know? Beyond a shadow of a doubt, who do I know will appoint principled constitutionalists to the U.S. Supreme Court? I give you my solemn words. Every justice I put on the court will be a principled constitutionalist who will ferociously defend the Bill of Rights for your children and for mine. We get this wrong. We elect a Democrat or even the wrong Republican, and we will lose the Supreme Court and the Bill of Rights for a generation. In the days that follow, I will go to Congress, and we will repeal every word of Obamacare. We'll pass common sense health care reform that makes health insurance personal and portable and affordable and keeps government from getting in between us and our doctors. I will instruct the U.S. Department of Education that Common Core ends today. We will finally secure the borders and end sanctuary cities. And let me say to all the men and women in Nevada that are facing an economy where it's hard to find a job, where your wages are pushed down, where your opportunity is limited, that if we elect a candidate who supports amnesty, who supports citizenship for the 12 million people here illegally, that will consistently take away jobs and drive down wages from hardworking men and women in this country, and I will always oppose amnesty, and I always have. In the days that follow, we will rebuild the military. And we will honor our solemn commitments made to every soldier and sailor and airman and Marine. That includes fundamentally reforming the VA so that every veteran has the right to choose his or her doctor. That also includes protecting the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms of every serviceman and woman. One of the most shameful things we have seen over the last 7 years is the President sending our fighting men and women into combat with rules of engagement so strict their arms are tied behind their back and they cannot win and they cannot defeat the enemy. That is wrong, it is immoral, and mark my words, in January 2017, it will end. America has always been reluctant to engage in military conflict. We are slow to anger. But if and when military force is needed, we will use overwhelming force, we will destroy the enemy, and then we will get the heck out. And when it comes to radical Islamic terrorism, we'll have a president willing to utter the words, radical Islamic terrorism. And we will not weaken, we will not degrade, we will completely and utterly destroy ISIS. In the days that follow, we'll take on the EPA. And the BLM. And the CFPB, and the alphabet soup of federal agencies that have descended like locusts on farmers and ranchers and small businesses, killing jobs all across this country. You know, I'm reminded of a few years back. I was out in West Texas. And I asked folks there, I said, what's the difference between regulators and locusts? I said, well, the thing is, you can't use pesticide on the regulators. This old West Texas farmer, he leaned back, said, "Want to bet?" And listen, when it comes to the BLM, y'all know something about that. 85% of the state of Nevada is owned by the federal government. Let me tell you right here and now, if I am elected president, that will end. And this is an issue on which there's a real difference of opinion between me and my opponents. Donald Trump, who is a good man, has come out publicly and said he believes the federal government should continue to own and control all that land. I think he's wrong. I think it needs to be transferred back to the state and back to the people, because I trust the people of Nevada more than the bureaucrats in Washington. days that follow, I will go to Congress, and we will pass a simple flat tax. Where every American can fill out our taxes on a postcard. We'll end the death tax. And we'll abolish the IRS. You know, for everyone here, when it comes to providing for our families, that's very real and very personal. For 7 years, we've seen the Obama-Clinton economy. We've seen stagnation. We've seen the lowest level of labor force participation since 1977. We've seen wages stagnate for 20 years. We've seen single moms struggling to feed their kids, ending up working 2, 3, 4 part-time jobs because Obamacare knocks them down to 28, 29 hours a week. We see young people coming out of school with debts up to their eyeballs, scared, what kind of future can I have? Let me tell you, when we get back to the free enterprise principles that built America, that made it great, when we repeal Obamacare, when we pass a simple flat tax, when we pull back the EPA regulators, when we pull back the BLM, when we allow free men and free women the ability to work and provide for their families, we're going to see millions and millions of high-paying jobs, of wages going up, of young people coming out of school with 2, 3, 4, 5 job opportunities. We're going to be winning so much, we'll get tired of winning. And for everyone here, freedom is not some abstract concept we read about in a school book. Freedom is real, it's personal in our lives, our families. You know, for me, I think about my dad. My dad was born and raised in Cuba. As a kid, he fought in the Cuban Revolution. And he was imprisoned, he was tortured. As a teenager, my father found himself on the floor of a Cuban jail cell, covered in mud and blood and grime. His nose was broken, his teeth were shattered out of his mouth. And he remembers thinking, I don't have any kids. Nobody depends on me. It doesn't matter if I live or I die. But thankfully, God had different plans for my father. He was released from that jail cell and he fled to America. He came here, he was just 18 years old. Couldn't speak a word of English, had nothing, had $100 sewn into his underwear. I don't actually advise carrying money in your underwear. And he got a job washing dishes, making 50 cents an hour. And he worked 7 days a week, he paid his way through school. He and my mom went on to start a small business together. So I grew up in Texas as the son of 2 small business owners, seeing the ups and downs, the triumphs and challenges of running a small family business. Today, my dad is a pastor. He travels the country preaching the gospel. When I was a kid, my dad used to say to me over and over again, when we faced oppression in Cuba, I had a place to flee to. If we lose our freedom here, where do we go? That is why all of us are here tonight. Because we are not prepared to go quietly into the night. We are not prepared to give up on our kids and grandkids. Now, some of you may wonder, can it happen? Can we do it? Can we pull this country back? You know, Scripture tells us there's nothing new under the sun. I think where we are today is very, very much like the late 1970s, the Jimmy Carter administration. Same failed economic policies. Same feckless and naive foreign policies. In fact, the exact same countries, Russia and Iran, openly laughing at and mocking the President of the United States. Now, why is it that that analogy gives me so much hope and optimism? Because we remember how that story ended. All across this country, millions of men and women rose up and became the Reagan Revolution. And it didn't come from Washington. Washington despised Ronald Reagan. By the way, you want to know which of the candidates will stand up to Washington? Ask the simple question, who is Washington attacking? Instead, the Reagan Revolution came from the American people, and it turned this country around. Why am I so optimistic? Because the same thing is happening again all over this country. Listen, if y'all agree with me that it's now or never, that the stakes have never been higher, that we are standing at the edge of a cliff staring down, and if we keep going the same direction another 4 or 8 more years, we risk doing irreparable damage to the greatest country in the history of the world. Then I want to ask each of you, 23 hours from now, tomorrow night, are the Nevada caucuses. The men and women in this room have a national bully pulpit, have the ability to stand up and speak and say, enough is enough. No more campaign conservatives, no more empty promises. We want a proven constitutional conservative who will fight the Washington cartel and fight for the working men and women of this country. No deals. That is exactly right. Stop cutting deals with our freedoms, with our children, with our grandchildren. Look, you want to sum up this race? A couple of weeks ago, Jimmy Carter endorsed Donald Trump. I'm not making this up. You can Google this. Jimmy Carter was up in London, and they asked him, what do you think about the race? And Carter said, listen, between Trump and Cruz, I'd vote for Trump. And he said the reason is, and this is Jimmy Carter speaking, he said Trump is malleable. He has no fixed set of convictions or beliefs. So he will do whatever we want him to do. We can work with him. And then Jimmy Carter continued, he said, Cruz is not malleable. Cruz actually believes this stuff. I'm going to utter a sentence that I've never uttered in any other context. I agree with Jimmy Carter. But if you agree that the stakes are this high, that we can't get it wrong, that we can't get burned again, then I want to ask you not only for everyone here to come out tomorrow night and caucus for us, but pick up the phone and call your friends and family and neighbors and loved ones and business partners and say, come out with me. Let me tell you, last year, the caucus here had just over 800 people attend. Take a look around the room. That's about the number of people in this room. I like the way you add. There's even more here. That's even better. Let me tell you this. If every person shows up tomorrow night in caucuses and brings 9 other people with you, every one of you will have voted 10 times. And you will change the turnout here to be 10 times greater than it was 4 years ago. And to those of you who are not yet old enough to vote, let me tell you, if you get 10 other people to show up tomorrow night and vote, you will have voted 10 times before you turn 18. If everyone in this room shows up tomorrow night and votes in the caucuses and stands with us and brings 9 other people, without exaggeration, the men and women gathered right here can control the outcome of the Nevada caucuses. You have the power to speak, not just for yourself, but for hundreds, for thousands across this country that do not have a voice, but have that same passion for freedom that we do. We've got 23 hours to bring every friend, every family, every neighbor to say, listen, you know, why are we doing this? We're doing this because we love our kids. My daughters, Caroline and Catherine, are 7 and 5. I don't want to look my girls in the eyes and tell them I sat by idle while their freedoms were stripped away, while their future was held down in debt, while they lost the birthright of what it means to be an American. You don't either. That is why we're here, and that is why we're fighting. And it took Jimmy Carter to give us Ronald Reagan. I am convinced the most long-lasting legacy of Barack Obama is going to be a new generation of leaders in the Republican Party who stand and fight for freedom, who stand and fight for the Constitution, and who stand and fight for the Judeo-Christian values that built this country into the greatest country in the history of the world. Thank you, and God bless you.
For those of you just joining us, we are watching Ted Cruz caucus, we are watching a Ted Cruz rally. He was just telling people in Vegas, encouraging them to come out tomorrow night on his behalf and to bring friends. We are anticipating getting a live feed from Donald Trump here pretty soon, and we are anticipating Sheriff Joe Arpaio, which is a hometown fellow, speaking on behalf of Donald Trump earlier during that rally. So hopefully we'll get visuals out of Vegas with Donald Trump here pretty soon and our own Sheriff Joe. So anticipate that coming any minute now. We are the event's supposed to start at 8, so hopefully we can start podium watch here pretty soon. In the meantime, let's see what we can do until we get those Trump visuals. Looks like I've got John Kasich campaigning earlier today as well. Let's head in that direction while we wait for the Donald Trump rally to begin. And again, I will only be interrupting Kasich because I do not have a lot, because Trump will be live. Kasich is pre-recorded.
We operate under. Look, you hear a lot in this campaign about, how bad everything is. Yeah, we got some challenges, but we've had more serious challenges before. And I can tell you, if you can do these things, which I've done in my lifetime, and want to go back and do it again, the problem of jobs and wages, those things will be solved. And I want to shift a lot of power to where we live. But in conclusion here, I want to send education and welfare and Medicaid and job training and infrastructure back to the states. But let me tell you, our problems are not just going to be solved by somebody coming in on a white stallion. Do you know where the country is strong? It's strong in our neighborhoods, in our families. Today, there was a lady that grabbed me and was telling me about an autistic son and a daughter, 16 years of age, that has mental illness. She said to me that she has not been able to have a date with her husband in a year because she can't find anybody to come to the house and manage things for a couple hours. What are we doing? If we're a nurse, we got to spend the extra time with the family. If we're a doctor, we got to make a call late at night when we'd rather get some more sleep. When we're a teacher that sacrifices pay for changing lives, that person needs to be honored. And when somebody takes that lady, that widow, married for 54 years, whose husband has died, we call her up and say, hey, we're taking you to dinner on Saturday night. And when you pick her up, she got her hair done. And she wore the dress she hadn't worn in 6 months. You see, the strength of our country is bottom up, not top down. It's realizing that the Lord has made us all special. He has made us special to live a life bigger than ourselves, to bring a healing to the world in which we live, based on whatever it means for all of us. And students, no drugs. Because the reason why you stay off those drugs is because they'll kill you, but there's another reason. Because then you can't carry out your mission. And when you can't carry out your mission in life, you're going to find a life of frustration. But when you can carry out your mission in life and help somebody else to get up off their feet, is there ever a better feeling than that? I don't think there is. So let me say this. I'll take care of the budget and the defense and all that stuff. Let me do that. I'll call you if I need you. But you take care of the things right in your own community and get this place healed, and we'll rise together. Okay? We'll rise together. You like that? Huh? He doesn't know why he's clapping. He's just clapping. How about a high five? Huh? Okay, good. All right, questions. Let's go and take some here. Yes, sir, way back here.
Very much for attending, first of all. I know it takes a lot of work running for president. Well, I don't know, but I'm assuming it does. My one question is with legal immigration. We hear all the time politicians talking about how it affects the legal immigration community. I want to hear somebody talk about how it affects somebody from the coal mines of Virginia. We've lost the coal. They've stopped the tobacco in the state now. So what do you tell the 23-year-old person up in the mountains of Virginia, or the guy down in Petersburg, Virginia, who's now going to end up having to compete with people who didn't follow the rules, didn't come to our country legally? So now the guy without a college education has to stand in line at a warehouse job or construction and has to compete with somebody who didn't even follow the rules, is not here. Immigration's great. I mean, it really helps our country. It's great. Legal immigration. It makes our country special. I've been all the way around the world with our military. I've seen how great our country immigration is. Illegal. To have an American citizen who's 23 years old and say, hey, you know what, buddy, you don't have a college education, your parents can't afford it, you're trying to work construction, now you're going to compete against everyone else who's not here and they shouldn't be here and they broke the rules. What do you tell that individual?
Okay, let me ask you, you think we should pick them up and deport them, ship them to the border?
I think you verify.
That's a good idea.
You have to tell American citizens somehow, some way you've got to compete against this guy. What do you have to tell that American citizen? The American citizen, not the person who's legally. What do you tell the American citizen in this country he's got to compete against somebody that he shouldn't have to compete against?
First of all, if you're a veteran, let me just say this. There should be no veteran who comes back to the United States who's either homeless or unemployed and without health care. Plain and simple, okay? Look, I can get you all revved up. I can walk in here and tell you these are the worst days, and I could get you so fired up and drive you into doom and gloom. Or I can I could also come in here and give you pie in the sky. Here's what I choose to do. Why don't I just tell you the way I see it? And if you like me, great. And if you don't like me, I'll be upset about that. But I'll still root for your basketball team in the NCAA championship. Now, here's the thing. Sir, the border has to be closed. Okay, it has to be closed because, for one simple thing, at night we lock the doors in our home. Are any students here? Are you students? I mean, when you're in your dorm, you lock your door. You don't want people just walking into your room in the middle of the night. And the country has a right to lock the doors. And then once we lock the doors, and you build the wall or you have the technology, whatever it takes, this is the 21st century, to be able to control who comes in and out. If you try to come in then, you got to go back. Because Ronald Reagan, President Reagan in 1986 had a bill to try to give people a chance, and it was fine. I voted for it. But what happened is we never finished the border. I don't think we didn't finish the border, to be honest with you, because of politicians. I mean, yeah, it was politicians. But I think there were probably some very powerful interest groups that wanted that border to stay open, okay? And they should be silenced, because we have to finish it. So if you come sneaking across once the border's done, you're going to go back. We're not even going to ask you why you're coming. You've got to go back. Now, for those, I want to have a guest worker program, E-Verify. You want to come in and work and you want to go back home? Fine. You come in, you work, you go back home. I'm for that. Now, for the 11.5 million who are here already, if they have not committed a crime since they've been here, they should pay a fine. They should pay, some back taxes, maybe do some community service, and I think they should have a path to legalization, but never a path to citizenship, because you can't reward them with citizenship. Yep. But I am not going to send the U.S. government out to yank them out of their homes and leave their kids on the stoop of the home crying because mom and dad's being shipped out of the country. It's not going to happen. Now, so I think this should all be done in the first 100 days. Just put the bill up there. Now, everybody isn't going to like it. And, sir, what I say to you is, do you think I like to hear that somebody came in and drove down your wages or took your job, as a veteran particularly? But, I can tell you that in this state, just like in my state, I guarantee you there are thousands and thousands of job openings in this state that you don't even know about. And as a veteran, they're the golden employees. They're responsible, they're drug-free, they are flexible, they have leadership qualities. In my state, we have somewhere over 200,000 job openings and nobody to fill them. The key is to link the veteran with the job openings and get the veterans the jobs, because they are the people that employers want to hire if they knew where the veteran was and the veteran knew where the job is. And as president, I'm going to force the Pentagon to work with our local Veterans Services Organization and the job creators and the job watch guards in the state to make sure that you get a good job. Plain and simple. And Senator, are you with me? Absolutely. All right, sir. Thank you. I'm going to kind of go, how about right here, and then we'll come to you. Yes, sir.
I would like to know, the state or the country has definitely spoke. And when they've spoken, they've said they want someone that's not an insider. They want someone that's out there that's going to make the changes that need to happen. My question is you're the last governor standing. How do you get that message across? I'm hearing what you're saying, but how do you truly get that message across to the rest of the country?
Yell loud, hey, country! No, sir, look. First of all, I don't think the country, there's 70, so, we got one guy who gets 35% of the vote, and there's 65% of the vote that don't vote for him. Look, at the end of the day, I've always believed that voters are going to choose somebody who can land the plane. Not somebody who talks about it, but somebody who's done it. Now look, I've also not been an establishment guy. I mean, I'm standing here for 10 minutes. Have you figured that out yet? I'm not an establishment person. For 100 days, I was 1% in the polls. You know why? Well, let me explain this to you. It's very interesting. If anybody said to me, I want to run for president, I would say, well, how's your name ID? Because when you start with 0 name ID, which is essentially where I started, we got one guy who had a network television show. We had other people that worked in Washington where the press could fall out of bed and cover them every morning and not exert themselves too much. And then we had other people who were in the New York media market, and I'm in Columbus, Ohio. Okay? How many reporters do you think are going to come to Columbus, Ohio if I'm doing a good job? If I was doing a lousy job, they'd all be out there. So the fact is, I was unknown. And now what's happening because of New Hampshire, where people said, this guy's dead. Who is he? What's his name? Governor of Ohio? They wouldn't even try to pronounce my name, okay? Now people are beginning to hear who I am, and I believe that it's going to work, that the message that I have will work. Now look, life is short. I'm doing the best I can do to talk to people. We had 1,000 people at George Mason. We got now 1,100 people here tonight in here and the other hall. It's beginning to happen, but I can't predict the future. All I can do, put one foot in front of the other, tell people who I am, and hope they'll hear me. I don't know if any of you saw me on the town hall that Anderson Cooper had the other night. Anybody see that? Do you know how much better that is than a 30-second, tell me the history of the world in 30 seconds in these dumb debates? Okay, but now it's shrinking. I mean, these debates are the most ridiculous way to pick a president. I'm not sure Jefferson would have been picked under these rules. Of course, they didn't have television then, so it would have been really hard. But look, all I can do is the best I can do. And I've always believed in the wisdom of the public, and guess what? This is just a moment in my lifetime. My job is to do what I feel I'm called to do, but I can't go shoehorning people, and I'm not going to start slashing people, and I'm not going to go negative, I'm not going to throw dirt, I'm not going to do those things. I'm going to tell people what I'm for. If it works, great, and if it doesn't work, I'm going to tell you this. I've raised the bar in this campaign. I have shown that you can be positive and you can win. Last night, I was actually home in Ohio, and I was with my wife, and I have twin girls who are 16 years old. And I called them in, and I said, girls, I want to tell you a little bit about what's happening in the campaign. You know what I want them to think at the end? My daddy was a special guy, and he did his best to make sure that everybody had a chance. And he never resorted to low-level things to be able to do this. And you know what's really amazing? When I started, there were 16 of us. And they were a whole bunch of governors, and now we're down to 4 or 5, and I'm the last governor standing. I think I've done pretty darn well, huh? So, where was I going to go next? Right here? Yes, sir. Yes, sir, right here.
Hey, Governor Kasich. My name is Nasser. I'm a medical student here at VCU. First of all, I want to congratulate...
What kind of a doctor are you going to be?
Anesthesiologist.
Okay. That's a pretty good job.
Let's hope so. First of all, I want to congratulate you on running a really, really positive campaign, which I really admire you for. My question is that when I graduate medical school, I'll have about $250,000, $280,000 in federal student debt. Yeah. And that's very common for most medical students here at VCU and in most medical schools. The interest rates on those loans are about 2 to 3 times higher than if I went and got a mortgage from a bank for the same amount of money. About 9 times as much, the interest rate, compared to what the governments charge banks when they lend them money. My question is that fair? And does it just highlight, the special interests grip over our policymakers?
Well, I would say, what do you think I'm going to say? Yeah, it's fair? Come on. What kind of an answer would that be? I would say it to kid, but everybody's paying attention, so I can't even jerk around anymore. But I'm still going to do that. I mean, but look, first of all, you ought to be able to restructure that debt. Okay? Secondly, I just read that they're trying to reduce the number of years that it takes to be a medical student. Have you read that? I did. And I think that's a great idea. Get you out there sooner, right? Less debt, and sometimes the extra year doesn't really achieve much. Am I right, doctor? I mean, tell me I'm right, because if you need to stay 2 extra years, if you're going to be taking care of me, you're staying 2 extra years, okay? But I mean, they're trying to do that. Now, let me tell you a couple things. First of all, look, when we're in high school, we need to start getting our children, our grandchildren, to take the early child or the college credit courses while they're in high school. I assume you have that in Virginia. And you can finish almost a year. Secondly, let me say another thing. And I'm not telling you that this is what you should have done. It's up to you. But if you go to a community college, I was at a community college in South Carolina where the cost of that community college was $3,800 a year. And you could transfer all your credits to the 4-year school. I mean, is that unbelievable? So if you went 2 years to that school and transferred to the 4-year school, you would have cut your costs, and I can't even imagine what the multiple is. And if you can go 3 years, imagine what that would do for you. And so I think that's one thing to think about. Secondly, and I'm sure this was not you, but a big chunk of our high school graduates are taking remedial math and English. They're paying tuition for things they should have learned in the 11th grade, and I think we can remediate them online so they're ready to start college, ready to go, not waste money. Let me say a couple other things. Of course, we should bring some private banks in now to compete with the government for better deals. And secondly, I think employers, maybe even hospitals, ought to use helping you to pay down your debt as a recruiting tool. But all that being said, we promised our sons and daughters and grandchildren, if you go to college, you're going to get a great job. Does that sound familiar? You have to go to college. You have to go, you have to go, you have to go. And then they went, and there were no jobs. So somehow we got a disconnect between the promise and the reality. The other thing is these universities in community colleges have not done their job in controlling their administrative costs and taking out the cost drivers in these schools. Now, I feel like Paul Revere, because if these costs keep rising, people aren't going to go to these schools. They're just going to stop going. They're going to go online with some sort of a unique experience where you can kind of have the 4-year college experience without having to pay all the money. And if you think about it, I mean, is it worth going to college and going, $80,000 in debt so you can have kind of a college experience? You take $80,000. How many trips can you make to the Bahamas on spring? Think about that. So we have to control these costs. But all that being said, doctor, are you a doc? Can I call you doctor? Okay. All that being said, folks, we're going to have to do something about this debt. I don't know what it is yet, but we cannot put our young people way in the hole. They can't buy a home, they can't buy a car, and they are stuck. So I got to figure something out. And, there's all kinds, and I'm open to suggestions. For example, let's say that you have a job that doesn't pay much. Perhaps you should have your paying off this loan based on, your income level, without having the interest rate continue to accelerate and put you farther in the hole. We're going to have to be creative. But doctor, we cannot, it's just almost like, it's not like that. Let me just say, it's almost like we can't forgive debt when the costs keep going up. We have to see a sign that these schools are going to level off this debt, and then we've got to think about what we're going to do for these young people. And remember this, if we lower your debt, everybody else in here is paying for it. There's no freebies. This is $19 trillion, and they say under the President Obama's budget, I think it's going to go to like 26 trillion. I mean, do you realize that we spend $225 billion a year on interest on the debt? And think if you took 100 billion of it. Let's take 100 billion of it and try to do something about the debt. It's probably a spit in the ocean. But think about that. Think if you took 100 billion and you researched Alzheimer's or dementia or pancreatic cancer or ALS or any of the childhood cancers. You realize today at the National Institutes of Health, I am told that only 4% of their budget gets spent on childhood cancers. Look, I'm for balancing budgets. I've done it throughout my career.
I meant to press pause. Did I press stop? I pressed pause. All right, I just wanted to break in to say hello to the viewers. Specifically, hi Bina. She messaged me on Twitter and asked if I was going to pop in and say hi. So hi Bina, hi Rachel, hi Kevin, hi some of the regulars, hi to all of the new faces. Thanks so much for watching Fox 10 News Now. We're waiting for Donald Trump to take the stage in Las Vegas. In the meantime, we are watching an earlier speech given by John Kasich. We're expecting Sheriff Joe at Donald Trump's event, which is exciting. He's a hometown face. So if you are waiting for Trump, thanks so much for joining us. So are we. We will turn Trump and Co.'s mics on as soon as, hi guys, as soon as they take the stage. But until then, we're going to continue to watch John Kasich. And he's so interesting. He's right. He was somebody that was kind of not on anyone's radar, but he's stayed above the fray, and we're getting to hear a lot more from him now that other candidates are dropping out, and I do think he's very interesting. I think he's very likable, and I've enjoyed seeing more of Kasich, but in no way, shape, or form does he compete with a Trump event, which we are waiting for that to take place any moment now. Once I see somebody take the podium, I will cut to it. But again, we're gonna have John Kasich playing from earlier in the corner as we wait for Donald Trump's event to start in Vegas. Very exciting. Also, were you watching that Ted Cruz rally with me earlier? Does some of his language sound a lot like Trump's? What did he say? He said something specifically, oh, we're gonna win so much you're gonna get tired of winning. I was like, what? Are you something that Trump says at almost every rally? It blew my mind. I was like, that's such a blatant take on another candidate, one that you're head to head with. Interesting. So we'll go back to Kasich. Thanks so much for joining us here at Fox 10. Hey, if you are really into the political season and you want to give me a piece of your mind about current events and politics, tweet me. I'm at KinseyFox10, and occasionally we'll read your comments on air, or I'll stop and give you a shout out, like Bina. Hi Bina. Again, let me know. I'm KinseyFox10. And hi, Rachel. Rachel said she missed her shout out. You got a shout out to Rachel. So I'm going to go back to Kasich, but thanks so much for joining us, and we appreciate your presence. We're happy to have you.
Load of hope. And so letting everybody have a chance to be able to realize their purpose is what it's been all about. And I think in our country, we can get back to economic growth. And we don't need to do a handout, but we need to do a hand up. I'm a believer. My mother used to say, Johnny, it's a sin not to help people who need help, but it's also a sin to continue to help people who need to learn how to help themselves. And that's the philosophy that we operate under. Look, you hear a lot in this campaign about, how bad everything is. Yeah, we got some challenges, but we've had more serious challenges before. And I can tell you, if you can do these things, which I've done in my lifetime, and want to go back and do it again, the problem of jobs and wages, those things will be solved. And I want to shift a lot of power to where we live. But in conclusion here, I want to send education and welfare and Medicaid and job training and infrastructure back to the states. But let me tell you, I'm
pretty sure I just sent this video back like 20 minutes. So let's try to find where he left off. There we go. Here we go. This is about the time he left off. I apologize. I'm just over here breaking stuff. Like, I own it.
And frankly, the National Institutes of Health needs to have a budget significantly increased to do research on these basic diseases. I think you'd agree with that, doctor. So, I don't want to go round and round and round, but I got to figure out something. If I'm president, I got to figure out something to do about this debt. And you're a doctor that doesn't have as high a debt as a lot of other doctors do. Now, when you're taking out those loans, you're not using that to buy a car and live in a fancy apartment, are you?
I wish I was.
Okay. Are some of your friends doing that?
No.
Oh, yeah, sure. Nice guy. No, okay. But anyway, I think it's a major problem in our country. Yes, ma'am, right there.
Two things. First of all, speaking of that, what about the sacred cow of Social Security?
Yeah.
Just wanted to know how you would approach that.
Okay.
And the second is,
Yeah.
I hope you keep running.
Thank you. Okay. Since Social Security is so tricky, let's just stay with I hope you keep running. Thank you all very much. Okay. Now, I mean, look, Social Security has to be dealt with. You know, is it a sacred cow? Yeah, it's like part of America, right? So my belief in that is it can be fixed. It should have been fixed at least 20 years ago. And what you're going to have to do is for people who have had high incomes throughout their lifetime and wealth, they're still going to get Social Security. We don't want to take it away. I don't want to turn it into a welfare program, but you're going to get less so that those people who really depend on Social Security are going to get what they need. I don't think it's that complicated. The problem is if you don't get Republicans and Democrats to agree, you won't get it fixed because then the demagoguery sets in and, you know, politicians are all afraid of their own shadows, so they don't want to get defeated, although none of them ever lose because they got such safe districts. Everything's been gerrymandering, which is what we need to eliminate, this business of gerrymandering. I'll tell you one other thing while we're at it. This whole business that billionaires can determine who's going to be president of the United States needs to be changed. This is the goofiest system, too. It's not the right way to do things. So, in the first 100 days, I will have, the first 100 days, we're going to freeze all federal regulations for 1 year except for health and safety. And then we're going to force the Congress to vote on all regulations in excess of $100 million. And I'm going to have a vice president, he or she, will not just go to funerals around the world, but they're going to unravel the problem of all these regulations. On the tax side, I'm going to reduce the personal rate to 28% top rate like Reagan did, 28, 25, 10 with a 15% capital gains rate. On the corporate side, 25%, write off all investment in plant and equipment in the same year, and at the same time, bring their money home from Europe. We'll tax it very low to begin with the 2 or 3 trillion that's over there, and then after that, no more double taxation. And then I will have a plan to be able to freeze all non-defense discretionary spending for 8 years, increase defense spending because we've got to do that, but reform the Pentagon while we're doing it, slow the growth of Medicare from 7 to 5 and Medicaid from 5 to 3, fix the border, deal with Social Security, save the VA and completely transform the VA, fly around the world and assure people that we actually are back as a country, and then collect the names and the phone numbers of all the moms and dads who have kids in Congress so I can call mom on her birthday and she's going to call her son and daughter in Congress and say, don't mess with the president. I liked him. He called me today, okay? And that's in the first 100 days. No, I'm kidding you. I'm not kidding you. And we're going to send welfare back for you to manage, Senator. And we're going to send transportation back for you to manage and stop all this pork out of Washington. You manage your federal dollars that you pay in taxes. We want to send education back to you, 104 programs into 4 programs. Job training back to you, all within the first 100 days. Because you need shock and awe. You can't sit around waiting to figure things out. They'll cut you into tiny little pieces over there. And there are going to be a lot of people coming to whine and complain, oh my goodness, don't change anything. Let me see something here. Nobody's got one. I'll find one here. I know I will. How could this, there you go. How'd you know what I was looking for? You knew exactly what. I said this in the town hall earlier. Where were you? In Fairfax, what are you, traveling minstrel or what? What are you doing?
I'm just training for your position in the future.
How am I doing tonight? Okay? Okay, good. You're doing good. You know, these young people, these people went to New Hampshire and walked in the snow, in the rain, and the wind, to help me to do well in New Hampshire. Now let me ask you a question.
And you nailed it.
I nailed it. You know, that reminds me of the endorsement I got from the carpenters in Ohio. I really nailed that one too. Oh, come on. You know, I tell you, there was a report today that there was music coming out of Beethoven's grave. Yep, he was decomposing. Anyway, you see this? Guy, and this is a good example, isn't it? When I was, well, maybe you don't think, I think it's a great example, so who asked you? But here's the thing. No, in all seriousness, when I was a kid, or when my kids were younger, we were in Florida, and they saw this thing, and they said, Daddy, what is that? They were like about 11. And I couldn't figure out what they were talking about. Then I finally realized it. I said, well, oh, that thing, that's where Superman changes his clothes. And that's where your mom and dad used to put coins into the phone to make a phone call. And they're like, no way. And I'm like, yes. So I'm serious. A friend of mine told me probably about 15 years ago, I said, because always when I go to Silicon Valley, I want to know the future. You feel like you go out there, you can see the future. And he said, at one point, we're going to be the constantly connected consumer. It's all come true. My mother used to say, you're going to be able to see who you're talking to on the telephone. And now we FaceTime, right? It's just absolutely amazing. Medicine has become more personal, personally directed, understanding the body makeup, and it's going to be unbelievable. We're going to have flying cars. I've always believed that since Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. And, but the only thing that doesn't change is government. Because I'll tell you what happens. If you're in business and you do not change, you die. If you're in government and you don't change, you feast upon push onto the American people $19 trillion worth of debt. And then when your congressman shows up, you love your congressman. We all we love our congressman, we just hate the Congress. You know, the fact is, government should be producing better results for all of us at much lower prices. We need innovation. You know what we need? We need risk takers who are going to run our government and start to solve these things and deliver us better services at lower prices, and they all have to be customized. Every state is a little bit different. The senator will tell you the problems that he has in Ohio are different than the problem. We have some similar things, but let's Uberize the entire government of the United States, the federal government, the state government, the local government. So why did I start on that whole thing? What was the question? Help me remembering. What was it? Who was it? Social Security. So here's the thing. Here's what I want to tell you about it. You know, with we're beyond the Social Security question, but here's what I would tell all the young people. In this 21st century, more and more, you're going to be in charge of your own finances. 401ks and all these savings plans they're going to be a way of life. You've got to have some financial literacy. It is critical that we teach that and our kids learn about those kinds of things, because that's the wave of the future. But at the end of the day, let's just transform this government. Let's make it work, and make it work so we can respect it again, right? Because right now, we don't respect much of it. Yes, sir, right back here. Yeah, you. Come on, if you get this answer right, we'll give you a car, okay?
So you've mentioned that you wanted to reunite Pink Floyd together, and
Yes.
I was kind of curious about what type of message that would send to the Israelis, since Roger Waters is a big proponent of BDS. And
Wow, I mean, I haven't studied that much about Roger Waters' political background, but if I was to pick my favorite bands on the basis of their conservative philosophy, I guess I would be listening to Lawrence Welk all the time, you know? But I don't. What was he for?
boycott and desist against Israel.
Oh, well, I'm not for any boycott and desist, but you know, I can put people together again, and I mean, and let them play their music, and I don't have to take their politics. I mean, I'm not going to investigate them all, okay? So, but thank you. Look, I mean, I think I've said what I need to say on that. I would just say to you, I don't know what everybody, if there are people that really are repulsive in terms of a lot of their positions, you know, I don't want to be associated, but I didn't know all that. Yes, ma'am. But I'm still for Roger Waters and David Gilmour playing. Okay.
Thank you for being here, Governor, and giving us your listening ear.
I want to ask a question about the issue of mental health. I lost 5 family members to suicide.
What?
My grandmother, my mother, my uncle, my nephew, and my 16-year-old son, Jackson.
No.
As president, I want to know what you're going to do about the public health issue of suicide.
Well, how are you standing?
I'm trying to do a lot and be a voice for mental health. I'm a chair for the Virginia chapter of the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention in Virginia, and I just want there to be a voice on what we can do about mental health in this country.
I have no idea what to say to you. You know, I had a Washington Post reporter that was talking to me on the way over here about my childhood, and he was getting into the things that I had to do with the church, and, you know, I was really involved as a young man and all that, and I said, look, you know, back when I was a kid, God was a rabbit's foot. You know, if I wanted to win an election, I wear a rabbit's foot, go to church for 15 minutes, or, you know, if I wanted something, you know, put me on the Little League baseball team. You know, God was my rabbit's foot. But my mother and father were killed by a drunk driver, and and for those that are here, it opened up. Let me just explain to you. When I was a little boy, my mother and father. My mother used to work in downtown Pittsburgh late at night, and my father would drive to pick her up, and I was always afraid that they would not come home on that rickety and rockety road. And when I was 35 years old, I got a phone call that my parents had been in a horrible accident. My father was lost, and my mother was going to be gone the next day. And I don't know how many of you have ever visited, but sometimes, and I only talk about this, I don't wish these cameras would just shut off, okay? I had nothing but a black hole with a tiny little pinprick of light. And many of you in this room have experienced that, haven't you? It's really hard. When the storms of life come, and they inevitably do, I just hate the storms of life. But sometimes the storms of life lead to real life. And my parents' death led to life in me. So I'm talking to this reporter, and I was talking to him about the issue of suffering. Because I met a woman in Florida, Margot. I sat next to her at dinner, and she was talking to me about how she has such joy in her life as her life is slipping away because of cancer. I said, joy? She said, yeah, joy. I said, aren't you afraid? I'm not. And then she came to see me a couple months ago as she was on her way to Boston to get more cancer treatment that would let her stay alive for 6 more months. And I said, well, what happens at 6 months? She said, well, I'll either find something else or I'll be gone. I said, are you afraid? No. She said, I'm joyful because somehow I'm in the power of the Lord. And it just got me thinking about suffering, which is kind of the next level of faith. How do you look at suffering? How do you absorb suffering? And folks, I don't know how I will, but I know that if I don't have a solid foundation, I won't make it. And this woman, I mean, is this 5 suicides that you have seen in your lifetime?
Well, my grandmother was before I was born, but yes, the other 4, yes.
She needs a hug. Well, she needs more than my hug. She needs, I'm astounded. And everybody in this room, you know, when those 9 families were attacked and murdered in Charleston, South Carolina, and they came out 24 hours later and said, we forgive the killer. I mean, these are stories of real, you know, we can talk about politics all forever, okay? But actually, when you think about this, and how we're made, and what we're supposed to do with the people we love, and how you can absorb the storms. But let me say directly to you, I've taken a lot of criticism for some of the things that I have done to bring the resources into my state to treat the issue of mental illness. And it was not long ago in this state that I read the horrible story of Cray Deeds and his son. Didn't have a place to put his son in an emergency bed in a hospital in this state. And we know what happened the next day. What are we doing? And we see the mass killings. Did you ever notice what they all have in common? They're unbalanced. And we are not dealing with this issue. Back many years ago, in fact, I was over there at the University of Virginia, and a guy said during the Reagan administration, they released all the mentally ill. They said, we're going to release them and get them out of the institutions, and now look what's happened, and what should we do, put them back in the institutions? I said, no. We want them living in the community. But you know who the easiest people are to run over? The mentally ill, the drug addicted, the working poor. Just run right over them. I'm in the legislature, and you have no lobby, and you have no power, and you have no authority, so you don't count. That's wrong. We have an obligation to people who live in those shadows, an obligation to get them on their feet so they can live their God-given purpose, because I've got news for you. This issue of depression is real. And if it isn't visiting your family, get on your knees and thank God that it is not. And the fact is, we can get many of these people up on their feet. We can get them the medication they need, and this is not some welfare program. This is a program to give them something, because you're bipolar. And the storm comes. You shake your head. You know what I'm talking about, young lady? And you get them the medication, they can get on their feet and live a normal life, can't they? Am I right? Are you okay?
I'm okay.
Okay. But you see, there's more people here that know this than you can imagine. So, ma'am, I want to tell you, I'm totally committed to it, and if I'm president, we will address this issue, and if I'm not president, I am not going to give up in Ohio until we do everything we can to improve the situation for them, and that's my pledge to you, okay? And God bless you. Holy cow. Right here, sir. You can yell it, you're a husky young man.
We see a lot on TV about corrupt police departments, corrupt police officers. Me and my wife here tonight, we've heard a lot about what you've had to say over the weeks, months leading up to this. Haven't made a choice yet. But also behind that, we're victims of a false imprisonment, police corruption, the courts being corrupt in Marietta, Ohio. So what can you tell me about the future and the corrupt police departments that you would do to get my vote?
Well, I don't know the story of what you're specifically talking about, but I believe that, I'd have to find out what you have. And we have people here who will come and talk to you and gather the information. We don't put up with corruption anywhere. I mean, and particularly in police. I will tell you this. I think there are many police now who are under fire. And, they go out and they put their lives on the line. We just had a guy in one of our little villages sitting in his car. A guy left home. He was angry, said, I'm going to go out and kill a policeman, and he assassinated this police officer sitting in the car. At the same time, we've got to make sure that we're sensitive to the people who live in the community, because some of them feel that not only does the system not work for them, but works against them. And we put together a program in our state, which the president really should do, to bring law enforcement and community people and preachers and experts together to begin to heal these problems that exist today, because they're not going to go away. And we have done it in our state. We now have a statewide policy on the use of deadly force. We also have recruiting practices now that have to be reported to us so that we can make the police department look like the community. We cannot continue to have this kind of fighting in the United States of America. In regard to you, sir, I'll have somebody get up there, get your name, and we will find out, and we will get to the bottom of it. Okay? Thank you. Okay, we're going to take right here. We got to go. Oh, we got to go. Okay, go ahead. Last one.
Last one is actually just a list to get North Korea, Russia, China, Syria, Boko Haram.
Okay, I'll do the world in a minute here, and then I've got to go do some live television so I can tell the rest of the country about this. All right, first of all, North Korea, we should be intercepting the ships and the planes that come out of that country because they're trying to proliferate material. Secondly, we've got to, look, either the Chinese are going to help us or we're going to give ballistic missile defense to South Korea and Japan. In addition, we should be thinking about every measure of regime change in that country. There are 10 million people who live in Seoul, Korea, and you got to be careful about what you do because you don't want to start something where you have 2 million people killed because we have an unstable leader in North Korea. Let me talk about China. China needs to help us there. They need to stop cyber attacking, and we should make it clear to them, you keep it up, we're not only going to defend ourselves, but we're going to take out your systems. And by the way, you don't own the South China Sea, and you're not going to take over Taiwan, so get over it, okay? Now, with Russia, okay, Putin needs to understand we are going to arm the Ukrainians, and we're not going to talk about it's going to do it. Secondly, if you attack somebody using some trumped-up Russian-speaking people nonsense, and you get into NATO or you move into Finland or Sweden, it's an attack on us, so be prepared. I don't need to threaten you. You just need to understand it's a new day. We're no longer leading from behind, sir, and I need you to understand that I mean what I say and don't test me, because you test me and you're going to understand you made a very big mistake. ISIS, they need to be destroyed, okay? What's the coalition look like? It looks like the first Gulf coalition. It looks like the Muslim Arab world along with the West to go and take out ISIS, settle it down, and then come home. Don't sit there and nation build and try to convert people to our way of life. That it just simply isn't going to work. Israel is our great ally. We need to support them. We need to let our friends in Europe know that we stand with them. And let's see, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, the Gulf states, they should all be part of this organization to take out ISIS. I don't believe we should get ourselves involved in civil wars, but we can support people that have similar aims. When we go to war, we should go with our direct national interests involved, take care of business and come home, and don't sit there and stay and don't be policemen of the world. If we do all of that, we'll reassure our allies, and it's going to be a big, big problem trying to get all this done. But we're the United States. We're the leader of the world. We've put ourselves in a worse position over the last 7 years because we've had too many people that know nothing about national security running the darn place. But we'll get it back up on its feet again. And I hope you'll keep me in mind. There's an election coming. I got to go do television. Thank you all. God bless, and hope you can help me. You got to go, right? Yep.
All right, and we are anticipating Donald Trump to take the stage any moment now. It's supposed to kick up in approximately 2 minutes. Let's see what we've got planned. What the Trump DJ has bumping in Vegas. If it's not Pitbull, I'm going to be disappointed. However, Trump tends to go with a lot of Elton John and in Rolling Stones. Let's see. I don't know who that is. Anyway, I'm going to change the lower third. I'm probably going to lower the volume for a few minutes until we have a speaker take the stage. But we are waiting for Trump and Sheriff Joe to take the stage here in Vegas. Thanks so much for your patience. Thanks so much for watching. And if you are watching and you have an opinion on the election, hi, Eel Cage. Thanks so much for watching. Hi, Griff. Jean Robert in Sweden, we so much appreciate you spending our evening with us. I don't know what time it is in Sweden now. But we are waiting for Trump to take the stage. It will without a doubt be an interesting speech. Carl sent me some highlights from, I believe it was last night when protesters turned the lights on. and Trump handled it like, or turn the lights off. Trump handled it like a total champ. So looking forward to seeing what happens this evening. Let me update my lower third, though, as we wait for Donald Trump and Sheriff Joe to take the stage in Vegas. Now you can see I've got a new lower third up. Give me a tweet if you are a Twitter fan. Send me a tweet. Let me know if you think Kasich would make a good VP. I know it is sometimes confusing and unpleasant when we don't have the audio on. I'm not allowed to have the audio on if they play top 40 music. I'm seeing some activity, so let's see what's going on here.
Hi everybody, how are you, Las Vegas?
Here we go.
Hello, Trump Nation. You do realize that inside this arena, we have about 3,500, 4,000 people, but there are 8,000 people here. Another 4,000 are waiting outside that have not gotten through security yet. So we have a full house, 8,000. You are part. You are part tonight of what may very well be the largest political gathering in the history of Las Vegas, Nevada. You do realize with 8,000 people here, there are actually more people to see Donald Trump in this arena and waiting outside than the total amount of votes for Hillary Clinton in the entire state. She had 6,314 measly votes. So, very quickly, I'm your host, Wayne Allen Root, and I am the host of War Now, the Wayne Allen Root Show, every day of the week in Las Vegas, 6 o'clock on 790 Talk AM. The reasons why I believe in Donald Trump, the reasons why I think you believe in Donald Trump, I don't care whether he's the perfect, pure conservative. I care that he is the Uber of politics. I care that he's disruptive. I care that he's changing the game. I care that he's destroying business as usual in Washington, D.C. I care that he will go to Washington and rip it up, turn it upside down, dismantle it. He will cause pain for the lawyers, the lobbyists, and the special interests. He will hold the people who have ripped you off accountable. He will punish them. He will put them in prison. And he will say, "You're fired." And I think the reason that you love Donald and I love Donald is he won by a landslide in South Carolina while spending about $1 million, while Rubio spent $12 million, Bush $15 million, Cruz $7 million. I never thought I'd say this, but Donald Trump is frugal. He's the man to go to Washington and cut spending and cut the size of government and cut government employees and cut government employee pensions and cut government agencies and cut the deficit and the debt for good. A president who saves money, who knew? All right, so without further ado, we've got a prayer tonight for the invocation to bless our country, to bless all of you patriots, and to bless Donald J. Trump. Let me hand it over to George Harris, the chairman of Nevadans for Sound Government. George, come on up.
Thank you, everybody. As you can see this, we lose 22 veterans a day, unfortunately, to suicide, and Mr. Trump's going to try to help stop that. If you all please bow your heads. Heavenly Father, please bless this group, please bless our country, and please bless our soldiers, and please bless Mr. Trump, who's going to come and take our country back. Please protect us and watch over the United States of America. We ask these things in your name. Amen. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, George Harris. Now for the Pledge of Allegiance, Judge Donald Mosby, one of the longest-serving judges in the history of Nevada. He consistently fought for justice and the rule of law, and now, not surprisingly, Judge Mosley is a supporter of Donald J. Trump.
Would you please repeat after me? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Judge Donald Mosley. I want to introduce the man who's going to sing our Star-Spangled Banner, Daniel Emmett. Daniel's an emerging recording artist from Las Vegas, and he's releasing his debut album later this year. Ladies and gentlemen, Daniel Emmett.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Daniel. What a beautiful voice. All right, little housekeeping, folks. First of all, make sure you all go to the caucus tomorrow, yeah? Does Donald Trump own the Nevada caucus? All right, so to find your caucus location, we need you to go to donaldjtrump.com/Nevada. Got that? donaldjtrump.com/Nevada. We also need you to sign up with the Trump campaign. We need all the help we can get to beat the desperate GOP establishment, and we have tables here for you to sign up and volunteer for the rest of this campaign. I also want to thank the people who made this event possible, Team Trump Nevada. Please give them a hand. And a hand for Team Trump Executive Director of State of Nevada, Charles Munoz. All right, I have a few thoughts to share, and then I'm going to hand the evening over to the men you came here to see, Joe Arpaio and Donald J. Trump. So, I'm not here today as a politician. Like Donald Trump, I'm an anti-politician. I'm here today as a taxpayer, as a small businessman, as a blue-collar SOB, son of a butcher, as a homeschool dad of 4 children, and an evangelist for capitalism, American exceptionalism, and the American dream. Donald Trump represents the antidote for what's wrong with America. Too much government, too many people working for government, too much spending by government, too many people depending on government checks. Most of the people working in government in Washington, D.C. should not be running a bodega. I wouldn't let Obama or Hillary run my Dairy Queen. We've got to put the people who understand how to start a business, how to run a business, how to create jobs, how to turn a profit, how to stay within a budget, who understand the time and the brains and the courage and the love it takes to start and produce a successful business. We need people who know how to create real jobs, not just government jobs, not just the kind of jobs that Obama specialized in, jobs flipping burgers, jobs washing dishes, jobs mowing lawns. We need real middle-class jobs. But the current administration, and Hillary Clinton wants to keep up everything the current administration has done, has turned the entire U.S. economy into a hostile work environment. Here's what Donald Trump offers to America: a fresh start, a new beginning, economic freedom, opportunity and mobility, middle-class jobs, and yes, a chance to be wealthy and successful again. He will put America and Americans and American jobs first. We get it in Vegas. Do you know the difference between Las Vegas and Washington, D.C.? In Vegas, the drunks gamble with their own money. Nevadans intuitively understand and have always understood that government is not our friend, that government fails at most everything it does, because we were the home, folks, of the most successful legal brothel in the history of America, the Mustang Ranch. You know that story. The owner of the Mustang Ranch built a $100 million business that he was accused of cheating on his taxes. He fled the country. He was indicted. The federal government took over his brothel, and they drove it into bankruptcy in 1 year. The moral to the story is why we need Donald Trump as president. If you can't run a brothel and turn a profit, get your damn hands off my health care. And by the way, if law enforcement really wants to get serious about ending all forms of prostitution, start by arresting the pimps that run the world's biggest brothel in Washington, D.C. Harry Reid, Nancy Pelosi, and Hillary Clinton. See, we have the winning message. If you can't get the voters fired up over this philosophy, over this message, you have the wrong candidate. And for far too long, Republicans have had the wrong candidates. Now we have Donald J. Trump. I will leave you today with the words of one of the great heroes of American politics, my hero, Barry Goldwater. Barry Goldwater once said, "The day will come when we entrust the conduct of our affairs to men and women who understand that their very first duty as public officials is to divest themselves of the power they've been given." In other words, the day that a politician takes office, put your hand on that Bible and pledge to give the power back to the people. That's why we all support Donald J. Trump. All right, so now I have the honor of introducing Sheriff Joe Arpaio. He is known, Sheriff Joe is known across America as America's toughest sheriff, serving Maricopa County, Phoenix, Arizona, since 1993. He is the toughest sheriff in America against illegal immigration. It's my honor to introduce, give him a giant standing ovation, Sheriff Joe Arpaio.
Thank you. I only have 5 minutes. That's difficult for me. But anyway, thank you very much. I love Nevada. I was a cop in Las Vegas Police Department in 1957. I was very young when I joined. But then I became a federal narcotics agent after that assignment in Vegas, and that propelled me into my future to fight the drug traffic. So I was stationed in Turkey, Mexico City, South America, Texas, Arizona, so I do know where the Mexican-U.S. border is. And this is, I have to be careful. This is not a resume on me. I'm here to support Donald Trump. So I have, in my 24 years as sheriff, endorsed and campaigned for 4 other presidential candidates running for office. But this one is a little different, It's not only that we seem to be on the same lane, but he's the best for America in this time and period. So I'm very excited supporting Donald Trump. Very excited. And I hope that all of you are, and I hope that the people will understand where he's coming from and make sure he becomes the next president of the United States. So when they say build a fence in Mexico, that's a no-brainer. That's nothing. They can do that in 2 days. So, you know, people say it's impossible. It is not impossible, believe me. I'm not going to get into my experience with G. Gordon Liddy and I closing that border in 1970. It was very important, that border under Nixon. And I'll tell you, the Mexicans bent down when they said they're going to take away their foreign aid. Then they began cooperating with our country. Donald and I are very, very sad in a way because of all the drugs coming across that border. Most politicians will get to the border to get their picture taken in the chicken fence on illegal immigration. They forget that the heroin, all the drugs coming into our country, including Nevada, comes from Mexico. Nobody wants to talk, and do anything about that. As far as the guns are concerned, I love his stance on the guns, especially. And 3 days before California, I went public. It said 250,000 people in our area to carry concealed weapons. They ought to use those weapons when you have a rampage in killing people and take the guy down. That's what I said. And when Donald talks about ISIS and going over there, you never negotiate. You destroy them. That's what you do. But what I like about him, he tells it like it is. Most politicians they're very politically correct. Have you noticed that? Nobody says anything. I can never understand. But I understand when he talks. And I think most people understand. Some may not like it, but that's tough. So you got to work hard. I was on the airplane coming in here. I won't say which airline, but I get pretty good support even from the pilots, which makes me happy. But even the, what do you call them now? I call them stewardess. That's how flight attendant, you know. They even come up to me and they whisper in my ear, "Oh, I'm glad you're supporting Trump." Why do they have to whisper? Come on, come right out and say it. But, so, nothing to be ashamed of. Come on. He's a businessman. We need a businessman for a change. If you ran your business like the government, you go broke in 2 days. So let's get those jobs, keep them here. Why give them away to everybody in the world? I never did understand that. And by the way, when you talk about ambassadors and all this, he's probably the best ambassador we have. He probably knows more about foreign policies and government because he's over there all the time. So I don't have much time to get to tents. By the way, we just reached 500,000 people in the tents that I put up in 1993. So I've had 4 presidential candidates visit me in the tents. 4. And they all lost. I'm trying to get Hillary down here, but she's too smart. She won't come to the tents. I'd even give her a free pair of pink underwear. So you guys don't probably know what I'm talking about. I guess most of you do, right? But anyway, I'm here to support Donald Trump. I'm not going to talk about the Pope and that situation, which affects me. I'm not going to get into that. How they went after me won't let me go in there, the Mexican government, but that's another issue. By the way, I can't get in to see the Mexican officials to help them, but because of all my experience, they won't let me in to talk to them. It's the old, it's too dangerous. If I'm not worried, why are they worried? Then it's become Trump. Oh, he's a buddy of Trump. What's that got to do with it? I wish I could get Donald. I love his airplane. I wish we could go together to Mexico City, trying to find a way to do that. At least I'll save an airplane fare. So he's got the guts, the courage to speak out, and believe me, 80-90% what he says makes sense. Common sense. And that's what it is. So I won't get into other things that he and I seem to be on the same road, but that will come later. Anyway, thank you. This is a great state, Nevada, and it's a great country for all of you, and it's a great, I see a lot of Arizona people here. Came all the way from Arizona. I see Tom Morrissey, Chair, everybody from Arizona. They love they love Donald Trump. They may not tell you, but they do. And they love him here in Nevada. And you will see tomorrow night. Thank you.
All right, that was our own Sheriff Joe Arpaio speaking at the Donald Trump rally in Las Vegas. I'm going to go ahead and clip this so you can watch it as a standalone if you'd like. And we are waiting for Donald to take the stage next.
You marry music man. Ballerina.
All right, you can see I've got a new question there in the lower third. Let me know if you think the Sheriff Joe Arpaio, and Donald should visit the Pope together. Kinsey Fox 10. And if you're just joining us, we are waiting for Donald Trump to take the stage in Vegas. If you're looking for Sheriff Joe, you can rewind the feed by grabbing the red ball at the very end. If you look at the timestamp here on the video, you can drag it back and rewind. Please be kind, rewind. That's a Blockbuster reference. And I just uploaded a video separately to our YouTube page, so go ahead and subscribe in case you like these political videos, especially this long form content. Subscribe to Fox 10 Phoenix's YouTube channel, or you can just click on it to check out that Sheriff Joe speech that I just uploaded separately if you'd like to enjoy that. We are waiting for Trump to take the stage, and if you'd like to talk on Twitter, I'm currently on there right now responding to some of you. I asked, should the Sheriff and the Donald visit the Pope? The Sheriff kind of hinted that that's something he's wanting to do right now. Interesting. So thanks so much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed Donald Trump in Vegas. All right, we are waiting for Donald Trump to take the stage in Vegas. I hate silence. I imagine you do too. So I am going to keep the mic on so you can hear me responding to you on Twitter. Andrew suggested that I don't do it, but I do. Andrew. Trump 2016 POTUS sent me a picture of Donald Trump with the word winner. Thank you so much for submitting that. Love it. Salvatore says that Sheriff Joe and Trump should visit me for an interview. Absolutely. I wish.
So we can take a little break from golf for a while? Yeah. Just today and tomorrow's my week. Back at
James says that Sheriff Joe and Donald Trump are two peas in a pod. James, I have to suggest, because I agree with you, I have to suggest, if you are into documentaries, that you watch this documentary called The Sheriff Joe Show. It's available on Amazon and Netflix. I am not being paid to endorse it. It is the most fascinating documentary about Sheriff Joe's rise and how he manipulated the media for his success. John Kasich even spoke about it a few minutes ago, name recognition. Sheriff Joe firmly believes that any press is good press because you are building a brand and your name is more recognizable. So they talk about in this documentary, they talk about some of that negative press and how it's been beneficial to him staying in office for so long. And he initially, if I understand it correctly, was a part of the documentary process, shot some really fun scenes of him singing My Way by Sinatra. You just got a very intimate look at him. And then once he kind of got wind that they were going to have some negative aspects of his reputation in the documentary, he pulled away a little bit. But it's so fascinating to be so close to Sheriff Joe, and it's fascinating to hear his people discuss how they manipulate the media. You know, when a negative story would be released about Sheriff Joe, he would push something ridiculous and positive just to distract from the negative story that was being released about him. He's so good at PR and marketing and coming up with publicity stunts that are very newsworthy. So he'd come up with some of those publicity stunts, like outing fathers that weren't paying their child support, giving stuffed animals to children that dads weren't giving them child support, you know, things like that. The pink underwear that we just discussed. He said he wanted to offer Hillary some pink underwear. Pink underwear is what he makes his inmates wear. He says it's not to humiliate them. He says that they wear the pink underwear, or pink underwear is the thing, because that they were stealing the white underwear, and who would want to steal pink underwear? So, very fascinating documentary called The Sheriff Joe Show, available to stream for free on Netflix and Amazon Prime. And the similarities to Sheriff Joe Arpaio and Donald Trump in relation to the way they utilize the media is striking. I think that if you enjoy documentaries and these are characters you like, you will absolutely enjoy that film. The difference between Joe and Donald, though, is I don't think Donald is trying to create some of these moments that reposition him. For instance, I don't even remember what he had said, but Donald Trump had said something very questionable right before the Paris attacks that had people up in arms. Coincidentally, the night before the Paris attacks, he also said at a rally that he wanted to bomb the censored out of ISIS. which some people thought was foul. Well, the Paris attacks happened the next day, and I don't remember what else he'd said that had offended people, but no one was even acknowledging that anymore, and it really did, because he had taken such an aggressive stance towards ISIS, it really did raise, I don't know how to, it really did make people, it made him so much more relatable, and people trusted him, and people liked him more because he was taking such an aggressive stance towards them. So whereas Sheriff Joe goes and creates these different moments that even him out in the media, Donald Trump's seem to happen naturally. We are waiting for him to take the stage in Las Vegas, Nevada, and the reason we're talking about Sheriff Joe is because Sheriff Joe just spoke at the podium, and if you'd like to watch that, I clipped it in its entirety by itself on our YouTube channel, or you can just rewind this video and check it out for yourself. Sheriff Joe spent about 5 minutes up there talking about how he loved Trump, a few digs at Hillary, and saying that him and Donald Trump should visit the Pope together, which was interesting, a little interesting. So we are waiting for Donald Trump to take the stage. Thanks so much for your patience. I appreciate you spending your evening with me.